welcome to the Red Leaf Retrocast, Retrocast episode 41. I've titled this, Still Chasing 5-Star Grand Prix Finals. Because it finally made it. I am not alone for the introduction segment over some of the indie stuff, the stuff that we cover on the Red Leaf Retrocast. I'm your host, JD, joined by JPQ of the No Particular Angle podcast.
What is going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing quite well. It's great for you to put me up for the weekend.
Yeah, man, happy to. I'm glad you made the drive. It's not easy coming from where you live.
It's fine. 6.5 hours. I wish trains existed, but...
Yeah, it'd be nice to sit and kind of zonk out of it for a while.
Absolutely. Well, trains exist, but I can fly cheaper than that. Take half the time. So, on this episode, if the audio at the beginning sounds a little bit strange, forgive me, it'll get better later.
Yeah. Well, hey, we're making lemonade out of lemons here, so.
That's right. JPQ and I are going to talk about a little Stardom, but the big Stardom talk is going to be, hopefully with a special guest, later in the show, finishing out the 5-Star Grand Prix Finals. JPQ and I are going to talk about Ice Ribbon. After that, King of Trios in Chikara, night 1 and 2, and then predict night 3? Or just what we hope night 3 is going to happen?
What we see.
Or afternoon 3, I guess, is a better way to put it.
Yeah, right.
But we can't go. Got things to do.
Sunday matinee.
We're going to go into a little NXT AEW, perhaps. But of course, AEW saved for my Mama-san with MLW in our little weekly recap section, along with Beyond Wrestling Uncharted Territory Season 2 starting up, which I'll be going to live, week in and week out every Thursday night. Or you can watch it live on IWTV. Am I sponsored? I don't know. I won't tell.
That's right. Why, did it sound good?
Did it sound good, IWTV? NWA Spotlight, of course. Then an hour-long recap of Chapter 95 Progress Wrestling, Still Chasing, with my buddy Jay from the Smack It Down podcast. Good guy. Go listen to that. And, of course, finishing out with some of those retro recaps. All Japan Women, WCW Nitro, the fallout of Road Wild. So fun stuff. JPQ, let's get right into it for this amazing episode. Hopefully it's not going to go over 4 hours, but no promises.
Yeah, no promises.
It's been a crazy couple weeks. A lot to talk about. Stardom, 5-Star Grand Prix. You're a big Stardom guy.
Big Stardom guy.
Yeah, good rumor out there.
Yeah. Nobody. It's the best kept secret in all of internet wrestling community is that I'm a closet Stardom fan.
Yeah, clearly. Last time we met up was in New York.
Yep.
Checking out that show. We saw Momo and Utami kick the living hell out of each other. Mm-hmm. It was good stuff. And the last time you were on the show, we talked over an hour about Stardom in general.
We sure did.
Little future outlook of what's going on. We both saw Hana Kimura as a star.
Yes.
And she turned out to be a star.
She's a star. She's going to run this promotion for the next 6 to 8 months, guaranteed.
A lot of people have a problem with her not being as good a wrestler on the roster. How do you feel about that?
It's true. I mean, the knock, the critiques, the criticisms are real. She's not as clean of a performer as Momo Watanabe, as Utami Hayashishita. But, there's the other side of it too, which is character work, right? And right now, when you look complete from not just the storytelling told in the ring through work rate, but the character and the leadership role that she's in, she's more full-bodied than anybody else on the roster right now, outside of maybe Kagetsu. But Kagetsu's kind of, taking a bit of a back burner right now and chasing down the white belt. So, good for her, and I'm excited to see what she can do with it once given the opportunity against B.
It's interesting to me what Hana Kimura represents in wrestling, especially in 2019 when everything's such a high work rate base. A lot of how wrestling fans will look at you is how good are you in the ring.
Yeah.
Hana Kimura is driving business. That's, if you check out the numbers of since her return from excursion and this lead up through the 5-star, business correlates to her moving up the card and attendance growing.
Yep.
20, 30, in some cases 40, 50% higher than where they were at the exact same venue, exact same time last year. Is there anybody in wrestling right now that's driving business the way she is?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, like WWE puts an emphasis on who they want to push and then they go print money with that one person because they've established them as the top guy or gal.
Right. It's picking instead of the fans picking.
Right. In this case, it's the opposite, right? Hana Kimura, because of her Western look and because her promos are insanity and she's legacy, right? I mean, Kyoko, her mom, started Oedo Tai, and now she's coming in and she ran with Oedo Tai, had this nice little story last year, and now she's kind of making it on her own. Everybody, has gravitated to it once she was signed back in January, and she took the ball and she ran with it. And so whether it's, how much merch she sells, how many meet and greets she sells compared to everybody else on the roster, the fans are engaged and they're bought in, invested into Hana Kimura, and Rossi's riding that wave to the bank. So good on him.
I've seen critiques online saying, "Oh, let's wait and see everything." I mean, what's there to wait and see? There's nothing to wait and see.
Nope.
They're right, as you said, they're riding the wave. She is the hot ticket right now. Mm-hmm. And if you look at history of wrestling, you ride that hot ticket. Yep. And then when it's time to push someone else, they are the hot ticket to ride. Yep. You don't have to. I don't know what it is with this person has to be on top for the next 10 years and no one else can.
We're not even waiting. Like to me, it's such a no-brainer with Hana Kimura for a couple of reasons. Number one, Kagetsu is coming off a run. Right now, you have a Gaijin, top Gaijin, heel, who the Joshi community doesn't love being the Stardom champion, and you have Hana who can take the title off of her. On top of that, Mayu, her status within Stardom, as well as worldwide with the prestige that comes along with that name. Nobody needs to be champion. No, there's no fan of Stardom sitting here saying, I really hope that X person is champion. Momo Watanabe's only 19 years old. She's going to get her run eventually. Utami's a year in, 20, maybe 21, depending on when her birthday is. She's going to get her run eventually. There is no better time than to push the hot hand, or to push Hana than right now, and everybody wants her to be it. So, you talk about checking the boxes. It's an absolute no-brainer across the board to make her your champion.
Yeah, it's no secret that she is the hot ticket. She's driving business.
Yes.
I think it's the right decision. The people within the Stardom universe think it's the right decision. You can be all up in arms about not wanting to be part of the cool thing. I'd say you're missing out.
You're missing out. Not to mention that they were smart to wait on making her the champion until after October 1st. I cannot stress that enough.
If she wins this title the next week, I'm going to be quite upset.
That's right.
Luckily, at Chikara, which we'll get into almost in a second here, the beer was cheap.
Beer was cheap?
Yeah. All right. Good stuff. Let's get into Ice Ribbon. I got you into drop ensuing.
Mm-hmm. Drop ensuing.
Hikaru Shida's AEW music. Let me just make a little timestamp here so I don't forget. 8 minutes. There we go. I got you to watch basically the entire Ice Ribbon Show 992, which took place September 14th at Yokohama Cultural Gymnasium. This is their third show of the year. Big show, as we pull up the little cage match thing, because I didn't write the whole card on my notes. But we did watch it last night. Or no, Friday night.
Friday night.
Triangle ribbon title match, 3-way tag team match. So a little convoluted, little stipulation there. I guess they're going for the whole double champion thing.
I would imagine something along those lines.
Featured a lot of people you've probably never seen or heard before.
Nope.
Even me watching Ice Ribbon all year, probably half these people didn't come across as regulars. But there was Ram Kaicho, Hideki Suzuki as a tag team. There was Matsuya Uno and Jiro Kuroshio. Match went just under 10 minutes. They are the new Triangle Ribbon champions. I assume the person who got the pin is the actual champion.
Yeah, I think that's how they kind of showed it. It was Jiro Kuroshio who got the pin. She's the one with the title. I would imagine they continue that.
Yeah, there was some really goofy shit in there. I believe at one point, Miyako Matsumoto, she took acupuncture sticks to the head. Is that the same match?
Yep.
Yeah. She is a goofball.
She is the best goofball. There's nothing about Miyako Matsumoto that I do not enjoy except the wrestling. But she makes it work, and God bless her for it.
Yeah. That followed by a tag match of Makoto Tsukushi against a couple CMLL luchadores.
Mm-hmm.
Older vets, Kyle Kobayashi and Marcelo. Match went 12 minutes. What do you think of Tsukushi? She's the really tiny, like 4'9", spunky little ball of. I don't want to say adorable. That's definitely safe for Riho. She is pureable, as you say. That's your tagline.
It's a hashtag pureable. I was a fan. I really enjoyed watching that back and forth. I thought, again with those types of matches on the ice ribbon side, there's a lot going on, right? So you kind of have to focus in, and then it being a tag match the way it was, they're going back and forth, and I'm just like, okay, how is this going to finish? And then sure enough, Mikado gives herself the opportunity to take advantage of the finish of the pin, and we got out of there pretty unscathed, right? It was a relatively clean match, some misses here and there, but overall, they good balance between the two and strong flow in the ring. I was happy with it.
Yeah, it was an easy show to start out. 6-man hardcore tag team match. This is where Ice Ribbon gets a little ridiculous.
This is crazy.
It's a trios match. Himeki Arita, Hiragi Kurumi, Rina Yamashita, so your young up and comers, against let's face it, the crazy veteran team of Aja Kong, Akane Fujita, and Yoshiko. Absurd. And they were doing just stupid shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if we can walk through this match outside of just saying spots. Like, they had gigantic Legos on the match on the canvas for about 66% of this match. They had a gigantic life-size safety cone that they put over
Rina Yamashita.
Yeah, and then she jumps, and of course she misses the person because she can't see.
Well, that spot made me just crack up because Aja Kong's in the center of the mat, and as she was getting the giant life-size cone over her head, Aja Kong just simply sits up, moves out of the way, puts her hands on her hips, and just watches Rina Yamashita do a splash in the middle of the ring onto nothing, and you just go splat.
It was absurd, but in the best way, right? Like, it's like those types of matches you just gotta have fun with. But we saw some crazy stuff. Yoshiko is the veteran hardcore personality in Ice Ribbon, correct? Is that Yoshiko?
Yoshiko's the one that got into the shoot fight in Stardom and got kicked out.
Right. Yeah, right.
But she bounces around a lot of the indie scene in Joshi wrestling, whether it's Oz Academy, Ice Ribbon here.
But she's a death queen, right? Like she she gets beaten up, and she's the one that took the super suplex off the 14-foot ladder onto the Legos. And
that looked like it sucked.
It just looked like it sucked. And then that wasn't even the finish. Like, it's just, then they kept going, and she took more abuse on the Legos. All in all, just a wild match. A lot of fun, and they gave them time, which I appreciate.
They gave them time. What seemed weird, and we saw this a couple times in these early matches, was you would get a cut where the match was cut out, and that's a commercial break.
Right.
Yeah, you just get this wild cut. So it was a 22-minute match, but we probably watched maybe 12 minutes of it.
Yeah, 12 sounds about right.
So I wasn't too upset about that. Now, the next three matches.
Yeah.
Well,
this is why we're here.
2.5. But the next match was one I was really looking forward to. The newly signed WWE NXT Saudi, the Sendai champion, and she's a champion of another promotion. I don't think it's Gato.
No, it's not Gato. It's
You can probably just click on her name and look at the bottom.
Yeah, right.
Anyways, she's taking on the Ice Ribbon Tanahashi, Tsukasa Fujimoto, and what'd you think?
I thought it was fantastic, start to finish. I like the rivalry that these two had, and kind of coming into it blind the way I did. You know the names, but you don't know what to expect. And when they get in there, big fight feel is the first thing. From the entrances, which I'll let you speak on Fujimoto as well as how they just started working stiff right off the bat. Equal offense throughout the entire thing until the back third, where Fujimoto really took over. But overall, just the sense of that type of match really was one of, it meant something to both of them to make sure that they won it. You kind of knew going into what was going to happen because of it being Sari's last match in Ice Ribbon. But
probably, yeah.
My goodness, like you talk just straight fire between the two of these. They came in knowing that they wanted to try to steal the show. And one could sit here and say that they did.
You could argue that very much. I would say from a 1v1 bout perspective, yeah, they both crushed it. Fujimoto was just essentially daring Sari to hit her as hard as she could. Mm-hmm. And those forearms Sari was throwing into her chest were devastating looking.
The red on her chest matched the red on her outfit. That's how you knew it was working.
Yeah, it was pretty badass. Mm-hmm. Eventually, and I was a big fan of the finish, actually.
Yeah.
Because it was just something you can't predict that Tsukasa Fujimoto is going to nail 6 spinning wheelbarrow bombs. The Tsukadora? The Tsukadora. It took 6 of them.
The Tsukadora.
Yeah, she hit 6 of them in a row, and we were both sitting there going, all right, now Sari's going to reverse it. She's going to the well too many times. I think that also contributes to the fact that we've watched an entire 5-star Grand Prix where Kagetsu hits her 450 and then doesn't go for the pin, and then it gets reversed and she loses. But I was just waiting on it, and then just one Japanese Ocean suplex later, pins her.
Done.
We're done here. And Sari, just pissed off, doesn't shake her hand, walks out the ring. So I think Tsukasa is going to go to Sendai for a title match.
I hope so. They got to do something because I'm not going to say that they buried Sari because that's not what it was about. But again, like this was about a 20-minute match, and the last 6-7 minutes of it was 6 Tsukadoras, and then the Japanese Ocean.
No, it wasn't that long. It was like maybe 90 seconds. She just kept hitting it.
I don't think it was that fast.
Yeah.
She breathed in the middle. I guess you're right. I guess they did kind of combo it, didn't they?
Yeah, it was just get up. She'd go for the pin, kick out, or she just rolled through and hit another one. Because what was happening was, she hit a couple of her key moves. She even missed on not having a couple of her signature moves. Whether it was the Cody Rhodes beautiful disaster kick, right. She goes to the corner and does it.
She comes off on a springboard.
She didn't go for that at all. Fujimoto was trying to do her Tsukadora and then follow it up with the Ocean Suplex.
Right.
But Sari kept getting out of the suplex.
Right,
so Fujimoto was like, well, I gotta get her, and after I beat her down enough, then I can get it in. It was a nice. The story made sense, and it made Sari look really tough.
Yeah. Well, they needed it to be because that just to your point, Fujimoto knew coming into it that 1 was going to get it done, 2 was going to get it done. Now, was 6 overkill? Up to discretion, but I thought it worked in the match.
I thought it worked.
It was just interesting because you're so used to seeing Sari put her offense in, right? And especially throughout the course of the entire match. And make no mistake about it, she did get her offense in the beginning.
Absolutely.
But then that whole back end of it, it was just one after another after another. And maybe that's the lasting impression. I'm adding more time to it. But again, 6 of them in a row, and then the Ocean Cyclone Suplex to get the W. And then remember, we had the backstage segment after where Sari comes and gets a little bit of
I forgot about that.
Comeuppance by knocking her in the forehead, and Fujimoto just smiling. Like,
that's what she does.
I won. What are you going to do?
She's like, I'm a winner. Maybe I'll go for that Sendai title. I don't know. We don't speak Japanese, but yeah, that was wild. They did a backstage segment, and Sari just fucking Minoru Suzuki's her.
Yep.
Like, get out of here. I'm pissed off I lost. I like it. You don't have to. That's where there is no language barrier there.
Nope. Tell the story.
We know exactly what's happening. All right. International Ribbon Tag Team title match. We got the what were we calling them last Friday night? It
was Tokyo Cyber 3K.
That's right, Tokyo Cyber 3000. Julia and Takiya Saya, the champions, with their light bright Christmas light jackets, the neon squirt guns.
Yep.
the popped streamers in the air. They were taking on when I brought up Ice Ribbon before, I was like, it looks like the Hoshi sisters are going to be going for the tag titles because they got to win. I was like, I'm not excited for this match. It was at Yokohama here. Hamako Hoshi and Ibuki Hoshi going 19 minutes against Julia and Takiya Saya. Now, I warned you.
You did.
Like, this was not going to be let's call it a clean match.
No, there was an accurate representation, because I wouldn't necessarily say it was a bad match.
No,
but it was a match that only had its moments. Like, there was a lot of down periods, but it's laughable, right? Like, there's an affableness to when Hamuko's in the ring and she goes for, like, when Julia's running across the ring off of an Irish whip and then just runs into the stomach of Hamoko and falls down dead to the ground.
Yeah, it was Takiya Saya, yeah.
Just that was Takiya Saya,
yeah.
That's right.
The Trent Seven to Keith Lee spot.
Yeah, Trent Lee, yep. Just things like that, they're fun, and the reasons that you have big, beefy women in there doing that. But to say that she was clean, I think you hit that. You set that expectation perfectly.
I was like, she is going to miss everything.
She's going to miss everything, including they do have this nice little rollover pin combo that the Hoshi sisters do, and Hamuko, because of her, I guess we could call it her size.
She's fat.
She had too much. She had too much momentum, and she rolled right through the pin, missed the leg completely, and kept rolling out of the ring. And it's just like, come on, like, this is supposed to be one of your signature moves. You should hit this perfectly every time. It's like, couldn't even get that done. Although Ibuki did have a nice one later on.
Yeah.
But I think
Hamako going for the so I think it was Julia who was literally just sitting down on her butt.
Right.
Hamako goes for a splash, just totally misses her
completely. Absolutely. I don't even. I mean, that's just depth perception. That's not something you should lose at this age. But
how old is she? I gotta see how old she is. She looks older.
Hamuko?
Yeah, Hamako. She is 36.
Yeah.
Come on, she's not 40.
Nope. Nope. And so anyway, but overall, what I would say is, coming out of this match, if you're new to Ice Ribbon, or if you're just trying to learn the names, right? It's always good to start with the champions and to have someone in there like Julia and Takiya Saya. You can really see why they're champions. They're a lot of fun in the ring. They have good tag team tandem moves.
Yes.
Which I really enjoy, because you don't see a lot of that in wrestling today in general. You just have to know that the people on the other side are a laughingstock.
They certainly are.
Yeah.
And they were, when I first came into Ice Ribbon, they were the tag champions.
Of course they were.
And I was like, I don't want to watch these matches.
Ice Ribbon. I'm going to have to re-question this.
I was like, why am I watching this again?
Mm-hmm. All right. It would have benefited them to switch Fujimoto and Sari, that with the tag match.
Well, tag titles are very important.
I know they are.
So.
It's just the people that are in it.
What is your opinion on Takiya Saya? I gotta know.
I like her a lot. I think she's good. I really enjoy. She's very verbal in the ring.
Yeah.
And I like somebody that. And again, this has been kind of our discussion all weekend. Is, the in ring work rate versus the character side, right? Mm-hmm. And you need both. And she certainly has both. But of the two, and maybe it's because Julia is just so new still.
She is Ice Ribbon's Utami currently.
Yeah. And then Hamuko and Ibuki, let's be honest, like, again, they're C's across the board at best in both categories. So this really gave her an opportunity to kind of sell herself to me as a fan without ever really seeing her week in and week out. So I was happy with Takiya Saya. I was really impressed with her, and she's on my list of people to do a little bit more research on, because if she does some single stuff, I'd like to see how that translates over, or if she's just one of those tag team stalwarts.
No, she had a good little singles run earlier this year that led to the title match against Maya Yuki.
Right.
And that match only went 13 minutes. It kind of didn't live up to my expectations, but it was still a good match. I really like Takiya Saya's unorthodox offense.
Yeah,
that's what makes her stick out to me.
Very innovative.
The trust fall crossbody
It's
situation, awesome. The reverse pedigree thing that she does.
Yeah.
Just very odd. It just really sticks out.
Yeah, I think if I saw her against better competition, I'd get a better representation of the work rate side. But again, you can only do so much with the two that they're with. So,
Let's move on. It's the Ice Infinity title tournament final match to the vacant big title.
The big title.
Big title. had a big King of the Ring, Queen of the Ring tournament of all the Ice Ribbon talent, leading to this moment. The former tag champions, Azuri Revolution, Risa Sera makes it to the finals, beating Tsukasa Fujimoto, foiling Fujimoto's goal of getting her title rematch that she went to a draw with Maya. Maya relinquishes the belt for the sake of competition, which I thought was just a simple, interesting story.
Mm-hmm.
And that led to this match, the former tag champs going against each other. It was just under a 25-minute match. And it was a run.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a marathon type of match, which it needed to be. I mean, coming out of tournament stylings, you have Maya, who pretty much vacated her own title to then try to go win it back. Like, it's got the story's there to be told. There's a lot of women involved in this match, and then boom, this is the finals. And not even former, current tag team partners going one-on-one against one another.
Mm-hmm.
Everything lined up storytelling-wise to have a good match. Before we get started, though, when Maya came out, Maya looked great.
She's a star.
She is a star. You can put her in any promotion with that blue and white and light blue combo, and she's your number one person. Because she just has that aura to her that she should be taken seriously. So I really appreciated that. And this isn't the first time I've seen Maya. I mean, you and I have gone back about Maya a couple different times. And she's someone that I actively keep an eye on through Ice Ribbon. But man, you're talking about the Xfinity Championship tournament, former tag team part, and she's just a class above the rest when she walks to the ring. So I really appreciated that dynamic as we got into the match here.
Yeah, I mean, just going by entrances, and this is something I noticed at New Japan Fighting Spirit Unleashed. You went to the Philly show. No, New York show.
Oh, it was in New York, yeah.
Yeah, you were at the New York show. I went to the Boston show. When the music hits, and as you go up the card, you gauge an audience reaction, right? And even something as simple as ring attire, like entrance attire, it makes all the difference in the world to that level of star power.
Mm-hmm.
And there was two people on this entire card that you just go, they're the star. Tsukasa Fujimoto,
yep.
Maya Yukihi. Mm-hmm. You just go, bang. They're top level. When I went to the New Japan show, just Okada, you hear that coin drop.
And the way it comes out.
Tanahashi. Just bang. Way different than, say, when Chase Owens comes out.
Right.
Like, everyone just goes...
Well, even not to take it to the lesser side, which you're totally right, by the way. But even like when Julia and Tequila Saya came out, and they were reminiscent of Roppongi 3K...
Sure.
You know what to expect with them. They're athletic. They're going to be fun. They're energetic. That's not like when Maya and Fujimoto come out. It's Ric Flair.
Yeah, they give off an aura immediately. Mm-hmm. Just them walking through and they just look around. Look around. You feel it.
It's expected that they're supposed to be there.
So, anyways, yeah, she looks amazing. Big star. She's been pushed to the moon. She's in Oz Academy as a heel. This match, it was much better than I expected.
Yeah.
Considering Risa Sera is more of a hardcore wrestler.
Yeah, she's got some roughness to her.
Very, very slow, very methodical in the ring. It's not bad work.
No, certainly not.
It's very solid work.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
It's not great.
It's utilitarian, right? She's supposed to go there and make the champion work. And I think she accomplished that this time around. It's Maya coming out of this match. You're not going to sit here and say that it was the best match that Maya's ever had.
No.
But it was a match that she had to show up for and she had to earn. And that was Risa Sera's position on the other side, and she accomplished her goals on making Maya look like someone who can take on the bruising brutes of Joshi wrestling, and they succeeded.
Yeah, Risa Sera made it feel like from her side it was a brawl. From Maya's side it was a strike fest.
Right.
Like, it wasn't quite a brawl. She was still in her game.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Ice Ribbon, I think, is really good at, is they make strategy seem like the more important aspect of their wrestling.
Yeah.
You know, you go to Stardom, and it's very different. I don't know how to describe the difference, but it's definitely not this.
No, there's a feeling out process in Stardom. And it's always like a test of strengths or a little mat wrestling to start.
That's it.
You know, just a little. There's a little bit of a feeling out process. Here, it's like they know each other so well because they're tag team champions. Maya knows that she needs to keep her distance because she can't find herself in a brawl, which is why we saw so many strikes up front. And it was 15 minutes of action, which is important to say. Mm-hmm. But Maya, at the same time, you could tell because she didn't hit any of her signature moves until the end.
Which I really like.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that because she was contemplating in her head, what adjustments do I need to make to be able to get in a position to make or to get my move set off. And there was it was a thinking match for the champion, or for the previous champion in a sense.
This is why I set this match above a lot of others.
Yeah,
especially when it was smart. It was ring psychology.
100%.
Risa Sera works the back the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
What is Maya's big move? It's the Swanton Bomb.
Right.
Maya works Risa Sera's head and neck the whole time.
The head and neck.
Why? Because her big setup move is the Yakuza kick.
Mm-hmm.
Yakuza kick? No. The Tajiri kick. The buzzsaw kick.
Oh, sure. The buzzsaw.
Buzzsaw kick.
Yeah, sure.
Buzzsaw kick followed by the vaulting knee strike. The running vault.
Right.
Which, by the way, is that the first time you've seen that move?
Yes.
What did you think of that move? Because I fucking
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
we both popped for it.
Yeah. I was like, I love seeing it every time.
Mm-hmm.
And she only busts it out sometimes in important moments.
Right. Only when you need it.
Because it seems like it's tough to quote unquote hit, right, in a match. But yeah, she hit those two in a combo after working the head and neck the entire match. Whether it was body scissors or head scissors, triangle chokes the whole time. And then she hit a swanton, which she didn't hit on her back. She went legs on it, which I don't think that was totally on purpose, but it worked to the psychology, whether she intended to or not.
It fit in the story. If you do it right, it doesn't matter if you mess up a little bit. It's still going to be there.
So from a non-Ice Ribbon regular, where does Maya go from here? She's now successfully gotten the title she willingly vacated for the sake of competition. Where does she go from here?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I have a theory. And this is really predicated off my ignorance, right? Or negligence, depending if you're an Ice Ribbon fan or not, of not watching the everybody. But if there was just a tournament that had all your top single stars in it to vie for this championship, and everybody came out, and Maya's the one that said, "You know what? I'll vacate it, and we will jump into this tournament and see who's the best." And she's now beaten everybody. Well, then I'm hard pressed to believe that she can go back to a storyline element within Ice Ribbon, which means that she should become a traveling champion for a little while as they build underneath of her the next viable number one contender. And that can be a quick process. It doesn't have to be a month, 2 month story arc, but whether it's
she goes to Sendai, for example,
right, and just defends it once,
defends it against someone there
a show
to see how it happens,
or just bring Aja Kong in for one, just to kind of give it some, just to kind of break up it a little bit and reestablish the fact that she can beat the bigger bodies, to give her something as Risa Sera and who was the person who was who did Risa beat in the semi?
Tsukasa Fujimoto.
Right. Okay, so she beat Fujimoto. Fujimoto's coming off beating Sari. You could go back to that, but that was kind of what it was before the whole thing started.
Well, the whole idea of the tournament was Tsukasa Fujimoto and Maya can't beat each other.
Right.
Right? They're too even. Well, Fujimoto proved that someone's better than her currently with Risa Sera getting into the finals and her not. I don't think you can go back to that right away.
I don't think you can go back to it. I'd be surprised if we see...
To play off the traveling champion, I was thinking you bring someone in from another promotion.
Okay.
A top star from like Wave or Wrestle One. Someone.
Yeah. A little transfer of talent would be nice to see. A little injection into the main event picture. I'd be okay with all that.
I think Rina Yamashita... because she was the one that was barely beaten by Maya. She was the only one in the tournament. That's possible.
Totally possible.
I don't think you can hotshot her, though, because she lost in the quarterfinals. No, semifinals.
She lost in the semis,
yeah,
right.
She lost in the semis. Anyways, good show from Ice Ribbon. Very enjoyable. Let's Let's talk some Chikara.
Chikara.
All right, so if Ophidian, we must bow down to our Snake King.
That's right.
We watched King of Trios day one. Honestly, I don't have much to say. I thought it was kind of a bland show. Right. It was all first round matchups. In their every match was a trios match.
Yes,
it got really tiresome watching it.
Well, that's what trio matches do.
Well, it's the same match over and over and over again, right?
Yeah. Here's what I liked about it. Knowing that I'm going to invest the weekend, you knew that we were going to night 2, and I'm going to watch night 3 tonight. King of Trios, for the people out there that don't watch Chikara, it doesn't give you a fair representation of what Chikara is to watch 8 matches of 16 trios teams and say, well, okay, well, Chikara is blah, blah. You can't do it. Yeah, but you get to learn to people, and that should be the takeaway. Who's Fist, right? Who's the Crucible? The Colonies, the Hatfields and McCoy. Like, you want to learn the roster. This is a good way of doing it. And then on top of that, they always bring in a theme every year. This year was very driven to Australian talent.
Yeah, so that was enjoyable to see.
Yeah, and then you got your fun teams in there like the Carnies and people jumping around like that. We saw a Quack Attack as well, and I was really interested in this whole breakup of the Creatures of the Deep, right? To see Cajun, Crawdad, Murloc, and Hermit Crab pretty much leave Oceania. Or Oceania.
Ashley Vox. Is her name from Beyond. Yeah.
After, they lose their first round matchup. Again, a little bit of storytelling, a little bit of something to keep in interest as we progress through the weekend here. But that's the biggest takeaway from night 1. Is just if you want to learn the teams and you want to see who's in it and you want to see Nick Gage and Chris Statlander team together, then you got and the nerd. I don't want to take anything away from the nerd.
Can't take away anything from the nerd. Nerd or death. Chris lost to Team Pump. Yep. Look, just going right into it. Team Pump, Scott Steiner, Petey Williams, Jordan Grace. They're the favorites to win the whole damn thing.
Has to be.
They have to be.
Right.
Because I believe. Well, no. Excuse me.
They lost night 2.
Steiners.
Yeah. Lost the Nations.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They did get pinned. Yeah. Well, Scott Steiner had to pay too much money at the swear jar.
Right.
He was clearly distracted from the financial loss.
I mean, he had to give up his wallet.
He had to give up his wallet. Yeah, I totally forgot the name. Yeah, there's always that Australian team that seems to go far.
Yeah. Whatever the theme is. So like when they did Joshi 2 years ago, they brought in Mako and a whole bunch of Sendai girls. They made it to the semis. So every year there's a theme. They bring in talent and they help to build them up and flesh out the roster. And in this instance, this year it was the Australians. And we got teams like the Nations, right? People that I don't get to see on a regular basis. Adam Hoffman, Jack Bonza, Mick Moretti go in there and make a little bit of name for themselves in the Pennsylvania area. And the southeastern Pennsylvania corridor, if you will.
Sure.
And it was fun to watch. I enjoyed it.
So let's go into night 2. A lot of storytelling on night 2. I really enjoyed it. Really got everyone invested to see what's going to be the final conclusion of a lot of things for King of Trios night 3. We saw the Colony defeat the Hatfields and McCoy in the main event, which had the big fallout between Boomer Hatfield and Dasher Hatfield.
Yes,
Dasher. I wasn't too familiar on the story, but the way they told the story in the ring, and everything made sense,
right?
Even to a new fan or a less versed fan than I am. I was like, Dasher Hatfield, didn't he have like a mask or something? But he's taking it off, and Boomer Hatfield's got the baseball mask. Charge!
Right.
Love it. They really stood out. It was a perfect main event. Fire Ant is way over.
Huge.
Standout ant in the Colony. So the Colony moves on. And Dasher Hatfield looks at Boomer Hatfield, just be like, "You're a disappointment of the sun." And because it's a family show, everyone's like, "No!" Everyone's way into the story. Everything makes sense. It's good wrestling.
It's good wrestling. It's good storytelling, and it's fun. And it's supposed to be. And this was a better representation of what Chikara is. And I assume we'll see this continue into night 3. But again, then you get the fun matches, right? We had John Francis of Coronado. I can never say that.
He's doing the USA wrestling gimmick where he'll mimic John Cena, Hulk Hogan, Kurt Angle, and I guess you could throw Jack Swagger in there.
You could throw throw the We the People in there against the Nerd Thomas Santel in a great back and forth between those.
That was
two.
my favorite match of the night. I threw money in the ring.
You did, yeah, that's right.
You almost threw money in the ring.
I mean, I missed. Thing is,
we're in the front row. How do you miss the ring?
I didn't miss the ring. I hit the rope. So really, what it is I'm a dead shot, right? And the dollar bill that was crumpled up went and hit the rope, which was totally intentional.
Yeah. That was the best match of the night. I thought it stole the show from a pure wrestling standpoint.
Yeah.
And I was really confused why the Nerd lost.
He's
a fucking nerd, obviously.
Right.
So apparently, Juan Francisco de Coronado is a former champion of Chikara, and he held the title for like 400 days.
Yeah, and this was an open challenge type of match. So again, kind of that John Cena vibes when he had the U.S. title. And so does the guy that calls out a non-Chikara guy.
So once I knew all this, I go,
makes a little more sense.
Now it makes all sense. He's the Chikara guy. Because the last time I saw these two go at it, it was the Beyond Discovery Gauntlet, and Santel won.
Right.
And I was like, man, this guy's way over. This guy's crazy. He's going on the indie scene. Santel's just his new gimmick is just killing it.
Yep.
Right. So 2 nights in a row, King of Trios, Santel eats the pin.
Right.
Bummer.
Crazy. Although in the first match in the first one I could.
Oh wait.
First night.
3 nights in a row. What am I talking about? He lost to Orange Cassidy.
At Beyond.
At Beyond.
Thursday.
Fuck.
Yeah.
3-game losing streak, man.
Yeah. It's a good thing it doesn't really matter. For the Night of Trios anyway. And I'll tell you that he had great showings. You know, something as someone like me who hasn't started season 2 of Beyond, probably halfway through season 1 still, to have someone like the Promised Thomas reform himself.
At this point, you can just watch American Raw and then move on.
And then just move on. Perfect, even better. I love that I can skip forward that quick step. But again, he hit strong showings. You know, great grappler in the ring. A lot of fun to watch.
I'll be honest. I got totally caught up in the match. I forgot to stop the clock when I was timing it.
So for those of you listening, it's been almost 9 hours.
That had to be a 20-minute match.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
It's 20-minute catch wrestling. It was beautiful. I got a real kick out of. Now the fans hated this, but it was the Crucible against the Crucible.
Yep.
For those that don't know, the Chikara story with Ophidian is he's not head trainer with Quackenbush. They had their match to be head trainer. Ophidian has his trainees, the Crucibles.
Right.
And he's a bad trainer. Damn it. He's making a bump on like concrete and he's taking their gimmicks away. They're just dudes.
Tough love.
It's everything that Chikara, damn it, isn't.
Right.
Damn it. Yes, it's a family show, but I have to swear.
Right.
So he's
Darn it.
Darn it, he's a big butthole.
He is.
So
shout out to Bryce Wormsberg.
Yeah. What happens in this match? Well, his followers remain loyal. They do the whole get on their knees, arm fist over the heart.
Yep.
And they just lay down for the pin. Ophidian, King of Snake style, does the slither pin, and that's it. Kimberly, however, went not like this, and then she reluctantly bent the knee. So something's going to happen there on night 3 for sure.
Yeah, and Princess Kimberly is a former Chikara champion.
She is.
So something to keep in mind as we progress through that storyline. It'll be interesting to see if she flips to the other side and how that works. Princess Kimberly is someone to keep an eye for in this story for sure.
Is it totally obvious that the Colony is going to meet the Crucible in the finals and Kimberly is going to turn on Ophidian?
It's possible.
Good feel ending, future program, Ophidian and Princess Kimberly.
It could be that way. I gotta be honest, I'm really interested in the Boomer Dasher dynamic.
That's a good storyline, because you told me they've been feuding all summer.
Yeah, been feuding all summer. Again, Dasher is Boomer's father, right? Dasher is not only the
quote
Grand
unquote
Chikara champion, quote unquote.
They don't look that far apart.
They don't look that far apart. Dasher Hatfield is he's a great legendary baseball player who is now the Grand Chikara champion.
Absolutely.
Boomer is.
He's got a great look to him.
He's got fantastic. He's got the heavyweight look to him.
Yeah.
He's like a young what was that guy's name? Matt. That was in TNA from WWE.
Oh, Matt Morgan?
Yeah, he's got like a Matt Morgan
blueprint?
physique to him a little bit.
Yeah.
Big,
yeah,
tall.
I'll go with that.
Yeah, strong. He just looks like he should be their champion. He looks above everybody else. Anyway, so it'll be interesting how it goes.
We're kind of going backwards through the card here. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, right. It is. But with that said, the overarching storyline in this season is Ophidian versus Quackenbush.
Yeah.
And so how that's all going to play out, because the colony is Chikara.
Yeah, it is Chikara, and who else is Chikara? Fucking the Quack.
The Quack. Yeah. And where he lost on the night one, which
Freaking
is fine.
the Quack. It's PG
Freaking
show.
the Quack. It's fun to try to keep yourself in that world. I thought that was great. I'm excited to see where that goes. And we will see some type of finality to a little story arc, but I would tell you that the
you know what, I'm gonna
side,
save King of Trios Night 3 for my next episode.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll get a little cliffhanger there.
We get a little clip. I like.
Sure, it's gonna be 2 weeks after the event, but it's a podcast.
It's Chikara.
Come on, it's Chikara.
You know,
who else is watching it but you and me right now, and like the 100 fans that were there?
It was
a good turnout.
It was a good turnout. It's very polite too. Like, not just from like the you can't curse, but like everybody sat down.
So this is so weird to me.
Yeah.
I think it's just because the events I've been going to, whether it's watching GCW on their little streaming service via Fight, going to all the Beyond shows where we're right next to the ring, everyone's standing except like the select 20 people that got the VIP seat. Even New Japan, where yes, everyone's in the cool area, but eventually everyone starts standing. Right. Chikara, 4 rows each side of the ring, and everyone sits the whole time.
It's very disciplined.
It's strange. It doesn't feel like the rambunctious wrestling shows that I've been going to.
No, it's
the
like
past 2 years.
It's like you're watching a TV show almost.
Yeah, kind of.
You know, it's very story. Again, like you made the mention to me, you made the comment leaving yesterday that they talk a lot.
They talk a lot in the ring with no mic.
Yeah, I actually prefer it with no mic because then it's not as much of a dramatization. But there is that soap opera feel when you watch them and how they sell and the goofiness of the characters. And again, they're playing to the kids, right? That's the whole thing about it.
This is what I would say. We saw a match earlier in that night with the Carnies and Fist.
Yes.
And by the way, Tony Deppen, he might be growing on me.
Good.
Might be.
Good. He's got time.
I'm still not sold because he's kind of goofy.
Yeah.
What's gonna sell me is the story going on beyond, which obviously I'll get to later. I might go through it probably pretty quick, but I'll just say it here. Tony Deppen has hijacked the Discovery Gauntlet for a paycheck. Depending on how this plays out, that could be the factor for Tony Deppen to grow on me.
Yeah, right now if he's Moss on a Rock, I'm fine with that. I will tell you, this Tony Deppen and Fist, you got to keep it in Chikara. He's only this over the top, like to this level.
No,
of
he's doing that in Beyond.
He does, but I mean, like he keeps it. Like when I say like the G-rated type of stuff, like you'll see him.
Okay.
You'll see him serious, and you'll see some nice work rate out of him. And GCW, he's a little bit more aggressive, although he's a grappler. He's not a hardcore guy by any stretch. In here, he dials this goofy campiness up to like 13, and you saw that firsthand.
Yeah.
In the match against the Carnies. Although, I'll tell you, it worked because you're going against the Carnies. And the Carnies were dialing their gimmick up to 11, too. So
here's what I'm saying where a mic would make sense. Because there's a time and place for it. Don't use the mic.
He's doing the joke at the beginning?
Is the joke at the beginning. We couldn't hear any of it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, he's trying to raise his voice to be, the ringmaster of the carnival situation. It totally makes sense. But what does a ringmaster do at a carnival? He has a microphone. So he didn't have that. Dasher Hatfield looking at his son. Like, it made sense for Molly McCoy to just be losing her shit emotionally.
Because you can sell that physically.
You can sell that physically. But when Dasher Hatfield's now being, you know what I'm disappointed in? That's when you get the microphone. Because now you're presenting your drama to the audience.
Right.
Not just in that moment. That's where Chikara kind of loses me, because a lot of that was going on in King of Trios Night 1. They were trying to tell a story in the ring with a lot of verbiage. But you can't hear the verbiage. Right.
And it's hard, and how they do it too, because again, because it's such a dramatization and soap opera feel to it, like when the Dasher Boomer thing happened, we're sitting front row. We're on the opposite side of the ring.
We can hear most of it.
Yeah,
but the voice is projected the other way.
Yeah, and down.
Yeah,
right? So it's not even being projected out. And if you're watching on IWTV, the hard cam is on the opposite.
It's on the other side,
and his back's to him.
Yeah, so depending on how they have the audio set up.
So I liken that to like a play, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to discipline his son verbally, and he does it in a very positive way. Now, listen here, son. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah, that was good.
It's never like it's a teaching moment for Boomer of disappointment, and when he does it, it's all. But to me, the way I rationalize this in my head, the way I look at this is like he turns around and he says it, which is the punchline because you think something else is going to happen. Mm-hmm. And for those of you that didn't see it. You know, Molly McCoy got involved, and then it almost looked like that Dasher was going to say, or like going to hit her or put her in a move or do a power bomb or something. And instead he goes, "We don't do that, the family, unless you're me. Now listen here, son." And he turns around and he disciplines his son verbally. And that really should be looked at as like the closing of the curtain of the play. Right, and so if you have that type of mindset when you watch it, then it's not necessary to hear the rest of it. We were just there live, so we could hear the rest of it.
And then we had these two masked guys come out and kind of cheer him up, I guess.
Yeah,
it's like we're still your friends.
Yeah, they're his luchador friends,
his luchador buddies. Yeah, Kaka. So that was a hint of a happy ending, more or less. And then Blanca defeats Still Life with Apricot and Pears, the mad scientist with his creation. Good story. Everyone's way into it. Everyone's really into Still Life with Apricot and Pears. The most ridiculous name in wrestling right now.
It's the greatest.
Excuse me. This match was really fun, especially coming after the opener and then the trios match with Fist.
Yeah,
that was fine, but it was a little off.
The hardest thing about Blank and Still Life with Apricots and Pears is, again, it goes back to
excuse me,
that full-bodiedment of professional wrestling. And so when Blank's out there and he's tall and he's lanky and he's wearing all white with a white mask,
sure,
and Still Life with Apricots and Pears is the exact same thing except taller, lankier, and with a little splash of red on him.
Right.
Then you got to sell the work rate side because that's all you have visually to go off of. And they just didn't connect as well as they have in the past. And I get it. You know, Still Life with Apricots and Pears is the Young Lions 15 champion this year.
Sure.
He's still new. Or I should say them is still new.
Yeah.
And so how all that is going to play out over time, I think this is just the beginning of a thing for them. And Still Life with Apricots and Pears will begin to take on more of the workmanship side moving forward. I think Blank kind of led this dance. I think you got to let Still Life lead this dance. It wasn't the story they were telling in the ring, which is why I'm fine with the way they played it out. But moving forward, Still Life with Apricots and Pears is the better worker, in my opinion. We should see that manifest over time.
The best part of this match was Still Life going after the knee of Blank.
Yes.
He was selling it. Drop kicks to the corner, knee focused, submission holds, spinning toe holds, spinning knee holds.
Right.
Kind of a 45-degree angle of the figure four.
Yeah, I call it the figure two.
The figure two. Yeah, that'll work. And then all of a sudden it was a reversal, and this is just my wrestling pet peeve, is Blank gets up, knee's totally fine, and during all this he was trying to rip at the mask to get him off the knee, and I was like, okay, that's some real heat. People hated it in the audience.
Strong.
It was very strong heat. He just kind of he hit something and pins him, more or less clean, but because of the whole mask situation, it kind of wasn't.
Yeah, rocking back and forth.
So the story's continuing. All he had to do was sell the knee.
Right.
That's all he had to do, and it would have been way better.
Yeah, and I think that's a note that Quackenbush is probably going to have for him in the back because he's a stickler for that type of storytelling, and so. Blank, I get it, the adrenaline, the heat, all that type of stuff. So if it was a one-off when he first went for the mask, once they were on their feet, I would have understood it a little bit more if he went back to selling it after. He didn't, and that was the problem for me.
Yeah, he just simply walked out, and he even pranced around the ring with doing his little promo.
Yep.
Bummer.
Total bummer for again, it was a well-crafted story and well-crafted match.
So King of Trios, I think, is a success, especially night 2. That was very enjoyable. It got me in the end.
Yep.
Let's just quickly go into WWE NXT USA Live, October 2nd, episode 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll never tear me apart.
A mouthful. But that's what it is now.
That's what it
That
is.
is the whole show name. But I want to know, it's just general thoughts. Yours.
I thought it was fine. I think fine is fair. Right? I thought there was good matches. I knew Matt Riddle and Adam Cole were going to come out and bang, and they did for sure. Yeah, Io was Io. You know, we expect that out of her.
She was indeed Io Shirai.
Yep. And I didn't love Gargano versus Thorne. Didn't find that to be terribly too engaging.
This is when the commercials started.
Really ramped up, and that's the thing that always drives me crazy. That's a good point. That's always the things that drive me crazy about these limited commercial breaks or whatever they call them. The time in which there's going to be commercials will always be there. So unless the entire show is sponsored by one sponsor and they're going to take on the money for all, then eventually they're going to make up these commercials in the back 3/4 of the program.
Awful.
And so whether it was a quick, Tegan Knox production and then back to commercial, or when we had who was it? It was the Street Profits and Bianca Belair come out and do their little cup shtick, whatever. You lose the momentum over time. I did enjoy Baszler versus Candice LeRae as much as I can, but
I've seen so many Baszler matches now.
Yeah.
And with the exception of, I want to say, one of the Kairi Sane matches. Just because Kairi is so much smaller and she has so much more babyface sympathy. Every Baszler match is coming across as the same. And because she's been champion so long, I'm just numb to it now. This Candice LeRae match, yes, good worker. It was a solid match. But I wasn't into it. Because for some reason, I'm just not buying Baszler ever losing this thing. And there's no contender that's been built up to take it from her, except, I guess, Rhea Ripley.
And Io.
Well, she lost already, twice.
Yeah, but she lost for different reasons. She didn't lose clean on any of them, And they were still building her through the Mia Yim match.
Well, then they gave her the title matches too soon then.
Well, they certainly did. I'm not going to dispute that. But when you look at it, the bigger picture, you still have unrest between Candice LeRae and Baszler, or excuse me, with Io Shirai.
Yeah, except
Those
Io
two go back to the
Shirai
program.
beat her clean in the middle of the ring.
Well, yeah, and then she lost the 4-way, and they're still attacking each other left and right. For whatever reason, it's where we're at, right? It's where we're at. So, moving forward, I'm using this as the pivot now, right?
Would have made more sense if Candice won here, and then you could go back to it.
Candice won, even if it was just like a DQ or something to kind of keep her status high, right? It does not necessarily win the title or something. But Io, they're still booking. They're again, having her on the second night is just as important as having her on 2 weeks ago.
Sure.
And so I assume we're going to see that continue. Shayna, give her time until the next. She doesn't need to do anything outside of maybe a promo between now and Royal Rumble. Like, there's absolutely no reason to get her involved in any more title matches in the interim. I don't even want to see like a squash match. There's no reason why she needs to bury anybody in NXT right now, unless it's Chelsea Green. But you let the little Ray Io, you take that into Royal Rumble weekend. Io goes over Baszler. Baszler and the 4 Horsewomen find their way into the Royal Rumble the next night. There we go. Baszler's now on the main roster, and we have Io and Candice and Bianca all sitting.
I think they're going to keep Baszler in NXT. Especially since her two buddies are still so super green and new at all this.
They need to get wrestling.
They need to get on it. Fucking have them beat the shit out of Tanaya Conti. No one cares about her anyways.
Seriously.
Well, I really like. I didn't really like. I wasn't in love with Riddle Cole. A lot of no selling. A lot of just doing moves for the sake of moves. It's not my kind of wrestling. I do highly enjoy watching Adam Cole, but he's really getting into that whole like TNA 2009 shtick where we're kicking out of a billion moves, we're not selling it.
Right.
Matt Riddle, he's always done that. The only thing missing in this match was Matt Riddle kicking out of the last shot 3 times.
Which you said you didn't want to see.
I didn't want to see it because that's a Matt Riddle match, and that was the only thing missing from the Matt Riddle match.
Right.
But hey, far be it from me to deny that the fact that it was a good match, it was fun to watch. They had Finn Balor come out after the match. He's in NXT, so clearly they didn't know what to do with him in WWE. So they're like, all right, move back to NXT. He was successful there. Fans will love him. He's going to be involved in this Wednesday Night War. So it's a counter-programming move. Again, that's too much tactics.
It's a lot.
In one show. Because let's face it, WWE has done everything they can to not have AEW get off to a hot start. Whether it was, first of all, it's moving NXT to TV. It's having the 15 minutes of overtime run, the limited commercials, having all your titles on the line. They were doing everything they could to beat AEW, and they still lost in the ratings. Yeah. But yeah, Cole Riddle was a good match, just not my thing. And then the Street Profits against Undisputed Era was, to me, a slow match. Then it was a boring match. Then it had a good finish.
Yeah.
And the commercials killed it so bad. The overrun time killed it so bad. It was extended for the sake of being extended.
Right. It's almost as if they decided last minute they were going to go do 15 minutes. And like when I say last minute, I mean before the start of NXT on USA, that they were going to they were able to they got confirmed that they could go 15 minutes over. And when that happened, where are you going to put it? You're going to put it in the last match. And so it was slow, it was trudging. The commercials broke it up way too much. Picture-in-picture doesn't always work. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
I'll tell you where I did like it.
Where?
I liked it in AEW.
Yeah.
Then again, I was watching on my tablet, so the thing was like right next to my face.
Well, it's because the first time they did it post-match. And it was a beatdown.
Yeah, that works.
It works on a beatdown because it's not something you have to be invested in. Those can be... They're necessary from time to time to create the heat and build towards November for Full Gear. But at the same time... It can get a little trudging to watch a beatdown, so to do it on picture-in-picture is smart.
Well, look at what the picture-in-picture did here with the Pete Dunne match. We saw none of it.
Basically. Not only did we not see any of it, and I'll tell you that, again, why put Danny Burch in there for a quick 7-minute match, and then have Damian Priest come out when... And again, I'm excited for Punisher Martinez. You know what I mean? Like, I like him. I like him a lot. Punishment, excuse me. A lot of wrestling this weekend.
Yeah, no kidding.
But at the same time, it's like, why did I need the match then? You know what I mean? And
just have a full commercial then.
Just have
you
a
didn't
commercial.
Need the match.
Have like a quick promo, backstage segment, something, and then make again. It was too much shock. It was too much. You know.
Here would have been an easy solution.
Convoluted.
Here's an easy solution. They're interviewing Pete Dunne backstage. Okay? Because you had your 5-minute break.
Yep.
They're interviewing Pete Dunne backstage. Like, hey, where do you go next? Whatever. He's like, I'm the Bruiserweight. I'm UK champion. Punishment Martinez. Cyclone kicks him in the face. Mm-hmm. He goes, "That I'm what's next for you." And that could be like 60 seconds.
Right.
You can go to another commercial after that. It sucks for a TV viewer because you just came back from a commercial.
Right.
But you're not missing an entire match.
Right. Or Danny Burch is in the ring. Pete Dunne's music hits. Pete Dunne walks to the ring, and as he's walking to the ring, Punishment Martinez comes out and hits him with the neck breaker.
Something. Yeah.
You know, right there, and then back to commercial, and it's like, holy shit, like unplanned almost. Like,
right.
You could sell it that way, and that would be a way of doing it. But to do a 7-minute match that you don't even see, and that's where your focus is, to then you have to pay attention after you just weren't...
Not a fan.
Yeah, it's tough. It's weird decision making on WWE's side.
But the whole idea was counter-programming, and that's what it led to.
Yeah.
So, and I was not in love with the Street Profits most of the match. The ending was hot fire. Wale coming out and introducing him was pretty cool.
Montez Ford takes a beating, and he does it well. Montez
Ford was beaten down for a good half of the match, because I think the match went 22 minutes as I clocked it.
Yeah, something like that.
And at least 10 minutes of it was just a Montez Ford beat.
Yeah, he sells well. All right, so when you get into those lethargic spans, it's like I just try to focus on who's getting beat up and are they selling it for 10 minutes straight. And he did a good job.
So, Undisputed Era wins. Adam Cole's on the stage celebrating the prophecy. Ciampa's music hits, comes out. He just stares at the title the whole time.
Right.
Ignores Pretty Boy Bun guy.
He's there for Goldie.
He's there for Goldie, which is very surprising because he just had neck surgery. And that's a year recovery. That's not 6 months, buddy.
Nope.
So I don't know what their plan is. I think it's Finn Balor first.
Hopefully.
It gives Ciampa more time, and he's just kind of there as stalking Goldie situation.
Stalking's good.
That's kind of where I see this going.
Yeah.
But what do you do with Johnny Gargano?
I don't know. Move him.
He's hurting.
Yeah.
He's only had like 6 matches all year.
Yeah, and it's not like...
How come no one's complaining about him being all limited, huh?
Johnny Wrestling? Nah.
Johnny Wrestling has only
Johnny
wrestled
Wrestling.
6 times. Brock Lesnar's wrestled like 6 times a year. Chris Jericho's wrestled like 6 times this year.
Yeah, I don't
Kenny Omega's only had 5 matches.
The Johnny
How
Gargano
how come no one's talking about Johnny Gargano, huh?
I don't know, man.
You tell me, JPQ.
He could be the guy. I'm just going to keep trying to answer this question. He could be the guy that it's tough.
Part-timer Johnny Wrestling.
Yeah.
Hogwash. Poppycock, I say.
Johnny part-timer.
Johnny part-timer's more like
That's
it.
right.
Oh, his knees hurt. Ugh.
His knees hurt. That was part of it. That was part of it. It's something about Johnny.
I'm gonna put that on Twitter later.
Yeah, that's right. Just throw it
Johnny
out there.
part-time wrestling.
Just go to Cage Match. Get all the notes. You can just scrape off NXT TV altogether outside of the live stuff. I don't know. He kind of had he kind of was in the same boat as Omega in New Japan, right? The chase was better than the run, and then the run didn't live anywhere up to the expectation that it was supposed to because the chase was so damn good. They really did a disservice to Johnny in that sense because that was a hell of a story to be told, and then for him to then lose it to Adam Cole, which again, it was like one program. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And he won it the first time, and then they went from there. But at the end of the day, what can you really say about Johnny Gargano's run in NXT? He's now won that. He's part of DIY. They had the championships. He never won the North American title, right? Or did?
He did.
Okay, so he's
Boom.
a Triple Crown
This is
winner
what you do.
at Grand Slam. Put him in the fucking Royal Rumble and you promote him to fucking main roster.
This is what you do. Number 1 contendership match. Finn Balor, Johnny Gargano.
Yeah, good.
That's the program.
Sign me up. Sign me up for that.
Adam Cole has the broken wrist or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
All he does is rest up.
Or you make him a special guest referee.
Something. You can do that.
And just have him be an asshole to both of them. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Right?
But that's your program is Balor.
Yeah.
Mr. Prince.
Makes sense.
Mr. Prince
I'll go with
NXT.
Yep.
Going up against Johnny Wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
That's your program. You don't need a title on the line for that.
Nope.
Just number 1 contender match.
Yep. It's a good one. I'm good with that. I like that.
Yeah. I think that's where you go.
Mm-hmm.
Last thoughts. This did not turn out to be the half hour. We're going over an hour.
Shocker.
AEW TV.
Yeah.
You said it was okay. It was fine.
NXT was fine.
Okay. What about AEW?
Above average. I'm not going to sit here and blow it out of the water and thought they had misses, in my opinion. The camera,
I wasn't in love with the camera work.
It really needs to get better. And look, they're brand new, so I'm not going to shit all over the AEW Kevin Dunn, whoever that may be. But there's just times you just let the camera go. Just stop trying to cut so many things together. You're missing stuff when that happens. And the Royal Rumble, the Casino Royales and things, I can deal with it because it's a battle royal and you're not going to catch everything. But it's really annoying when you cut to a slam and you're seeing all rope and you miss it altogether. Like it looks good coming down, but then when the impact is there, you can't see it because the camera is literally right on the rope, which means that the camera guy's not paying attention, doesn't know what he's doing, or you're not controlling the flow of the show and the way it looks from the production trucks. And I put it on the production trucks because the camera guys can only do so much. They're carrying a 45-pound camera for 3 hours, so I'm not going to put it on. I'm not going to put it on the blue collar workers. But overall, I thought for as much flack as I give Cody Rhodes, he was the perfect guy to start AEW. The crowd was into it. The crowd was hot. He played to him well. He was in there with a great, dislikable guy and Sammy Guevara.
The best ever.
Yeah, the best ever. Sammy Guevara.
He's never won anything really, but he's the best ever.
That's not true. I think he has a CMLL title.
The cruiserweight.
One of the 26.
Yeah.
They have. But
no, he's AAA. He was AAA champion. Because I think
Oh,
Laredo.
really, was he?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Laredo Kid has it now, or somebody.
Gotcha.
Could be Viking. No, it's probably Vikingo Jr.
Great spot for him. The biggest question coming into this was we were all focused on Moxley. There were some people murmuring around CM Punk because that's never going to go. I'm surprised we don't hear Chikara with how many times people talk about CM Punk coming back.
Who gives a shit at this point?
Honestly, let the guy just do whatever he's going to do. Stop. He ain't coming back, guys and gals. So
Who knows? Fox is going to get him.
Fox got him. Apparently, that's a done deal. I think so.
Uh-huh.
I think that came across yesterday.
They got Cain Velasquez too, sort of, kind of.
Yeah,
It's a lot of money apparently.
That's a whole other discussion for
Whatever.
another day. But I thought the flow of the show was good overall.
Poor Rey Mysterio.
Picture in picture was good the first half, kind of sucked the second hour. I want to give some props to JR. JR live TV with a little bit of seasoning. I thought there's still cringe moments, but he has a vocabulary that you just don't hear. Using words like ungoverned by the referee is fantastic. I'll let you talk about the referees. I thought the last match of the night was strong, and really, again, they established heels, and you need heels in wrestling, and they did a good job. It was a little much at the end with Moxley coming back, and then the heels, and then Swagger, and all this stuff, but it left me wanting more.
Well, we were talking about, because I do the Nitro recaps, the show felt a little bit like Nitro.
A little bit, yeah.
The wrestlers are out of control.
Mm-hmm.
The refs don't know what to do.
Yep.
This was Nitro, right?
Well, only if we get J.J. Dillon coming out and yelling at Jericho next week.
Well, that's Tony Schiavone, isn't it?
Well, Tony Schiavone was there too.
Yeah.
I guess you're right.
Tony Schiavone looking at Jericho, asking. So yeah, I'm going to AEW next week in Boston. We're gonna get the answer. Got a match announced. Jericho and Guevara against Dustin Rhodes and Hangman Page.
Yep.
So we're gonna get something on that show. I'm very excited for AEW's future. I think from a perspective of entertainment television, of just what wrestling should be on TV to build up for your big events and matches, I think AEW knocked it out of the park.
Yeah,
barring our production.
Barring some things. Brandon Cutler looked like he got hurt. Never good to see.
Slipped, botched, got hurt, whatever it might be.
Maybe part of the story. Who knows? MJF is going to win us over on the mic. He's not going to win us over in the ring, although he's good in the ring.
He's good.
Yeah. All that's good. I'm excited for that. More importantly, for me, I'm going to enjoy the ride of AEW right now because I think the next 6 months is going to be the honeymoon period. And once we get out of the initial storylines and we start getting some different champions, and then they have to pivot into new storylines with new stars and how they build those stars, that's ultimately, and whether it's 6 months, 12 months, whatever, how they get to that point and then how they respond in the face of adversity from a weekly television show will really dictate my confidence is in them. For now, though, I'm loving what I'm seeing, and I expect to continue.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it is.
At the end of the day, is it fun?
It is fun.
We can critique it all day.
Yep.
Every day. I'm going to critique it.
Yep. It was a fast 2 hours, and that's what I like. I like fast 2 hours.
Dude, it was so easy to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Just bang, 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 bang.
Done.
We're done here. Everything made sense booking-wise, whether the DQ stuff makes sense or not.
Yep.
I've been wrapping my head around it, and I won't discuss this with my mom because that's a little over her head. But I think AEW is going for what a lot of Japanese promotions do, and what wrestling kind of used to be in the past, where everything's referee discretion. He's there to count the pin.
Right.
Period. So whether it's All Japan Women from the 80s and 90s, whether it's Dragon Gate, which is where a lot of these guys have roots in, is Japanese wrestling promotions. What is the ref's job to do there? Keep foreign guys out of the ring, like non-competitors out of the ring, and count that pin, and try to not let them use weapons.
Right.
Try. You see a Minoru Suzuki match in New Japan, Red Shoes or Tiger Hattori, they just go, please don't do that.
Right. Put it down. No.
Put it down. If it gets out of control, then that's when they might throw the match away. But that's it.
Yeah, well, it's smart, too. Like, if I'm Aubrey, for example, and Chris Jericho's in my face, I want to stand up for myself.
Right.
But if it's Chris Jericho with a Kinshasa spike, I'm probably getting out of the way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, and the fact that some people are like, no, I'm gonna take the chair away from the guy. No, you're not. No, you're not. We're starting to see that through the first night of AEW, and it's exciting because it's something a little different, something that we're accustomed to seeing in other countries and other promotions.
Right, but
and
not
they're bringing it in.
The key is, but it's not a conditioned customization for Western fans.
Right. Correct.
What are Western fans conditioned to after watching WWE the past 20 years unopposed?
We play by the rules, and the ref has more power than he should have.
Everything's like that. You expect if a guy's in the ring and he takes a guy out, that's a DQ.
Right.
In Japan, in Europe, in some cases, Tassilo Young in WXW doesn't take shit.
Right.
But in Japan, that ref has one role, and that's to try and keep order, but not immediately discount the match.
Right.
Because the way they put it over on commentary is the people want to see this match continue. Mm-hmm. So he's going to leave. It's up to his discretion whether this match is is a certain controllable level.
Right.
So the way I looked at that finals, that main event was, don't drop your phone.
Right.
Was Kenny Omega and Moxley got in the ring, they scuffled, and immediately got out.
Right.
So he's like, okay, am I going to call the match out because of that?
Nope.
Well, the fans are here for a main event. Let's do it. And the Young Bucks were all for it, even though it was a handicap match. Mm-hmm. And that's a different perspective.
And I believe one of them, I want to say it was Jericho. I think it was Jericho, but it could have been one of the LAX guys was laid out outside. So it was 2-on-2 at that point.
It was 2-on-2 at that point.
Right.
Right. Just trying to think of a different perspective rather than it's all one focus and it should be this one way forever. That's not they're there to change the world.
Correct. Will they?
Well, it remains to be seen.
But they're doing a good job.
They're doing a hell of a job.
They're keeping all the criticisms that people have of WWE over the last decade, not currently, but over the last decade, they've taken into account to try to give you something different. They're succeeding at it right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, JPQ, it was great having you on.
Hey man, appreciate it anytime.
We talked forever.
Sure did.
You're gonna make this episode over 4 hours.
I mean, it was 4 promotions we went over.
That's very
five,
true. But that is what you come to the Red Leaf Retrocast for.
That's right.
It is a. How did you describe the podcast? A viewpoint of the world? Or something?
Well, it's the wrestling world every 2 weeks.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that tagline.
It's yours.
Wrestling world every 2 weeks. From now on.
Moving forward.
I'm taking all the credit, of course. You did not come up with it. There's no audio
That's right.
proof at all.
This is all getting edited out.
Well, thanks. Let me shake the hand of the No Particular Angle podcast host.
Buddy.
Everyone go check that out. We're all podcaster founds. Do you have a YouTube channel for it?
I do. It is just the Podbean upload.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
So if you want, go subscribe to the YouTube channel and, of course, download everything on iTunes. Go leave them an iTunes review. Go leave me an iTunes review. I need stuff to plug out there.
Absolutely.
So thank you. Look forward now to NWA All Japan Women. My mom and I talking about MLW, AEW, and my drunken night at Beyond Wrestling every Thursday because that's probably what's going to happen.
Yep.
Me being dead to the world Friday mornings. And of course, ending with WCW Nitro. Join me later.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
And we're back. It is time to go over the Wrestling Wrestler Spotlight, aka this has turned into the NWA section of the podcast. Yes, it's Retro Spotlight. We're going through the NWA US Champions, and I think now I have an idea of where I'm going to stop officially, and that's going to be essentially when I get to the US title where I started in doing the WCW Nitro Retro recaps, so probably about ending at Diamond Dallas Page in his 1997 run. So that's pretty much where I'm going to stop, and then I'm going to find another retro section. So we got Quite a few number of these left. We're up to NWA US Champion number 16, Magnum TA. The 31st reign, beating Wahoo McDaniel to gain it, just like a few before him. So Wahoo McDaniel was definitely the guy to, the guy tasked with putting over new guys to win this belt. Magnum would reign for 120 days from March 23rd, 1985, all the way to July 21st, 1985, losing to Tully Blanchard. So just a fun note, if you guys don't know, Magnum TA is actually the stepfather of Tessa Blanchard. You can guess who Tessa Blanchard's actual father is. The match, I watched a number of matches involving Magnum TA. Unfortunately, his career was cut short, and I'll get into that a little later here. But I watched the famous and infamous steel-caged I Quit match for the United States Heavyweight Championship, which took place November 28th, 1985 at Starrcade 3, the third Starrcade from NWA. So, beforehand, I had watched a bunch of promos over the summer of 85 that pretty much led into Magnum losing the U.S. title and eventually gaining it back at the grudge match at Starrcade here. It includes his infamous promo after he lost the title, where he says, "Tully, I'm gonna come on you like no one's ever come on you before." It's really funny. Very much worth looking up for that. And then at the end of that same promo, Ole and Arn Anderson jump him and proceed to beat the living fuck out of Magnum TA. Sold very well. It looks like a legit beatdown. It's very good. And this was right in the middle of the famous mid-80s Dusty Rhodes versus Ric Flair feud. Right before and building up the formation of the Four Horsemen. This was a fucking fight of a match. Basically, it's only 14 minutes, and it has a real subtle, nice pace to it, where there's no fists. Well, it's all fists, no flips, if you will. Take that little tagline. The cage gets you bloody, so you know it's a dangerous environment. There's no wrestling holds, because these dudes hate each other. And they just basically brawl the whole time, and constantly using the microphone as a weapon. So there's no weapons in the ring other than the cage itself and the microphone, so the guy can say, "I give up, I quit, yes, I give up," answering them, or the such. So they just fight each other the whole time. It's really cool, actually. So they get bloody, they go back and forth, they trade off who's in control, pretty much equal times. There was a funny moment of Tully Blanchard trying to pin Magnum. Oops. But the finish was Tully gets a wooden chair thrown to him from his manager, Baby Doll. Ironically, the Perfect 10. Tully then, using the imagery of breaking the chair into some pieces, and he specifically takes the broken chair leg off, and he goes to stab Magnum with it. And you can actually hear gasps from the crowd. Crowd's really into it. They're kind of frightened and uncomfortable in a way of seeing this unfold in front of them. Nonetheless, Magnum fights it off, crowd firmly behind him, and then he grabs this wooden leg chair end that's been broken off and uses it on Tully, kind of stabbing him in the whole hard cam position. Tully's sitting up and Tully gives up. Just a big classic moment. So take notes here, hardcore matches and wrestlers. This is how you get people into it. You build up to spots. You just don't do the spots, right? Before this particular match, there was a small feud at the Great American Bash, which takes place in the summer, against the incoming giant Kamala, of all people. It ends in DQ, which I found pretty dumb, but it speaks volumes to two things. Apparently, Kamala didn't want a job out, so that's what led to that finish, because Kamala, I guess, was a big deal, whatever. And it also speaks to Dusty's shit booking in Jim Crockett Promotions, because that's kind of where we're at now. It's no longer like Mid-Atlantic, Mid-South. I mean, they're still there, but it's mostly kind of forming into this Jim Crockett Promotions down in that same area. Georgia Championship Wrestling, kind of part of that as well. So the whole studio wrestling still exists, but slowly but surely the regions are dissipating. But my favorite, like the Tully Blanchard thing was great. It led to the best match of Magnum TA's career. But I love the best of 7 series of Magnum TA versus Ivan Koloff. I watched the first one and the last 2 because, of course, being a best of 7, it has to go to all 7. It's an excellent feud featuring Magnum coming across as a total badass nice guy that stands up for what's right. Basically, don't insult his mother. And if the fight is won, he simply accepts his revenge, which is awesome. He did that subtle same thing at the end of the I Quit match. He could have further beaten down Tully Blanchard, but he had won the match. He thought about it, and he goes, "Nah, I know better." You know, you could really make a comparison to how a certain Hell in a Cell match ended and went down. Instead of, it's just the way NWA would do things to the way WWF would do things, make it more cartoony. But yeah, so Koloff and Magnum have this feud, and Ivan Koloff brings in his nephew Nikita Koloff, saying he's going to be the one to come up and take the U.S. title. So another good example of what I've noticed on this NWA U.S. title tour is, if they want to push a guy to the top and make them something at the top of the card, they hold the U.S. title first by beating someone who's heading on up. It's a good little old tidbit. So the idea behind this is Magnum TA is going to be next to be pushed to the top, you know, to feud with the other guys at the top: Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, Sting, Steamboat, all those guys. So Magnum TA is on the he's on the hot track. You could really tell while going through 1985 here, and some of 1984, more or less the back end of it. So Ivan Koloff brings in his nephew, and Nikita proceeds to win the first 3. So now Magnum's backed into a corner. He has to win 4 in a row. Of course, it goes to 7, and he wins. Right? Very simple, and instead of losing to Nikita Koloff he's not totally green, but he still has time to grow. So he wasn't ready for this title yet, and Magnum wasn't ready to quite lose it to this guy, but they wanted to feature him. I totally get this booking. So his promos were kind of typical of the 80s, of a big curly blonde dude yelling at a camera. I wasn't totally impressed, but it was fine well enough. Unfortunately, and now this is where the sad news comes, in 1986, shortly after the Koloff feud had ended, Magnum TA was in a car accident that ended his career. Half his body was paralyzed. He was in a wheelchair. He just broke, I think it was a C4 and C6 vertebrae. Just totally done. This guy, from what I saw, was a future world champion. Like many before him that held the NWA US title. Just a fucking shame, because I feel that he was definitely being put in a position to be in the anti-Four Horsemen group, for sure. Like, he was going to be the guy that was going to be in that War Games match, not Koloff. Or he was going to replace a couple other guys. Pretty nuts how everything turns out. I'm very had I got to go back and watch who Magnum TA was, and just it was a very short period of time, but it did leave a mark. It's one of the better, more consistent US title runs, and the fact that I could fucking find it all was very nice. So, where would I be right now talking about the old NWA, Jim Crockett Promotions, Mid-South, Mid-Atlantic, all that, Georgia Championship Wrestling, Florida Championship Wrestling, all that, if I don't mention now NWA Power Episode 1 over on YouTube on NWA's YouTube channel? I'll be honest, I was not expecting any sort of success to come out of NWA, and I figured no one was going to watch, right? I was going to check it out regardless because I'm going on this NWA journey. I wanted to see what this was going to be about, and as it turns out, it is a retro-style studio show just like the old NWA. So it really resonated with me because I've seen all of these studio promos, the squash matches, seeing all these guys do interesting things to try and get themselves over and get the show over. And what NWA Power did that's very, very reminiscent and retro is the presentation's exactly the same. It's just it has the graininess to it. It has the text. Jim Cornette's on commentary, so you know what he's gonna do. But we start off with a Nick Aldis promo with the title in front of him, just like the old days, really putting the prestige of the belt over. We went from a punchline to a headline situation. We got James Storm as the national champion, a callback to, hey, look at that, the NWA US title and its champions. So we can assume that whomever, if we're going by what I've gone by on the journey of the NWA US title, I can only assume that James Storm's going to go into a feud with a new signee. He's going to lose the US title, and then he's going to be put in a position to go for the NWA title. Wild Cards are the tag team champions. They had a nice little squash match of sorts. Really got them looking strong. Eli Drake and Eddie Kingston both cut promos. Eddie Kingston did a promo against the Wild Card, so it seems he's going to be the voice of the tag team division, from what I can tell. He's a very good promo. Eli Drake did his own promo. Yeah, Eli Drake, all his shtick. And then he gets into a match with Caleb Conley, so it's very nice to see him in a position. So that wasn't a squash match. That was definitely an enhancement match. So maybe Caleb Conley can be put into a position to at least be in the tag division. And then we had our main event, Nick Aldis against Tim Storm. Tim Storm was the champion that was before him, very old, kind of wanted to bring the NWA back to prestige. The story is Tim Storm is putting the right to challenge for the belt ever again on the line, and Aldis not being a total heel, but just being a champion. This was the ground rules for him to accept Tim Storm's challenge. And the match was fine. It was very effective. The story told was enough. And Tim Storm got desperate, hits a low blow in desperation, and he ends up getting rolled up and loses anyways. The post-match promo was very, very cool, with Aldis not letting, I forget her name, but his very tall chauffeur, where the whole gimmick is she doesn't speak, and Aldis wouldn't let her speak kind of situation. The crowd really booed. So this old style, there's no entrances. The kick-ass intro theme is awesome. I'll be checking in for NWA Power episode 2 and 3. I'll just kind of briefly mention what's going on in the next podcast episode here, and I'll keep going on. The next Wrestler Spotlight's Tully Blanchard, so continue on there. I won't be talking about the I Quit match again, because his career was much longer, and there's plenty of Four Horsemen stuff to talk about, so very excited about that. And with that, we're going to take this away to my mom and I talking weekly wrestling. So yeah, enjoy. And I am now joined by my mother, Mama.
Hey, how you doing?
We're here.
How's it going?
Your third episode now, I believe that's what it is.
Possibly.
I don't know. I'm losing track already. It is the weekly wrestling recap. I get tongue-tied on that a lot. We're here to talk some Beyond Wrestling, MLW, and the first episode of All Elite Wrestling. How about that?
Perfect.
Great.
I'm excited.
So let me tell you a little story about Beyond Wrestling, Mother.
All right.
So it's the local promotion up here in the New England. They just area. Thank you. They just started season 2 of a series they call Uncharted Territory. It takes place every Thursday night in Worcester, Massachusetts. Those outside it would probably pronounce it Worcester.
Or Worcestershire?
Or
No.
Worcestershire.
Is that something else?
Yeah, that's something else. Well, so I got a season pass, going to all 13 episodes. It's going to be
Holy cow.
Yeah, every Thursday night for basically the rest of the year. You will be going to an episode with me when you come and visit.
Oh, did you get me a ticket?
Yeah, I'll get you a ticket.
Well, I would hope so.
Well,
Do I get to sit with you, or do I have to sit by myself?
well, I mean, they're standing. You stand.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I can get you a VIP seat. I can get you a VIP seat.
I would think so.
Yeah, I'll get you a VIP one. I'll stand.
You can stand all you want.
I mean, there's a wall you can lean against.
Shit. Is there a hole in the ground for me to piss into?
Yeah,
Nice.
Outside with all the construction.
I like those kind of places. Yeah, and that's where they're going to be wrestling? Excellent.
Pit wrestling.
Pit wrestling.
Yeah. So Beyond Wrestling, it was a fun show. I had 2 of my work colleagues actually come with me. I convinced them to join me for the show. Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, I know. And
Wow,
they got
I'm
really
impressed.
into it.
And you have friends.
Well, I mean, I don't have friends in this state.
Wait a minute.
What?
That's so wrong. You have friends.
Yeah. In other states.
I'm the one who doesn't have friends. Let's talk.
The lack of friends on a Tuesday night has led us to where we are right now.
Oh, we're a sorry family. I don't have anybody that loves me.
Well, luckily we have wrestling to bring a smile to our faces.
Psycho Cat is at the door again. Get!
It wouldn't run in the family if we didn't have a cat trying to interrupt the podcast every time.
God, the freaking cat wants to go into a closed door. She's got to scrape at the door. Meow, meow, meow. And the other one just watches going, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay. Go ahead.
So it was a fun show.
Is this a family show, by the way?
The Beyond Wrestling, kinda, I guess. I mean,
I'm talking about us in general.
No, you can swear. It's got the explicit tag to every episode.
Oh, perfect.
You can swear. It's fine. People in the audience swear at Beyond Wrestling. So, just right quick. Lance Archer, Josh Briggs, 10-minute match. Good stuff. Lance Archer did the Iron Claw to win. Are you familiar with the Iron Claw? The claw?
Come here. Oh, that's Dracula.
Oh, okay. So he wins.
That's an iron. He does a clawish.
Clawish. There was a match where a woman named Solo Darling brought her dog to the ring. So she's immediately beloved by the fans. And the evil duo that she was against, Guy and his little manager, the manager at one point took the dog and threatened to escape the building with it as a distraction. Everyone booed heavily. And then, as he kicked the fire escape open with the dog, there was Solo Darling's returning tag team partner to foil the evil villains from kidnapping her dog. It was quite fun. Then they had a match. Let's see. Brandon Thurston defeats Jay Freddy via heelish means. It's their kind of third match of the group. They've had 2 before. So that isn't over. Tony Deppen hijacks the Discovery Gauntlet and was my match of the night. It was not my favorite match, but it was the best wrestling match of the night. The Mom, the Discovery Gauntlet is like new up-and-comers. It's like a little knockout tournament. You got to win it to stay in it situation.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a cool concept, and this guy named Tony Deppen, very much not an up-and-coming talent, he wants a paycheck, so he beat up a guy backstage that was going to be in it, and then took his spot, and then won the match, so everyone hates him.
Well, he got in.
Yeah, he's quite gross, too.
They didn't say how to get in.
I guess not. So,
right? There's no rules, apparently, before.
Yeah. My work colleague's favorite match of the night was Orange Cassidy defeats the Nerd, the Ovaltine Dream, Thomas Santel. They had a 10-minute match. It was really funny. So Orange Cassidy has orange juice. Thomas Santel has a bottle of Ovaltine. Right? It was like the trading of drinks. Well, at one there's two awesome moments. One was Thomas Santel's beating Orange Cassidy in a corner. He's punching him really hard. Orange Cassidy pushes him off, and then I don't know how to describe it to you, but it's almost like a fake punch of the fake punch, or a fake chop, right? He pushes him off him, and then he goes to hit them, right? But instead of slapping his chest really hard, like he barely hits it, and the crowd goes crazy. It's kind of his shtick.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like he more or less touches him, and I don't know. It's really funny. You'd have to see it for yourself. He's signed to AEW, so you might see it eventually.
Okay.
Yeah. And then one moment at the end
what was the guy who signed with AEW?
Orange Cassidy.
Orange Cassidy. Okay.
Yeah, he's quite the character. I think you'd really like him.
Okay.
You gonna write that name down to remember?
Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, how do you know these things?
Because I could hear the paper rustle. The last little sequence of the match was so Thomas Santel goes. He takes his orange juice, right?
Yeah.
And he acts like he's gonna drink it, and then Orange Cassidy gets in defiance. He gets his Ovaltine, so they both have each other's drinks as like hostages. Thomas Santel drinks the orange juice, and in a fury, Orange Cassidy chucks the Ovaltine across the room, smashes against the wall on the other side of the room, just explodes, and then beats Thomas Santel up and wins.
Oh.
So the lesson we learned here was don't drink Orange Cassidy's orange juice. Yeah. Chris Dickinson defeats Wheeler Yuta in a match I wasn't into until they started slapping each other really hard and sweat was flying everywhere. And then Nick Gage, pretty sure this was attempted murder, defeats Chris Statlander, the Galaxy's greatest alien.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was Beyond Wrestling. Really fun show. Till next week. Now.
And how many shows did you get?
13.
13.
So 12 to go.
Lucky 13.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Cool.
So I'm going to play this little music here, and then we can get into MLW. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Mother. Do you feel confident in leading the charge of telling me and the audience about what happened in MLW for the past 2 episodes?
Absolutely not. If you must know. Because I'm not sure.
Well, but you tell me.
I have had a total off day. I am totally off. I cannot spell. My mind is like in this flipping fog all day. I'm off. So I'm not even sure that I even watched the whole tag team title thing.
I think you did.
Episode 76 with the Fusion episode.
Well, they're all Fusion episodes. It's the name of the show. MLW Fusion. The promotion is Major League Wrestling. The show is called Fusion.
God. See what I'm talking about? I'm a total mess today.
Well, what'd you think of the show? What stood out? What didn't you like?
Well, all I can remember from yesterday to today, all I know is the tag team title with Teddy Hart, and I thought his name was Davey Brown, but it's Davey Boy Smith Jr.
Yes, the son of the British Bulldog.
I didn't know that.
Yes. I'm pretty sure I've told you
Dang.
that.
If you did, I slept since then.
Well, okay.
Honestly.
Well, I'll take it until the tag team match then.
But then, wait a minute.
What?
Yeah. Take it till then.
Okay.
See if I have anything on that.
All right. So chime in when you have an opinion. The show starts off with Joseph Samael all bloody in a camera. Chilling promo about the war chamber loss that he suffered. He says, "I shed a gallon of blood in Dallas, Texas, and it don't even bother me a little bit. Von Erichs, it ain't over. Not by a long shot. And your daddy, Kevin, I know he's the heart of that family. And I'm gonna stick this stake right in his goddamn heart and destroy you all once and for all in the name of Contra. Hail Contra!" And as he screams into the camera. It was really cool. A shocking way
I
to
saw
start
that
off the
part,
show.
and then I thought I saw that already.
Hail Contra!
Hey, oh, Contra!
Big bloody
He
face.
was quite disgusting, yeah.
Well, I mean, he was bleeding.
MLW is very bloody.
They don't
I
mess
have
around.
to say. Yeah, they're kind of,
So then we had our first of two matches on this entire show. Jordan Oliver, your man.
Shit, now I gotta watch it. 'Cause
Your boy.
Shit, because I'm telling you, I did everything backwards, and I'm totally messed up. Dang it,
Jordan Oliver versus Zenshi.
Ah, shit. Now I feel really bad.
Oh, why? Because you can't talk shit on Jordan Oliver again?
Exactly. God dang it. I need to watch that just to watch how stupid he is.
Well, Zenshi was awesome in this match. This dude is really fun to watch. What bothered me, though, wasn't Kota Brazil, pulling the ref out of the ring the first time and not getting disqualified. It's the fact he did it twice in the same match, and the ref just kind of gave him the finger. He's like, "Oh, you rapscallion." Anyways, off the distraction.
Rapscallion, huh?
Yeah, you heard me. That rapscallion. Well, it was like an old man, like
all you
treating
need to do is R.
Arr. Anyways, Mylan Reed splashes Zenshi off the distraction wearing a chest protector, and Jordan Oliver wins the match because his two buddies helped him out.
Yeah, I have a real problem with that little stupid protector.
You don't like the chest protector? You think it's cheating?
I just think it's bullshit, is what I think.
Why is it bullshit?
Because he's full of shit.
What?
He had nothing wrong. He had nothing wrong with his ribs.
Well, I mean, he did get hit last week with brass knuckles.
Hardly.
Hardly. Think he's faking it?
Of course.
Ugh, I think so too. Post-match, they beat up the ref
scam.
and steal his shoe.
The ref shoe?
They stole his shoe, and apparently he did it last week, but we didn't catch it.
Huh.
So they I don't know if they have a foot fetish or something going around.
Well, they are stupid.
Yeah. Well, maybe they're they're broke and poor, I guess, so they need someone else's shoes.
Maybe a shoe.
He should,
They just
just
need a
one.
shoe.
Well, he stole the other one last week, so got to make a pair.
Well, hopefully they stole the right foot.
Oh, I don't know about that. I didn't mark what whether it was left or right. I'm sorry.
Well,
my
they
notes
are
are
stupid,
incomplete.
so they probably went for the 2 rights.
Now they have 2 right feet, now, as opposed to 2 left feet, which is way better.
Right.
Mance Warner's out of jail. Richard Holiday is getting his tan on for us consumers, as he says. Jimmy Havoc is going to drink the blood of Manser next week as he licks his lips. Selena likes him and finds him useful. On to the tag team match. 2 out of 3 falls, tag team championship. The Dynasty versus the Hart Foundation. Okay, Mom. You have a memory of this, correct?
I think so.
Okay, tell me about it. What did you like, not like? What's going on?
So, yeah, I can't believe Davey Boy Smith Jr. is who?
British Bulldog's son.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty cool.
I know you know who the British Bulldog is.
I do. So, they dominated Teddy Hart and Davey Boy Smith Jr. I really thought they had it in the bag.
I did as well.
They were dominating the whole time, and I'm really surprised that the other guys won, MJF and Holiday.
Well, I mean, it's not from their skill. It was because that...
they cheated.
Well, they didn't... Well, I mean, they tried to cheat on many occasions.
MJF being a prick.
You heard the announcer say that, did you?
Yeah, it was great. I haven't heard that in a long time. It's been a long time since I called somebody a prick.
So that's Tony Schiavone, the old WCW announcer, and also the announcer for AEW, whom on AEW, little highlight there, MJF was on there, and he called him a little prick there, too. I don't know if you caught that, though. That was less obvious than this one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think he would be saying that on national TNT.
Well, he did say it on TNT.
I know, but yeah, it was kind of like in a passing sound. He said prick several times.
Oh, yes. He is not an MJF fan. What do you think of MJF? Maxwell Jacob Friedman.
I think he's an asshole. Prick.
But a good asshole? Like, he's good at being an asshole?
Yeah, I'd say he's really good at it. He reminds me of somebody, and I just can't think of who it is. I'll think of it later.
All right, fair enough. So, the way the match goes down is... it was mentioned on commentary as the guys were coming out. Austin Aries was making a fuss backstage by accusing Teddy Hart of ducking him as a title challenger. I enjoyed the first fall as it went about 15 minutes and was filled with, some typical effective heel stuff. From stalling to trying to escape with their titles. Dynasty wins the first fall in the end. Teddy Hart goes full Superman and quickly follows with the second fall. Teddy Hart's very athletic, isn't he?
Very. I thought, like I said, both teams, were good, but Teddy Hart and Davey were dominant through the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the point, to keep them looking strong.
And then I'm like, it's like watching Master Chef. You're all about this one person, and then in the end, they're like, oh no, it's going to be her instead. They're dominant, talking about how shitty this one is and how great this one is, and then ends up being the shitty one gets So you got the assholes winning, which they shouldn't have won.
No, and that was because on the third fall, what ends up happening is MJF gets knocked out cold and kind of rolls outside. Holiday tries to cheese it, and Davey Boy chases after him. So it's just Teddy Hart left in the ring. And then Austin Aries runs down and smashes Hart with the title and hits a wicked, dangerous-looking brainbuster on the apron. That big suplex that he made him land on his head.
Yeah, and that was very dangerous. He's lucky he didn't hurt his shoulder or something, because that was really serious pounding.
Yeah, it was very effective looking. The ref starts the count. MJF barely gets back in. I think it was like 15 or 16 seconds in. They go to a 20 count, in case you were wondering, Mom.
Uh-huh.
You have to get back in the ring before 20. Hart ends up getting counted out. The crowd just boos heavily. So it's Austin Aries gets super heel heat, despite him looking like a homeless Amish guy.
Well, Davey throws Hart back in, but then MJF just covers him, or was it Holiday that covered him?
No, it was a count out. You're thinking of the you're thinking of the very first fall. This was a 2 out of 3 falls match.
No, I thought this was at the last fall.
No, the last fall was because Austin Aries took out Teddy Hart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
So Hart is really hurt, and he had to be helped out to the back. And that's how the show ended. Episode 77 was much more simple, I would say. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
What did you think of 77? Take us through it. I know you just watched it.
Which part?
All of it. You had the team of Injustice with Jordan Oliver ringside, facing off against
Gringo Loco and Airwolf.
Correct.
Yeah. I got that.
Okay. Do you like the match?
Yeah, absolutely, because the Injustice got justice by losing.
I was happy they lost. Gringo Loco looked a lot of fun. I always like watching Airwolf. He's a big up-and-coming star.
Love the double electric chair. That was cool.
That was a cool spot. I was not expecting that.
That really was. Yeah, that was the icing on the cake to put him out. That was good.
Yeah.
I'd never seen that one before. That was good.
I don't think I have either.
Never saw it. Never seen anything like that. So that was very cool.
Yeah. Von Erich's outside a sick children's hospital in Dallas, and then MJF and Holiday approach, saying they can't wait to buy it and replace it with a casino or hotel.
Was that who that was?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. They were in regular clothes. I didn't recognize them.
Yeah, they were all in street clothes.
Yeah, I totally didn't recognize either one.
Yeah. So the Von Erichs are confused by their douchebaggery. Holiday gets his coffee cup then slapped out of his hands, and he proceeds to have a hilarious panic attack.
Right.
Yeah, I absolutely died in laughter, because it was sold. He acted like his heart was stopping because he's like, my coffee.
Right, I can't have my fix, my coffee fix.
MJF goes, no, it's okay, we'll get you another one. It's fine, you monsters. Even though they just said they're gonna tear down a sick children's hospital.
Right.
Timothy Thatcher versus Douglas James, the crazy. I think he's a judo champion.
He's a kickboxer MMA dude.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. You knew more than me.
Ding, 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 ding. 1 point. Actually, it was kind of a like your typical wrestling. I don't want to say lame, but it was very. I thought it was a good match.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly thought Douglas James was going to be the better because of his background. But Timothy Thatcher, and he's new, so he hadn't won any matches yet. This was one of his first matches. Is that right?
Correct, because he had one match against Davey Boy Smith Jr. a few weeks ago, like a week or two before I think you came on, and he lost.
What I was really surprised about that he had no knee pads on, because a lot of the wrestlers today have knee pads and, just protective gear, basically, right. From all the physical that happens on the ring. So I was really surprised. I mean, he's in great shape and everything, but taking a pounding like that, especially with no knee pads, he's not going to be in the ring if he continues without knee pads.
I think you saw him live at the Evolve show we went to. I think.
I don't recognize him.
Yeah, maybe it was a different show then.
Yeah. I did not recognize him.
I think you'd remember Timothy Thatcher. He kind of grunts and groans in the ring.
Uh-huh.
He's a big dude, great shape, like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he ends up winning via the
He does end up winning. It was a pretty fast match, actually. It wasn't that long. Hence probably why I fell asleep.
Aww.
After that, and I missed the bunkhouse brawl.
Well, let's get right into that.
Oh my God. That was freaking crazy. I've never seen anything like that. That totally was fuck me up. Gross.
What was so gross about it?
The ending. Oh my God. With the barbed wire on the head. I mean, let's see, I thought this was kind of stupid. A bale of hay. How much harm can you do with a bale? That's just stupid. But, seeing a shovel and a rake and a whiskey barrel and a wheelbarrow and a cowbell, that was funnier than shit. Beat me with a cowbell. Ouch.
The crowd was chanting more cowbell.
I think what they should have done is dragged one or the other by the neck and rang the cowbell. He was dragging them around.
Oh, like a cow.
Exactly. and then which one was it that who was it? Jimmy Havoc putting the bell between Mance Warner's nuts and then pounding pounding the cowbell between his nuts or something?
Right.
It's just like, what the hell? And they're going, ow. And then Mance Warner shoving the stick between Jimmy Havoc's legs, and they're jumping up and down. Like, oh my God. Really, guys? What Jimmy Havoc did in the end was just disgusting. And getting that barbed wire between his mouth and pulling it back and then sticking the barbed wire on his head and just drawing all that blood and stuff. That was nasty. And then stapling his tongue. The first one, he didn't get the tongue, I could tell, because he wasn't bleeding out of the tongue. But the second one, he got a portion of the tongue and on the door or whatever the hell that thing was. And he ripped his tongue out. Are you freaking kidding me? That was just disgusting. How can people watch that? That's terrible. How often do they do a bunkhouse brawl?
This is the first one to my knowledge.
And why is it even legal? That's freaking crazy.
Well, it's a bunkhouse brawl. That's why it's legal. Anything goes.
Yeah, well, I'll guarantee you Mance had some stitches.
I'm sure he had a couple.
Yeah, and just pulling that wire mouth, he could have ripped his mouth something awful. That was terrible.
Well, I mean, Jimmy Havoc is the most dangerous man from England.
Well, he's creepy anyways.
He's also signed to AEW, by the way.
He is?
Yes.
Oh, shit. I got to write that down, too.
He has a number 1 contenders match tomorrow night against Darby Allin, a guy you've seen live. So, yeah, I got a kick out of this match. It was quite entertaining. I liked the staple gun gimmick thing. Manser made Havoc wear the pumpkin.
Oh yeah, let me staple your balls.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, and then the announcers are going, well, I don't know what gauge they're using, but it can't be too terrible. They're still walking. Because I have a staple gun and they're pretty powerful.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They can hurt.
Absolutely. It is a staple gun.
Correct.
So
it can hold things up.
My favorite moment was definitely when Manser DDT'd Jimmy Havoc into the pumpkin, and then when Jimmy Havoc sat up,
yeah.
He was wearing the pumpkin head.
Right. Well, I saw that one coming.
Oh, it was like someone has to wear the jack-o'-lantern at one point. It was really funny.
Yeah,
absolutely. Then he ran his knee into the head. I was like, that was fun.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
So, Manser ends up winning via a clothesline. And then Jimmy Havoc, in a fit of rage that he lost, and he needs to keep his promise to Zelina de la Renta, he takes the razor wire and the show goes off the air. We missed saying that in the previous match, Timothy Thatcher, after his win, says he respects Douglas James, and then he calls out Tom Lawler for a match at the next pay-per-view. So there you go.
Right.
I thought it was an easy 2 episodes to watch. I was very much entertained.
I was too. I did enjoy it. Yeah, absolutely.
You have a favorite wrestler for the week? Or for the 2 weeks?
Well, I did really enjoy Timothy Thatcher and Davey Boy Smith Jr. actually.
Alrighty.
I like those 2.
So they're competing with Jacob Fatu now.
The 2 people I like?
Well, yeah, they're competing for your favorite.
Oh.
We know who your least favorite is. That's Jordan Oliver.
Oh, you cracked me up, JD. I'm a case today, I'll tell you.
I like it. It's entertainment. Let's move on to AEW as I play this little music drop.
The one-winged angel screams. It fuels my hopes and dreams. The best bag.
Oh my god. This is exciting. I have been waiting for this forever. The anticipation was killing me to know your thoughts over All Elite Wrestling Episode 1 taking place October 2nd, 2019.
Yeah, right? 14,000 fans, so 14,000 plus fans.
Yes.
They had a great crowd come out to watch. And I hope the momentum continues for AEW. I'd like to see competition against the big money, give them a run for their money, because I think people are needing to see more. And I'm hoping that AEW does just that and gives a little bit better entertainment, not so much bullshit talking. Hopefully. They'll keep the momentum of what wrestling is really about, and I enjoyed it. I felt we were getting back to the roots, and feeling a good crowd. I really enjoyed it. It was entertaining. I didn't have to listen to a bunch of bullshit hype between wrestling and what they do with WWE, WF, whatever the fuck it is now. I don't even care. I mean, they're really starting to ramp it up with SmackDown. You see a lot of commercials with SmackDown.
Yeah, it's
SmackDown.
Yeah, it just premiered on Fox last Friday.
Yeah. So they're really pushing that on regular programming. So they're going for, the big competition. They're getting all about SmackDown.
Well, we're here to talk AEW. So
I'm ready to talk AEW because I was really looking forward to Chris Jericho and seeing what he's all about because I hadn't seen him for eons.
Yeah, pretty much since you stopped watching, Chris Jericho was in WCW, basically still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how old is he now?
He is, I think, 48.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was in his mid-20s, I think, when you last saw him. So he's a man now.
Yeah. Wow. Because it was really good seeing him back in the ring, and I hope he does well in AEW. I hope this whole thing in AEW does well. Jericho against Cody Rhodes. Was it Cody Rhodes or?
Yeah, Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
I call him the American Nightmare Cody. That's kind of his name. He kind of dropped the Rhodes when he signed with AEW. Yeah. So now he's more or less the American Nightmare Cody.
Oh, the American Nightmare.
Yeah, but he's Dusty Rhodes' son.
Right.
Yeah.
And I get why he doesn't want to carry the Rhodes because he's his own man.
You got it. That's exactly the point. That's why he does that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So look at that. New fan know exactly why he's just Cody.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
So first let's just run this down because it's a big show. Cody with his wife Brandy Rhodes taking on Sammy Guevara, and I don't know if you heard it, but he's from Katy, Texas.
I did not hear that.
Yeah, he says he's from Houston, but he's from Katy.
No shit.
Yeah, he went to Morton Ranch.
No shit.
Yeah, he's only a couple years younger than Matthew.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, so that was the first match of AEW ever on TV, TNT. AEW Dynamite is the name of the show. Tell me what you think of Cody, Sammy Guevara, the whole match. What do you got?
Well, shit. I just ended up watching it and enjoying it. I didn't write anything down.
Gotta take your notes.
God, what the fuck I'm telling you, JD, I'm just wow.
Unbelievable. I can't believe you today.
I can't. I'm just I have that Jericho was brutalizing Cody with his belt and chairs and all that.
Yeah, after the match. Yep.
Yeah.
So Cody and Sammy have a fantastic TV match. I was highly entertained. Cody ends up winning.
See, I was watching more of it than wanting to do anything else.
Well, that's fine. You were so entertained you didn't write anything down.
I was entertained by AEW. I just wanted to watch the freaking thing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So Sammy loses, and then he goes to shake his hand, and then Jericho attacks him from behind, gives him a right beating, because they have a match next month at the pay-per-view in Baltimore, which I'm going to, by the way. Nice little road trip for me.
Nice.
Yeah. Jericho said when they come back from commercial, they do this. I like it, the little picture-in-picture thing as the commercial's going on. You can still watch the match while the commercial's airing.
Yeah.
They come back from commercial and Jericho just gets a mic. He says he's Le Champion. I'm Chris Jericho. Singles match, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF, has returned. And he's taking on Brandon Cutler. Beats him in 3 minutes. Just submits him.
Yeah, by submission. Taps out.
Yeah, Brandon Cutler kind of slipped on the ropes and...
Yeah, he hurt his knee. I saw that trying to jump off the rope corner and then kind of like did a rubber band knee or something.
Yeah, something happened.
Yeah.
The next match was...
So no one likes MJF, though, chanting asshole.
Oh, yeah. He's a little prick, as
and
Tony
this was
Schiavone
on
said.
TNT?
Yes. You can't control what the fans say.
True that. But he dominated the match, though.
It was only 3 minutes. But yeah, he wins easily. The next match is Pac versus Hangman Adam Page.
The man that gravity forgot.
I don't think he was supposed to say that, because that used to be his nickname in WWE when he was there years ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, it was said, and I wrote it down. Because I'm like, why would he say that? Now you told me. Now I know why. Because I was, and the reason why I wrote that down was because I'm like, where did that come from? Why would that be said?
Right. Yeah. I think that was a mistake. It was like a reaction. Anyways, I like this match.
That was from WWE.
Yeah, his that was his old like nickname tagline. Because everything in WWE needs a marketing tagline.
Right.
Yeah, they just pound it into your head. Oh, it's the man that gravity forgot. Hey, did you hear? He's the man that gravity forgot. My God, he's the man that gravity forgot. He flies all over the place. You know, everything's it just beat it in your head. It gets really irritating. Yeah. So
a lot of people defected out of there, huh?
Oh, the last few years? Oh yeah, big time.
And the reason being?
It's shit. Just put it simply enough.
It's shit, but what's the shit?
The stories they put them through, the scripting of, they have to talk this certain way, they have to act this certain way, all the art and what makes wrestling fun is just gone, essentially, and the wrestlers don't like it there, they get frustrated, etc., etc. There's a host of reasons. Yeah, it's not as one of the guys here we'll get to at the end of the show here, he described it as a frustrating pool of frustration or something along those lines.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's the shit.
Yeah. So I just say it's shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's become shit. Well, and that's where all the money is. And look at how freaking big SmackDown became, but they've lost a lot of viewers because of it, and possibly this is why that's why
AEW exists.
And absolutely, and that's why, granted, I apologize for not having the information, but I just really enjoyed watching it because it was entertaining. Finally, entertainment is back.
You did, yeah. You said that. I asked you like, "Hey, what'd you think of AEW?" And you just go, "Fucking finally, it's entertaining."
Yeah,
some action.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I like MLW. Because of the same thing, granted, there's a lot of bitch slapping going on, but it's entertainment. I don't like the blood. I don't think that's that needs to be there. It's not necessary. I think you can do without that part of it, but AEW. I'm really excited about it. Real excited. So we're on the third match.
Yeah,
with
Pac versus
and
Adam
everything.
Page. Yeah.
And dang, he's ugly. Pat's ugly.
He's a bastard.
He is one ugly fuck.
He's got the stringy hair. He's scary.
Yeah, and he reminds me of Undertaker with the hair and the look, and he's very dark.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like the comparison.
Yeah.
Undertaker is way taller than him, though.
Well, yes. Yeah. For sure. But I mean, he's got that the darkness about him, and it just reminded me of just that part of it reminded me of the Undertaker. Nobody could be like the Undertaker, though.
Well, apparently Pac reminds you of him, so
He reminds me. I wonder if it's his son.
Well, no.
Everyone else seems to be. All the ones I like are someone I know.
The children of the past.
Right. It's like children of the corn. Children of the past.
Well, Adam Page is the cowboy. He comes out in like assless chaps.
Adorable.
Yeah. He ends up losing to Pac.
Of course he does. He got let's see, shoulder into the post. Ouch. But low blow on Hangman to win, though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he kicked it. Well, I think he kicked him in the nuts. I think you're right.
Yeah, he did.
Well, he does
Boom,
he does the corkscrew plancha, and then puts him in the what they call the brutalizer, or the rings of Saturn for older fans, and makes him. Well, the ref just calls the match off. Submit victory.
Mm-hmm.
So I liked it. It was a bit slower than I was expecting, but apparently the ropes were loose, so they couldn't go fast.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, they'll have to work on that.
Yeah.
Have to fix that next time.
Yeah. The only real promo or little talky segment of the show is Scorpio Sky does a Barack Obama impression in front of the White House with his friends Kazarian and Daniels acting like the Secret Service. Were you a fan of the impression? I got a kick out of it. It's funny.
Uh-huh.
My fellow AEW fans.
Right.
We are.
And then he goes into himself.
Yeah, this is the worst town I've ever been in. Yeah. Tony Schiavone interviews SoCal Uncensored, the same three guys, at the top of the ramp, and then the Lucha Brothers come out right after Scorpio announces the Addiction, that's the team of Kazarian and Daniels, to represent them in the tag team title tournament. So the Lucha Brothers were the crazy masked dudes with the 6 suits.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they had a scuffle.
Right.
What do you think of the Lucha Bros? What's your first impression?
The Young Bucks.
No, the Lucha Bros.
The Lucha.
The dudes in masks that got in a little scuffle at the stage? No? Don't remember?
I remember, but I don't remember much about it. Are you talking about the 6-man tag team final?
No.
Oh, just when they were introducing and blah blah blah.
No. There was Tony Schiavone on the top at the top of the stage area, and he's talking to 3 dudes, and they do a little talk. They do a little, hey, I picked these 2 guys, and then out from the side, 2 Mexican guys in masks come out, and then they I
didn't understand that because I'm not familiar with that thing. I guess I don't know. I just
they're all in a tag team tournament. That's what's going on. It starts next week, or starts tomorrow actually in Boston. The first match. So it's a knockout tournament to crown the first ever tag team champions.
Okay.
That's the point. All right, AEW Women's World Title match. Crown the first champion. Riho
That was
versus
bullshit.
Nyla Rose.
That was such bullshit.
Why was it bullshit? I need to know.
Because
You knew this was coming. You were trying to avoid it.
Because you have Nyla Rose, a big ass girl, against a skinny shit.
A skinny shit? That's not how you talk to the adorable Japanese Riho.
No, she's a skinny shit. She shouldn't even be on the tarp, let alone in a ring.
How could you say such hurtful words about Riho? Mother.
It was lame. It was so lame. Oh my God. I can't believe she even won. She couldn't even lift and turn a feather. I'm telling you, that girl, I could turn her upside down.
You think you could beat the AEW Women's Champion? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, for sure.
I think she would submit you with just her being so adorable.
She doesn't even have a freaking muscle in her arm.
Sure she does. There's at least half of one.
She's got one big muscle between her ears is all.
Well, her brain is all she needed to beat Nyla Rose.
Yeah, well, she sucked at it.
Oh, she sucked at it?
Yeah.
So I take it you wanted Nyla Rose to win.
I did. She should have won. But she didn't get enough money for it, I think. It was just it was a weight mismatch. It was totally mismatched. It's just... And who was the gal who lost, I guess, her title to Nyla Rose, who came on and was, kind of as an announcer for a little bit?
Her name is Britt Baker. She didn't. This is the first. This match was to crown the first ever champion, so there wasn't anyone before this. Just to be clear.
Oh.
Yeah, Britt Baker is one of the other top women, so she was more or less scouting her competition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she's actually a dentist.
Yes, that is a fact.
Right.
Yeah.
And then who went into wrestling?
Correct.
I guess she got tired of looking at people's mouths.
She does both.
People's mouths.
She does both.
Oh, she still does?
Yeah.
She's still a dentist?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, good for her.
I know, right?
Now, I would rather see Rio and her than Nyla Rose, the big ass girl, against Riho. Just did not make any sense to me, whatever. And Riho should not have won, period. Nyla Rose was completely dominant, and how Riho managed to even win was amazing in itself. So
I thought it told a good story. The match was pretty good. It stole the show, arguably.
It's because they're girls or women. I just can't see somebody beating up a woman. It's just what?
Well, another woman can beat up a woman.
Shit. This is wrong. That's called a cat fight.
No, that's from the late 90s. That doesn't happen anymore. I really like the spot where Nyla Rose jumped off the apron, did a flip, and landed on all the chairs, missing Riho.
Oh,
Riho
yeah,
dodged
that was good. Yeah, that was
splat.
a good one. Yeah, ouch.
Yeah.
Well, she had plenty of cushion,
Oh.
so I'm sure she didn't get hurt very much.
Her back was the cushion for the rest of her body.
Ouch.
So there was a little story going into this where Riho was training with Kenny Omega because they're friends. And in the match, she started doing jumping knee attacks, and that's one of Kenny Omega's moves. So I think the story there is to beat the bigger opponent, she used one of the best's, attacks, and that's how she ended up winning. And that's exactly how she won. She hit a few knees and beat her.
True that.
Yeah. And then Nyla Rose tried to beat up Riho after the match when the Japanese dude tried to interview her for, her great win.
Right.
With the beautiful looking tiny title. I love it.
Yes.
It's adorable. It's an adorable title for an adorable woman.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Well, she beats up the interview guy and then tries to beat up Riho, and Kenny Omega saves his friend, Riho.
Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Get off her, you bitch.
Get away.
Main event. The 6-man tag.
Dun.
So it's Chris Jericho with partners Ortiz and Santana, otherwise known in New England as EYFBO, which stands for Entertain Your Fucking Balls Off. That is their team name.
Really?
Yes. They take on the Elite, Kenny Omega, and the Young Bucks. What did you think?
I liked it, but I don't think I know who won. I'm sure Chris Jericho won.
Yes, Chris Jericho did in fact win.
Of course, of course. I didn't write it down because I'm telling you, I watched the show. I was a watcher, but I can't remember shit. I have CRS today. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm just a mess. I am a mess.
So, right as basically the match starts, Kenny Omega is about to jump out the ring, and then a dude comes up from behind and attacks him. His name is Jon Moxley, a guy who, in fact, just left WWE. He defected to AEW. Mother.
Cool.
Did you like the attack?
Yes, and it was quite dangerous.
What made it dangerous? Tell me. Tell the listeners what made it so dangerous.
Well, after they started getting outside the ring and he's attacking, and Tom Moxley goes into the glass table. Ouch.
I thought it was pretty damn cool.
Was not expected.
It was not expected. I could not predict Kenny Omega to take a DDT through a glass table on the first episode of Dynamite.
No, and Dustin Rhodes came out to help, and Cody comes out and he gets annihilated, and who is it? Guevara.
Yes.
Jake Hager.
Jake Hager, that's his name. Another ex-WWE guy. But he was introduced as the undefeated Bellator MMA fighter.
Huh.
Which is indeed true. He's 1-0 in the fighting promotion called Bellator. It's like UFC's competition company.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we got this.
Everyone got annihilated.
Yeah, the Elites got annihilated. It was a really cool beatdown. Jericho, Ortiz, Santana, Guevara, and Jake Hager seemed to be a team together to take on the Elite. Pretty cool stuff. Just my own separate thought is there's a guy named Sean Spears on the roster, and I'm curious to where he fits in. Does he start a faction separately from all this, or does he join a faction separate from all this? Because I just don't see him joining either the Elite or Chris Jericho's group.
Mm-hmm.
I think where he stands, he might start his own or something.
Mm-hmm.
Faction warfare.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but a really entertaining show. A good start.
Yeah, very good start. Like I said, they had a good turnout, 14,000 plus fans. Where are they going to be tomorrow or this week?
Boston.
Boston.
And I'm
where you're going. Fuck. Oh my God. I need to go now. Say goodnight, Grace.
Oh my
Shit.
God. Well, right fast, who is your favorite
my
person
God.
in AEW right now after week 1?
Well, I've got to say I like Chris Jericho.
Hell yeah.
You know, bottom line.
I knew you were my mother.
He's my man.
Well, all right. That was Beyond Wrestling MLW and AEW Weekly Wrestling Recap. Oh yeah, I didn't stutter that time. Mom, thank you for joining. And we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Sounds like a plan. I hope I do better. I apologize. Not.
And we're back. It is time for the All Japan Women Classics that you can find out on Peroso Dream. This is a feed from Samurai TV. It's episode 4. We're continuing right along with the old, awesome 80s Japanese women's wrestling. We're covering episode 4 here. The date is 1985, February 25th. The venue is Ota Ward Gymnasium. This is easily my favorite All Japan Women Classics to date. Yes, we're 4 episodes in now. This really is kickstarting a lot of superstar talent and future talent, and it had everybody I've wanted to see, essentially. This is crazy. So the first match is Itsuki Yamazaki, Jumping Bomb Angels, whom I just absolutely fell in love with watching episode 3. Yes, I know who the Jumping Bomb Angels were, but I was dying for a singles match. So last time, after seeing Yamazaki in action with Chigusa, I really wanted a singles match between them. Well, this is a damn good consolation prize. It's versus Bull Nakano. Someone I'm very familiar with, but Yamazaki is facing a young Bull Nakano, 17 years old, only 2 years into her career. I don't like going too much into the history of it all, like looking it up. I'll get into that in a little bit here, and why I'm doing this the way I am. Nakano has a half-shaved head and comes out like a character from Akira. She is part of Dump Matsumoto's Gokaku Dome stable, so it makes sense. She's dressing just like them. She's got a sick black leather jacket, a black police hat, and, blue hair. So already this early into her career, she sticks out. So yeah, needless to say that. Against Yamazaki, who is in the more traditional multicolored singlet. The crowd just mobs both wrestlers during their entrance, something you see nothing of in today's wrestling. Nakano is showing a more brawler style, being part of Dump Matsumoto's stable. Needless to say, there was a lot of heel stable interference. It was kind of the theme of this show, this particular event. So the match went on as normal, but occasionally there was an interference spot from Tateno on the behalf of Yamazaki. So Jumping Bomb Angels trying to keep it fair as I suppose, in all that. Gokaku Dome did not completely interfere, if that makes any sense. Like, there wasn't 5-on-1 instances. It was really just one person coming in to interfere. Don't want to help out the young gun of Bull Nakano too much. She's got to fend for herself a little bit. That was kind of what I took away from it. So the match goes on as normal. Yamazaki hits a top rope sunset pin. Nakano does kick out of the move, which I thought was interesting. But then all of Dump's group hits the ring and just pummels Yamazaki. A pretty shit finish, if you ask me, but post-match, there is a crazy brawl that does occur between Nakano and Yamazaki, and they have to be separated. So this is telling me that Nakano is being built as a legit force heading into the future, being able to get as much offense and looking strong against Jumping Bomb Angel Yamazaki. The ref finally just throws out the match, because I guess this is when it became 7-on-2, and that's clearly crossing the line, according to this referee. I'm not sure what Yamazaki said post-match, but appears she does not want to end the fight versus Nakano. So, rematch, I suppose. Cool. Next match is a tag team match. It's Jaguar Yokota and Devil Masami versus the team of Jumbo Hori and Yukari Omori. So I really liked what I saw from Devil Masami last time, and wasn't impressed with the other tandem of Hori and Omori. Masami was with the retiring Tarantula last time, so I guess Jaguar is her new partner here. Again, didn't look into the whole history, because I want to figure this out for myself to some extent. Kind of put me in the mindset of watching this for the first time. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm coming in as a new fan situation. It gets me more amped up, blood boiling kind of situations as I'm watching all these classics. Jumbo Hori was really fun to watch in this match, especially the 1v1s against Jaguar Yokota. Needless to say, Jaguar Yokota sticks out. Jumbo Hori is big, she's powerful, and wanted to one-up Jaguar move for move, from what I could tell, including looking like a cross between Kevin Nash and Goldberg, with awesome jackknife power bombs, and even a jackhammer. That's why I make the loose comparison. There's a small brawl outside, Hana Kimura style, and eventually Team Devil Jaguar, that's what I'm going to call him, perform double tombstones, and then Devil vaults up onto Jaguar, and they do the electric chair splash, like Bear Country does in Beyond Wrestling. Gotta reference the wrestling I'm watching in the present times. It's just cool to do it that way. I like it. Cool match, cool moves, cool dynamics. I want to see more. And that's what wrestling is at the end of the day. Do I want to see more of what's being presented in front of me? And hell yeah, I do. Jaguar Yokota is an ungodly talent and totally shows, but that's no secret, obviously. I want to see more Jumbo Hori matches going forward. So that's actually my biggest takeaway of the match, is Jumbo Hori impressed me, especially coming off of the first time I saw her, where that particular this tag team of Hori and Omori just didn't do much for me. This one, with the going up against this kind of tag team and talent, just really got to show what they were capable of. Main event, the 3WA Tag Team Championship. Naturally, it's Chigusa Nagayo, Lioness Asuka, the champions. The Crush Gals against the Dump Matsumoto and Crane Yu, Gokaku Dome. I'm really trying to remember this name. It's I don't know why it's so hard for me to remember Gokaku Dome, but here it is. And holy shit, this has been a feud just developing since Episode 1 of the Classics. Every match they go to seems to be thrown out. Crowd super hot. The match starts super hot over just the many screaming little girls in the crowd. Dump takes actual scissors before the bell and cuts into Chigusa Nagayo. What the fuck? Crowd basically mauls over the wrestlers as they fight outside before the bell. Just crazy to see. It's quite a lot of crazy images in this match. They brawl with some awesome 1v1s. Ultimately, the brawl leads to the Crush Gals getting counted out in Fall 1. Just nice little tidbit of Crane Yu behind the referee's back sees Lioness Asuka trying to get back into the ring via Lucha rules to break the 20 count, but she kicks her out and keeps her out of the ring, and they win that first fall. It's just the little things that make the difference. Fall 2 does come extremely fast, as Chigusa gets on the mic. Half her face is bloody. It's quite the image. And she's just yelling into the mic, saying something or another. Basically, let's fucking fight. I'm not giving up. Crowd pops hard. Gets back in the ring. Where am I in my notes? Oh, right. one team spike pile driver later, kind of their finisher, they quickly win the second fall. I got so caught up in telling the story, I lost where I was in my place. Both Crush Gals are now a bloody mess at this point in the match. All of Gokaku Dome, seeing that the Crush Gals are coming back fast and hard, they all hit the ring. Trying to tell a story of the Crush Gals, trying to fight back against these odds, but anytime the Crush Gals get a surge to come back, the evil faction just stops them in their tracks. This proves to eventually be too much for the Crush Gals, and the ref does very little to maintain control. So it's the way I'm looking at this is the 1v1 match of Bull Nakano and Yamazaki was not a title match, so he could just throw it out. This is a title match. You can't throw it out, otherwise the crowd would riot kind of situation. Begs the question, why would you book it this way? Why would you want to tell the story? But there is good reason. So, Dump gets the scissors from the start of the match, and once both Crush Gals are pretty much incapacitated, especially Lioness Asuka out on the side, just with like 4 members beating her down, Dump Matsumoto's cutting the hair of Chigusa Nagayo, all to the dismay of the thousands of screaming girls just trying to get their hero to come back for them. Doesn't happen, unfortunately. 2 just massive lariats from Dump Matsumoto pins Chigusa to win the match. Holy shit. Like, this was crazy. It felt like a fight. It felt like I've watched these 2 teams just brawl and hate each other. And like, I'm feeling it a lot. Chigusa gets on the mic yet again. From what I could tell, she says she won't back down. She won't give up. Clearly, this isn't over. And as the show's going off the air, it shows the 2 Crush Gals, a bloody mess, leaning on each other for just an awesome image. Excellent. My God. Yes, mark this down. Episode 4, All Japan Women Classics, can find on Peroso Dream. Go watch this show. It is a great representation, at least from what I've seen, just in this small sample size, of what All Japan women in the 80s were capable of, how much it holds up today, actually. So yeah, that was the All Japan Women's Classics. On to the next very long segment as we go into the major shows.
You blocked me on Facebook, and now you're going to die.
And now, we're just coming off the All Japan Women segment, where I got to talk about Jaguar Yokota and the likes. It was a crazy, crazy event. But now, it is time to talk about Stardom. The end of the 5-Star Grand Prix, the second half, if you will. I am now joined by someone I've been trying to get on this cast for probably a few months now. It's Max.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. A little bit tired. It's been a tiring week coming off of AEW and Beyond Wrestling back-to-back. So I was a little bit of a zombie today at work.
Oh, I'm super jealous. You got to go before they came back to Chicago. We're actually trying to get group tickets through my university to go see them when they're here.
I take it you've seen AEW live before already.
You know what? I couldn't get tickets because I was in Japan when they went on sale for All Out, and it was, I tried to get here, and even the day of the thing, the scalper price was like $110. So I'm like, I'm a broke college student. I'm not going to do this with my life. So
I feel you. So I brought you in for Stardom, knowing that you are a big Joshi wrestling fan and a Stardom fan.
Yes. It's so different watching it on TV, though. That's the first thing for me.
Well, there's commentary, first of all. You've wanted to get into podcasting and guest host, so here you are. We are going through, starting with picking up right where we left off. We got September 14th, Osaka night, all the way to the finals. Why don't we get started right quick, shall we?
Yes.
All right. So Azumi and Saki have a quick sprint of flash near falls. Fun and simple. Azumi wins. Agreed?
Yeah, that was one of my actually favorite matches of this particular day, just because I like that style of wrestling, just because it's different than what they do in the other matches.
So are you a high-speed fan? Matches under 10 minutes?
If it's done well, yes, and this one is done well.
It's definitely Azumi's specialty.
It is, and I think with her specifically, as she starts to develop a little bit, she's going to be. I have a feeling she's got a higher ceiling than Starlight does, and I know that's kind of the argument among Stardom fans.
Well, she's definitely a lot quicker. I'm just worried that Azumi is going to be injury prone with the way she does her double stomp halfway across the ring and blasts her knees in half.
Well, between that and who was it? Momo doing it's the same thing. I see her doing a Luthez press up the top rope. She does it 2, 3, 4 times a match, and that can't be good, you know.
It's definitely damage on the knees. Shima's the master of the Meteora spam button. So he's had double knee replacement surgery at least twice, I think, in both of them, and he still does it. So who knows what's possible?
Well, but any match that sees Saki lose is a very good match to me. So that's I really enjoyed that. So that's a good. You can skip it, but I'd watch it just because it's not a huge investment of time and it's a good match to watch.
Any match Saki loses is indeed a win for you and me.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, moving right along. Tam Nakano versus Natsu Sumire. All right, so this has been a long-running story within Stardom. Natsu begins cutting a promo, flinging Peace-On around, or Peach-On, if you will, stating she picked this stuffed panda up in the trash a few months ago, and Tom being all worried and not focused is an insult to the 5-star. It is. She is a great promo. Tom simply wants her stuffed panda back. She's a bit lost without it from her promo. It plays into the mental game quite well.
So my favorite part of all this is, did you notice they had Peach-On tied up, like he's it's like a 20s movie and Natsu is the villain. And
yes.
This was so any of the Natsu story matches, she kind of plays a really similar role to Yano, where they may not be the most physical matches, but they are almost universally entertaining.
Absolutely. That's why I love Natsu Sumire so much, and she can do no wrong in my book.
And the thing is if you've seen her outside of Stardom, she can work, a lot like Yano can work, right? But in this role, in this incarnation, she does mostly her fun stuff, and it works, and it tells a good story, and it's a good match. You know what? This one or the main might be my number one for the night.
In this match, Tam can't bring herself to strike her beloved stolen Peace-On as Natsu brilliantly plays defense. Peace-On is in between her breasts, FYI.
Yes.
Tam almost gets an advantage, but Natsu quickly gets control back by threatening to spray Peace-On with, I guess it was hairspray?
Hairspray, or it might have been cold spray, actually.
It's probably cold spray, yeah. Tam obliges to Natsu's demands by putting her hands on her head, turning around, getting on her knees like she's been arrested, like the villain she clearly is. Then Natsu smartly kicks her when she's at her most vulnerable. It is brilliant mind games. They have a battle of the century, if I do say so myself. Heel versus face with the panda-napped Peace-On the line, it seems.
Yes.
Tam reverses the implant DDT into the spin kick flash magic, but pulls Natsu up before 3 because, well, she mad. Grabs Peace-On back, and with the panda stuffed animal in her hands, German suplexes Natsu for the win. Tam Nakano remains, at this point in the tournament, my MVP so far with this epic victory in both the 5-star and in our hearts.
I can't argue with any of that, but I was kind of cheering for the bad guy in this one. I love Natsu.
I'm pretty sure Tam Nakano was the bad guy. Natsu can do no wrong. She picked it up in the trash and needed a mental advantage to the strong, as I said, MVP at this point in the tournament.
Yeah.
Jungle Kiona versus Jamie Hayter. Jamie says, what did I tell you of her victories? Kiona says in English, which I quite liked, Jamie, tonight you will die. Bang! In her amazing English. Holding up her light, bright squirt gun, as she says it.
Is that a squirt gun? Or I thought that was like an airsoft gun. I'm gonna have to look back.
Do they sell airsoft guns legally in Japan?
No, it's a huge.
I know there's strict laws of all kinds.
It's a huge hobby there. They're actually like really crazy about airsoft in Japan.
Okay,
so,
it might have been an airsoft gun.
No, I gotta look back because it's not. It looks like a squirt gun. You're right, but it looks kind of heavy. So
I mean, you live in America now. There's some heavy duty squirt guns out there.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of getting used to the place. So
this was a good power matchup, but unfortunately ends after Kiona suffers a very awkward fall on her right shoulder from a Uranagi. Hayter puts her in a Boston Crab to win via submission. I thought that it was heading towards a very good matchup, and then the ref did a phenomenal job not stopping the match because he knew something was wrong, but he didn't stop it because it wasn't her neck, it wasn't her head. She was grabbing her shoulders. They were communicating with each other. Hayter remained in character, put her in a move that wasn't involving her shoulder in particular, and even after the match, the ref performed medical attention quite well. It's just one of those things in wrestling that you just like to see, even though something bad happened. You know what I mean?
Yes, the ref did a great job. This match was excellent. If this match ended normally without injury, this probably would have been my match of the night. But again, unfortunately, Kiona goes out because in terms of Stardom wrestlers, Kiona is probably the most consistently good. She may not have the same tie as like a Momo Watanabe or Iwatani Mayu, but she's still, when she's on her game, which is almost all the time, like I've seen Stardom in person 5 times, and I've started watching it on Stardom World, and I have never seen Kiona have a bad match.
Yeah, that's awfully... So, Max, you're a listener of this podcast, correct?
Yes.
So you're familiar with the rankings that I do throughout each podcast episode every 2 weeks. Wrestling Around the World every 2 weeks, as JPQ from No Particular Angle said, which I totally said. He did not. I take all the credit for his idea. Well, Jungle Kiona, despite not having major victories in 2019, is ranked at number 3 currently. So that proves to her excellence and consistency at the top of cards.
So if you don't mind me asking you, where is Ishii? Because that's the closest like analog to her.
Ishii, he is, if I look at the men, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Man, it's a slow year for him. He's had a fantastic year too.
He has. I see the men as more competitive because it's a bigger pool than the women.
Yes.
So, but yeah, he's top 10, and Jungle Kiona's top 5. I think it kind of, I can see exactly what you mean. They do analog each other pretty well.
Even their working style is really similar too, although Kiona doesn't use a headbutt like Ishii does.
Correct, you are. Hana Kimura versus Mayu Iwatani. Hana is aiming for the knee, as she says in her promo. Mayu then, in her promo, anticipates Hana will attack her before the bell or during her entrance or when her name is called. So she's prepared for this. Mayu Iwatani has lost, I don't know, a few gears in her head during this tournament. I don't know what's going on with her. Do you?
No, but the way she's like flinching and looking and all paranoid when she's coming in that's why I was laughing because I'm like, oh God, she's like she's not a happy person anymore, like she used to just not care, I think Gatsu finally is like she's starting to get Stockholm syndrome. But so the thing I find really interesting about the outcome of this one is Mayu's not going to win because since it's a review, I'm not super about giving away outcome, but Mayu, she's not going to win the whole thing, but they're going to be super choosy on who they beat her with.
Oh, sure,
If
absolutely.
She's kind of like they protect her kind of like New Japan protects Tanahashi, and they don't beat her with everybody. They don't beat her without a real good reason to. And I thought it was interesting that this whole thing is kind of like a coming out party for Hana, but she still took the match from Hana, because anybody on a Stardom roster can lose to Mayu and not be hurt by losing to Mayu. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I thought this was excellent. I understand why the going out in the crowd isn't as good on TV as it is in the person.
Mm-hmm.
And that there was a little bit of this in the match, but otherwise it was a really well-worked match. And Hana, you can kind of see her progression because a year ago, she would have obviously looked out of place, and she don't look out of place in this match.
I agree with that. So just to go through the match right quick. So if you couldn't guess by the way we were talking, yes, Hana Kimura does in fact jump Mayu from behind during her name. I believe that's when it happened. I didn't write that down. So it absolutely did happen. Hana takes control, even though Mayu anticipated it. Hana takes this match into a brawl on the outside and tosses Mayu around all around Osaka World Hall. Quite like that. So the more I watch the old All Japan women and how they work and what they do in the ring and they go outside and brawl quite a bit. And the more I watch Hana Kimura and the more I watch the All Japan women of the 80s and 90s, she mimics a lot of how they worked 20, 30 years ago. It's actually quite fascinating.
Well, that also kind of goes back to her training, Kyoko Kimura, her mom, is almost like a perfect bridge between the All Japan women and back then and now. Her career, if I'm not mistaken, overlaps with the second golden age, early 90 golden age of All Japan women. Let me look this up real quick.
While you're doing that, so yes, there was a brawl. Well, this was the Mayu showcase match, if anything.
Yes.
Everything that made her the icon of Stardom, if you will. Yes, Hana looked good, no denying that. But it really was the Mayu show. She hit all her big moves, with the exception of the top rope moonsault, in which Hana got her knees up into what I'm calling the octopus arrow lock. Is that accurate to call it that?
Which one? The kind of like the tarantula or octopus hold where she comes over the top?
No, it's her finishing submission move.
Oh yeah. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
She calls it
over the top of the head. You mean? I thought you meant like the rope or something.
No. It's like the octopus hold where instead of staying on the vertical, she goes over the top of who's ever in the hold.
Yes.
The interesting thing with that is, I think she calls it the hydrangea.
Yes, it is called the hydrangea. I'm just trying to figure. I like figuring out what a move is actually sort of called, or you can describe the move. Sort of like how I described Tsukasa Fujimoto. It's the spinning wheelbarrow, but it's called the Sukadora.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's.
Because Hana Kimura's submission hold, she gets him set in an octopus, right? But her leg goes over her leg goes over the opponent's head, and then she almost DDTs them, and then goes into the arrow lock. From there, it's a very unique move. It's Zack Sabre Jr.-esque.
It is very similar to Zack Sabre. The thing that it kind of reminded me of it. it's to me, it's like in the same family as like the old school crossface or what is it? Tequila
Bell Walk or
Sunrise,
something.
which
Oh, Tequila Sunrise. Yes, absolutely.
when she cut, like, especially the way that they end up usually head driven into the canvas and she's pulling on them where she also tries to trap their legs so they can't go to the ropes. So it's a cool move, and unfortunately she didn't win with it much this tournament.
I noticed that. It's almost like the story was she had to pull out a different move, a power move, in order to finally win, and I think that was the story that they were going for. But anyways, Mayu wins with the Dragon Suplex in the end, moving to 8 points, and I'm going to be honest, at this point, not looking good for Hana, looking very good for Mayu and Tom Nakano, surprisingly enough. So I was very much questioning how this was going to play out. Because I thought Momo was a sure lock this year or Mayu repeating, and I was like, okay, so maybe Mayu could repeat. The Tom Nakano, at this point, I was like, no way, because last year she got like 1 win.
Well, she's came along super fast, and that's
very nice to see.
And even in storyline where she was like, when I came into Stardom, that was still like the aftermath of the Exploding Death match and all that stuff. Where
yes,
and because she had to beg somebody not in her faction to help her, and because Oedo Tai was literally trying to murder her, So, but she's a great worker, and from that first night, I do think my 2 matches of the night is Hana and Mayu. And maybe 3. It's a toss-up between Hana and Mayu's probably, on work alone, that's the winner, right? As far as how much fun I had watching it, AZM Saki or Tom and Natsu. Because anytime Saki gets tortured, I'm a fan. So
Yankee trash, if you will.
Yes.
Natsu's words, not mine, but I will totally say it too. Me, it was Tom and Natsu. I just love any storyline that Natsu does. She nails it every time. Yes, the work rate, I agree. Main event, but Tom Nakano is just incredibly diverse, and that's why she was my MVP. She is my MVP at this point. September 16th, Fukuoka Day, which goes on day 8.
This was a really heavy show.
It was heavy. I just don't have a lot to say over the matches because they were, well, the main event for sure. But anyways, Avery defeats Tom Nakano, which kind of shocked me in the end because before this, Avery was coming off of 1 victory, breaking her losing streak, and her kind of having a breakdown in some ways. I'm the only one with 0 points, kind of situation.
Yeah, you know what? The only thing I can really say with this is Avery she's a kind of weird wrestler, and I don't mean that in a bad way. She's very idiosyncratic. She does every move is her doing a move, right? You couldn't mistake it for anybody else, and I think she's with a worker that's good enough to make it look good with her, and she came off looking like a star for, I think, the first time in the tournament.
I agree. Avery has had a very interesting schedule where she started off and you're like, oh no, right? That was your first reaction to her. And proceeding every single match from there with whom she's working against, she's seemingly gotten better each time and more confidence and as we see, winning matches now. Maybe that was just part of the story that they were telling as well.
Well, the thing with them is every time a foreigner comes to Stardom for the first time, there is definitely a marked improvement between the beginning of their tour and the end of their tour, because in between matches, they're doing the dojo system, they're doing everything, and it's kind of, they don't try to change them. It's not like the Performance Center where no matter how good you are going in, you're going to work the style.
Right.
But we're going to work with you on your style. We're going to teach you basics. We're going to try to get you stronger. And I think it paid dividends with her because she was really rough looking at the beginning of the tournament.
Absolutely. And
So-
just a testament to Tom Nakano coming through yet again.
Yes, she's low key becoming very, very similar to what I said about Kiona, where Tam doesn't really have bad matches anymore.
I mean, she misses her spin kick every now and again.
That's a high risk move, though. I don't hold that one against her.
I mean, you could easily just say, well, she lost that match because she didn't hit her spin kick well enough. There you go.
Yes. So
B.
but it's an
Priestley
okay-
defeats Natsuko Tora. Pour one out for Tora. Loses again.
No, see, I don't know what to say about Natsuko. I actually like her because she was the English customer service whenever you had to get tickets.
So there's a
But,
soft spot there.
And I've seen her have really good matches, and just, she's overmatched against B, and I think she needs to change up her presentation a little bit. For the lack of a better term.
Well, her getting into the brawling style within Oedo Tai, I think, is giving out dividends. Because I will reference the Arisa Tora match for a long time, because that is a great example of Tora in the ring, and it's not working out.
Yes.
But
Yes.
yeah, she loses.
Yes. Okay, that's really much you can say about that. B had a good match. She didn't even have to hit the Queen's Landing to beat Tora. That's all I'm going to say.
She doesn't need her best move to beat the likes of Natsuko Tora. 6-man tag team match, which I did want to just mention real quick because it's Oedo Tai, Hazuki, Jamie Hayter, and Kagetsu, the power team, if you will, defeat Mayu Yutani, Riho, and Saya Ida. What did you get out of this before I go on and
You
talk
know what?
about it?
I'm sorry to put it this way because we were doing the tournament. I reviewed only the tournament matches, but I can almost guess how this turns out. Let me guess. Poor Saya ate the pin.
Well, absolutely. But I just found it fascinating with the work of Riho against the different Oedo Tai members.
You know what? I'm going to have to go back and watch that because I want to see how, especially her and Kagetsu, or her and Atsuki being really, really good.
So Riho gets a short 1v1 with all three members of Oedo Tai at one point. And as we know,
Jesus.
Kagetsu is grapple, Jamie Hayter's power, and Hazuki's high speed. Right?
Yes.
And
of course, Hatsuki wants to murder her for having her title.
well, of course. That was obviously the best part. But the way Riho works, yes, she's a bit, I don't want to use the word clumsy. Reminds me of Sasha Banks, in which the work she does is very diverse, and it's clunky, but not in a horrid way, but it's not great. It makes it look, it's an Emi Sakura definite style to it. You know what I mean?
Well, yes, she did. Her moves when she performs them are really pretty. But again, her movement isn't completely fluid. I get what you're saying, though.
Fluidity. That's the word I was looking for. Yes, it's not totally fluid. So let's take her crossbody for example. In a still frame, it looks good, right? It looks great.
Yes.
Arms out, legs out. She's heading down, gets caught, but the jump is nothing. There's no effort to the jump itself.
Yeah, you're right. It's just she does the move, but she doesn't. It's usually off the top rope into the side, off into the apron or off into the side of the ring, and she's just so small. It looks like she's flying. So she's like a flying squirrel. Sorry.
Yeah.
But no, I've watched a bunch of her matches. I've watched some of her Gato move stuff, and she's good. She works excellent, but she does work a very different style than the other four members in the ring.
Yes.
Other five, sorry, I forgot Saya. She's small.
That's okay. I'm not big on Saya Ida. We'll see what happens in Tag League. But this is a great opportunity now to say for the next cast, I'll be doing a Gato Move binge watch. And that's another Emi Sakura project promotion, much like Ice Ribbon. I'm a big Ice Ribbon fan. Much of Ice Ribbon is trained by Emi Sakura, at least the top stars like Tsukasa Fujimoto, besides, Manami Toyota. So I expect to be pleasantly surprised with Gato move, and that's where Riho comes from as well.
Yes, she's doing she's a little bit, so Gato moves a little bit like DDT. They do.
Yes. Well, it's Emi Sakura, so I expect panda fights, hardcore matches, just ridiculous comedy as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
All right, moving on. We got a lot more to cover here. Andres Miyagi versus Konami goes to a time limit 15-minute draw. The one of 2 draws in the entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. We'll be covering the other one fairly shortly, too. So, I
think this was Andres Miyagi's best match.
Yes. I think, again, so the thing that you have to understand, I think this is why it is the best match, right? Konami, the thing about Stardom wrestlers, right? They learn the Stardom style. Konami is emphatically not a Stardom wrestler.
Correct.
And I think she was able to work in a style that Andres is more fluid in. And that's why it looked better. Because I noticed that too when I watched her other matches, that the girls that came out of the Stardom dojo, she has a little bit of a hard time working with them.
That is noticeable because Andres came from the Sendai dojo, correct? With Meiko Satomura?
Yes.
And when you think about it, because you have Emi Sakura's dojo, you have the Stardom dojo, and then you have Meiko Satomura. So you have 3 conflicting styles, right?
Yes, and
Go on.
And then Konami is, of course, is Asuka, or formerly known as the famous Hana. So she works a really ground-based game like Andres probably learned working against with Meiko. So,
absolutely, and you could definitely tell in this match. They just blended so well together. It was one of Konami's stronger matches in the entire tournament as well. Was I surprised about the draw? Maybe not. I wasn't mad about it. I was like, oh shit, they went to a draw. Cool.
It was, you got to have a few to keep it kind of current. They always do, like, even with the Cinderella tournament, they always do 1 or 2 draws for that reason, too. So,
yeah,
that was actually, and then, it's a great match. You got to check it out. It's just, there's no decision,
Yeah. Natsu Sumire defeats Saki Kashima in a feud of the year match, the one that won me 1 point in me and JPQ's Stardom bet. Unfortunately, we'll get there to the end of that bet. I will have to reveal it for the podcast. If you follow me on Twitter, you already know. At BowlingJD, Red Leaf Retrocast. Yeah, I fucking adored this match. I loved all the build. Been discussing it on this podcast all year. Natsu Sumire winning the right to the move Revival, the flash pin that Saki likes using. They've gone through trying to go for a song, Natsu just berating the Yankee trash that is Saki Kashima, and in the end, Natsu beats her with her own move because reasons, and it's amazing reasons, just because she can. And
I love this match. I really can't say anything other than it. Natsu gets to do Natsu things. Saki loses. It was very fun. And Saki still tries to fight Natsu after the match because she's a dirty Yankee,
Well, she has to. And speaking of dirty Yankee, I was almost going to forget a couple things during the match that happened. They start off... I don't know. Max, do you watch a lot of anime?
A little bit. Not so much anymore.
Okay. Are you familiar with Bebop High School?
No.
Okay, well... Bebop High School is an anime about high school thugs, Yankees, if you will. And when I saw Saki go down in the crouch position, much like a Yankee, I popped pretty bad, because I was like, oh my god, she's embracing it now. And Natsu's calling her a Yankee. It's really, really funny. They act like thugs in the ring. They're speaking with the Bacchanal. They're rolling the R real hard. It's really, really funny. I laughed hysterically.
I thought,
and then there was excellent callbacks to their previous matches in the year. And this is what makes feuds so good, is they've won matches in the past via certain moves they were using in this match, so it got you to pop a little bit. You go, oh, it could end there. There was callbacks to the ref nut shots, getting
that poor ref.
he got cracked twice. You think, oh my god, is another DQ coming? Because they've each gotten DQ'd from very much the same thing. The match just goes on, and then sure as shit, it ends with Natsu using her opponent's finisher, which the promos have been doing. It's simple storytelling. It's simple match storytelling. It's not to be slept on. This is something to pay attention to.
And the thing that makes it so fun, right, is if you've ever seen Saki during her first run in Stardom, like the old matches, she was a vicious heel.
Oh yeah, going up
right?
against Kairi Hojo and the like. Oh yeah.
And the more that I think they're going to, when they draft her, she might not be in Stars again. I'm kind of crossing my fingers for it, because I think she is a super effective heel, and she a little bit of the speediness came out of this match, and I thought I liked it better than I liked a normal Saki match, because I don't know. When she's a babyface, I don't know if I think she's as good as she was as a heel.
Well, she has more character, I think, as she's a heel, and that's what we got here. It was almost, because the crowd was so into Natsu's games, I myself included, everyone wanted to hate Saki. That's what it felt like to me.
So I was at the costume change show when she came out dressed in a running suit like a Yankee. Everybody was cheering. They booed Saki for that. So that was a lot of fun.
Main event, Hana Kimura defeats Momo Watanabe in 10 minutes, 54 seconds. Hana wins off I'm just going straight to the finish here, because it was the Hana Kimura coming out party. And this was, I was over on the No Particular Angle podcast with JPQ, and I, on that podcast, called out Hana Kimura is going to beat Momo Watanabe. It's going to be her big match in which this is the one to turn her on, right? To put the pedal to the metal. So Hana wins off what she calls the Tiger Lily, and it's a combo of a front missile dropkick, something she's been using in a lot of her matches, and then it goes into a freaking package pile driver, of all things. I lost my mind.
I thought that was great, and just one thing I was seeing on Reddit or online too, they were calling her unsafe and everything. I actually watched that pile driver, because I saw that. I watched the pile driver back 4 times. It was safe. It was done correctly. I don't think Momo even touched the ground.
No, she didn't.
And
it was off to the side a bit, too, so it was even safer than what, say, Jordan Devlin does with his package pile driver, where it looks like he cracks their neck.
Well, and I compared hers with Chase Owens, because I think he's probably...
Why do you have to bring up Chase Owens on this podcast? Don't you know I went through a mental breakdown on the last podcast 2 weeks ago? Come on. Why you gotta do this to me?
Well, he's a good worker, and
He is a dirty Virginia boy that hurt me mentally and somehow physically, even though we've never come in contact with each other.
But, oh, Jesus, okay.
He hurt me more than Nick Gage punched me in the shoulder last night at Beyond Wrestling.
Oh, geez, that dude's dangerous.
Well, he's a felon.
Well, there you have it. I guess he ain't going back to jail,
Yeah, so I really enjoyed this match. It was everything I anticipated and more.
Absolutely, this is a great match. I have really little to say with it other than it's a great match and you should watch it. A few things I really liked is they use the outside differently than they normally do. There wasn't very much brawling. They'd powder to the outside and use that for time.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like they both wrestled a smart match, which is something that you don't see very much, especially Hana. Old Hana would go out and chase her and get hemmed up outside. And Momo took her time and she just waited in the ring. It's a very different strategy than what she would normally use, or the way she'd present herself, if that makes sense to you.
It does make sense.
All right.
Moving
All right.
on. September 16th, Fukuoka, the night show now, still day 8. I have very little to say over this show. Just going through the results right quick. Avery gets a shock victory, defeating Azumi. It was fine. Konami defeats Natsuko Tora, as she should, in 5 minutes. So pour another one out for Natsuko Tora. And then, devastatingly, Saki Kashima defeats Hazuki in under 3 minutes.
I was sad about that.
My heart, I think, skipped 3 beats when I saw that result. I just went.
So the only thing I'm going to say about this result was Hazuki, I think, as far as future stars going forward, if there's ever a change in leadership with Oedo Tai, she's going to be the next prime minister.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that.
She's she's becoming a great worker, even outside the high speed style. Like, I really enjoyed the match we're going to be talking about in about 30 seconds. And basically, yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that day of shows. They're all very quick.
Hazuki's job in this tournament. Now, I thought she was going to get more wins to this point. I mean, she still has 8 points at this point in the tournament. It just feels like with that Saki lost, she's out. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, she's done. So on to the Korakuen Hall Finals, September 22nd. We're finally here. Lots of matches. Avery defeats Natsu Sumire. Avery moves to 8 points in the end. Holy shit! What a finish. She pulled the G1 Juice Robinson on us.
And yeah, well, she's not as good as Juice's. I know JPQ is misguided on a lot of things, but especially Juice Robinson. But I'm sorry, I have to get that shot in. I don't know why he hates Juice so much. But so that was a match. It happened. There's really not much that happened. Avery has a cool finisher. She has like a 2-step finisher, almost like Hana does.
Mm-hmm.
She does that weird like half and half suplex, and then goes into what looks like a hammer. What is a hammerlock DDT? And I thought that was the smoothest sequence of that entire match. It's a good match. You can skip it really if you want to. They're both not in contention at this point of the tournament if you're following it for the bigger narrative of the tournament.
Right. Tom Nakano defeats Saki Kashima, warms our hearts. Tom Nakano finishes on 10 points. Great job. Every match Tom Nakano had was good or better. How about that?
That's a fair statement. I watched this match. It was good. You know, her and Saki always... Every match I've seen of her, which she's had 2 or 3 singles matches with Saki, and it's always a sprint. This one's no different. And of course, it ends with the nice, pretty bridging German suplex. So she's good.
Yeah, I think this was the bridge that went viral on Twitter for a couple days.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a very, very pretty move.
Yeah. Next match, Hana Kimura versus Hazuki, in which Hanaka defeats Hazuki, so Hazuki stays at 8 points. Hana Kimura moves up to 10, now needing a Mayu loss, in which Hana could win the block. The match went 11 minutes, 49 seconds, the longest Hazuki match I can remember seeing in quite some time. Now, this one meant a lot to you, correct? Or
yeah,
at least
I thought
you really enjoyed it.
I enjoyed this for 2 reasons. One is, independent of unit, these two have been shown to hate each other over 3 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ever since she was Baby Hana and Baby HCK and Oedo Tai and Queen's Quest respectively, these two have not liked each other, and it kind of shows in the work, and including Hatsuki not cutting any sort of promo other than "I want to fight her."
Right.
And, like the work, like the speed. this is kind of a coming out party for Hatsuki, even though she lost, because she works a very different kind of match here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not over in 5 minutes. It's very, not a deliberate pace, but it's not bang, bang, it's that you're done, right? The pacing is much slower. Her work is it's better. There's more selling. There's more, and I think she's kind of showing should be moving into maybe not the first rank, but the second rank of wrestlers in Stardom. She's gonna be one of the ones that I think their future is built off of.
Oh, I can't deny that at all. I see it as the only fact.
Yes.
Momo Watanabe defeats Mayu Iwatani. She played spoiler.
I was sad at this one. I have a soft spot for Mayu, a huge soft spot for Mayu. It's a great match. Mayu
Only 9:24. I was expecting longer.
I was half expecting a time limit draw on this one, to be really honest with you.
Oh, that was on my mind from even before the match started.
And the fact that it ended so decisively, even though in the defense of the way that they set it up, they threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Mayu to get her to eat the pin. So really not much to say other than it's a great match. The work, of course, is solid, as is every meeting between these two have been.
Oh, God, yeah. Momo kicked the shit out of her. Mayu sold her head off, head over heels, with the work rate in this. It's everything you can imagine. Momo wins off the Peach Sunrise twice. She hits an elevated one from the top. Like she pulls her off the top rope, so Mayu's further elevated in the air, and then she holds on and hits it a second time.
There's not much to say about that other than she's done.
Yeah. Oh yeah. After I thought she was done after the first one. It's like an avalanche Peach Sunrise. That's a good way to describe it.
Yes.
So, played spoiler. Mayu's out. Momo, big smile on her face. Haha, you're not gonna win. And then this next match irritated me, to say the least. Natsuko Tora defeats Andres Miyagi. This, to me, I know. We said that Andres has trouble adjusting to the Stardom style. She's very one-dimensional. She's been exposed in Stardom, and in this tournament, really made that clear to me, especially in the second half of the Stardom tournament. Natsuko Tora beating her now tells me, until Andres figures this shit out, she's a mid to lower mid-card Stardom worker.
Yeah, that is kind of sad, because I know when she came into Stardom, I had her in mid card, upper mid tier, kind of coming in at the same level that Konami did, but she really hasn't shown me much this tournament, other than the match with Konami, which was phenomenal.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in whether it's the Joshi Reddit, which I came across recently, different podcast or wrestling outlets that they're baffled with the Miyagi booking. They're baffled with the match choices, and I guess you and I are the only ones that go, she can't adjust. She's having a lot of trouble. And this match being 7 minutes, add it to the Momo Mayu match, please. Could have made that one go another 3 minutes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyways, at least it played into Tora's strengths, where it was a Oedo-Tai interference and some brawling. So at least there was that.
She just needs to not wrestle in a janitor's outfit.
She does look like she needs to pick up the trash around the ring.
But otherwise, there's not much to say. I'm just sad because Andros and Sendai was really good.
Oh yeah.
And
she was one of the main reasons why I tuned into Sendai as much as I did.
And then it's a combination really of two things, right? Natsuko, I do think like Stardom, for whatever reason, whenever they pick up freelancers or whatever, they go on a losing streak.
Except for
Riho. But when Konami came in, she lost a lot. When she might not necessarily should have. And they're doing the same with Andres, and I think yeah, there's a kind of like a cognitive dissonance with how they work.
Yeah. Arisa versus Kagetsu goes to a 15-minute draw. The second one of the tournament, the final one. So that kind of hints things to come. An excellent match.
Absolutely fantastic. I don't really have much negative to say about this. Arisa still is putting everything together. But when she puts things together, it's amazing, and she really has the perfect dance partner in Kagetsu. In overall skill, I still think Kagetsu's the best worker in Stardom. Not best worker, sorry, best total package in Stardom.
Yeah. I think the best worker is Kiona, personally. But total package, yeah, I would agree. It's Kagetsu.
And she worked real well with Arisa. They both sold a lot. Kagetsu, I think she ate 2 Brazilian kicks and still kicked out. And I can't say anything but good things about this match. And Kagetsu probably is my favorite wrestler, other than Mayu in Stardom. I'm still waiting for their tag team.
I wonder what that would be called. Mist Rock? Rock Mist?
Moon Rock, I don't know, because that's her.
Oh, that's Moon Rock. That'd be a good one, yeah. That would go over very well in Japan because just because of the Pokemon references and all that. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, she ate 2 Brazilian kicks. I was not expecting that. Kagetsu, the story of the whole tournament was she just wouldn't leave well enough alone. She had to go to the well too many times, and it cost her the entire tournament.
Yep. That's a fair thing. Because, again, that first match and the last match, that's what it is with her.
B. Priestley, post-match, Arisa, devastated by the draw and not being able to beat her, wants a rematch, wants Kagetsu to challenge her for her white belt, and then Avery comes out with her kind of elbows and hands below her chin, just, hello, I'm here. And Arisa just super dazed and confused, as she does in her goofball look, the ditz look. She goes, oh, but Kagetsu-san, no. Okay, Avery, I guess we'll have a match. Shit.
Well, so this one's going to be paid off, and I'm going to make a bet. I do think that there's going to be a title change here.
Oh, Arisa loses the white belt to Avery?
No. Kagetsu.
Oh, Kagetsu. Okay. Yeah, that I believe.
they just signed a contract for that, so it's coming up at least in the next few weeks. So this might be, if it's anything like this match, it's going to be a fantastic showcase of both of them.
I think it'd be even better than what we saw here. B. Priestley defeats Jamie Hayter in the Battle of the Gaijins. Whom can actually name themselves top Gaijin? Jamie Hayter, all she has to do is not lose, and she wins her block. If she loses, Konami wins the block, something that went really low-key with me. I had no idea Konami had won as much as she had, and she was that close. Jamie Hayter was very obvious. It was like, well, she's fucking winning everything.
This match was great. Again, it's they both work. But the truth is, the real top Gaijin is Martina. So,
don't be ridiculous.
I love Martina. I've actually talked to her. She's really nice.
Oh yeah.
This match again, fantastic, extremely solid work. So B's an interesting wrestler, right? She's a foreigner who wrestles like she's Japanese. And
yes, indeed.
She wrestles a very, very strong style of wrestling. Her work would be not out of place in New Japan. And so it makes her a very interesting thing because you have somebody like Jamie and B, and they're going from train wrestling to striking to, I liked the work in this match because it was very varied in the way that they went through things.
It was extremely unique. It was a good showcase of two people that basically were brought up in not so much the EVE system completely, but definitely the UK indie scene, and then transitioning so early in their careers, Jamie Hayter a little later than when B. Priestley transitioned into Japanese strong style. And every time I see Jamie Hayter work in England, it's not good, right? Because the workers in the UK aren't that good. The skill level is night and day. And then Jamie seems to go through a regression phase. And then when she comes back to Japan, and I saw this early in B. Priestley, that's why she would get a lot of flack for her work. And when B. Priestley started going full-time Stardom, her work rate started becoming a lot more consistent. She's able to work this one style rather than keep going back and forth between this low work rate and the UK indie scene. And Jamie Hayter's trying to get into basically what B. Priestley did, and this was a good showcase of those beginning roots and how much better they've gotten together.
Oh, absolutely. The big thing to me is I'm kind of running them through because I watch these almost all back to back to back, just so I can have consistent thoughts on them. And B on the mat works very similar to Zack Sabre Jr., if that makes sense to you.
I'm going to have to look a little bit more closely. I've never looked at that
not on this
comparison
match,
before.
but the match, not the finals match, but the match before, the way she'd float over and work, it was a very catch wrestling style. Maybe not like Zack Sabre Jr. because nobody really moves like him.
No.
But she flows really nicely. It's like she kept the one really nice thing about British wrestling, and she took all of this other stuff and put it on top of it.
Yeah, and you do see Jamie Hayter use some catch style as well, just from her roots. So yeah.
And then, of course, this is satisfying because I love the Japanese Ocean Suplex, and she did it in this match. It's like it's an event when she does that move. It's almost like the One Wing Angel.
Yeah, and doing it on the big Jamie Hayter was quite impressive.
Yeah, she is so much bigger than everybody else. Even B, because B is slight, right?
Yeah.
Even compared to Jamie, and she got her up and put her over. That was awesome.
Yeah, she kind of had to... She needed assistance from the turnbuckle, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that was a little bit of work.
Yeah. So the finals end up being Hana Kimura versus Konami. The match goes 14 minutes, 18 seconds. There was a part of me going, are they going to go to a draw and need to go to overtime? I was like, no. They wouldn't do that. That'd be crazy. But then I'm like, wait a minute. Is there even? Because then I was like questioning the rules. Is there even a time limit in the finals? Why would they do that?
I know in the Cinderella there isn't, because I remember them making a point about no time limit, but I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if they announced it or there isn't one. But anyways, it went below 15 minutes anyways. I wasn't in love with this match, but it had a lot of story behind it, so I did like it. I did enjoy it, regardless of the not love.
So Kiona holding the ropes open, that was cool.
That was nice, yeah.
The only time you saw her after she got hurt. And the jump start from Konami, very different, because even when she was in Queen's Quest, she was never an out-and-out heel. And even here, she doesn't usually use underhanded tactics, but
well,
I think
she's in the same stable as Hana Kimura, and seen her work throughout this tournament. She's like, I'm going to get her before she gets me.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, she's just CYA right there, So, otherwise, this is a great match. The thing I don't like about it, right, is you put Konami in the finals of 2 tournaments. She loses both.
Yeah.
And as long as they don't make a habit of this with her, it'll be okay. But right now, she worked a fine match. Hana worked a fine match. It was good, but I think it suffers by the 2 predecessors in comparison. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. With how stacked the card was, and the high level work rate we saw prior to this, it It really got, like, I still appreciated the finals. I still liked it well enough. But on the level, the finals didn't live up to the previous expectations. But nonetheless, Hana Kimura defeats Konami, cementing her monumental business push to the top. She is a star, as JPQ and I discussed at the top of the podcast. Yeah, this podcast is going over 5 hours at this point.
It's
a marathon.
She's absolutely going to be a huge star. Well, she is a huge.
She already is.
And the thing is the larger implications of all of this stuff. I think if Stardom finds somebody to work with, or they start moving shows, they have a very international product, right? If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, and it's very easy to get into with the English subtitles. A lot of people comment that there's no commentary, but hey.
Well, and the thing is, right now in Japan, they are on the verge of making a huge jump. Right now, they're just about too big for Korakuen for their big events. Are they going to go to Otaku? Are they going to go to Ryogoku? And I'm kind of interested how they book the next year, because I think that they're to the point where they're leaving money on the table by staying in the venues they're going to, especially in Tokyo.
Yeah, because I've been paying attention to Ice Ribbon's attendance in 2019, and going more often to Yokohama and filling in 2,000 seat stadiums. I was like, holy shit, you guys are going up. Stardom's vastly increasing. They've doubled, tripled in some cases just from Hana Kimura showing up. It is a correlation. It's no coincidence. So,
but again, I really think that, yeah, they've got somebody who's international, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
Hana
Kimura, it absolutely does.
Hana Kimura, the one thing she has over somebody like Mayu or Momo or even Kagetsu, actually no, Kagetsu works everywhere, is her look, her presentation, her attitude are not uniquely tailored to Japan. And and the best way I can put this, right?
Well, Hana Kimura came out of the Wrestle One dojo?
Yes, she came out of Wrestle One, which meant that
0-1 is the DDT, correct?
0-1 was Mizawa. But her initial training was done by her mother in Keiji Muto. And I know outside of Stardom, she used to use a Moodle as her finish. So,
yeah.
But I'm thinking more about like her look and her presentation and her attitude, the way she carries herself, all the things that kind of Western wrestling fans go gaga over.
Oh yeah.
And right now, I have a short list of like, as far as the Stardom roster and how international they would translate, and it's only got about 4 or 5 names on it, and she's number 1.
The other, the two others that pop out to me are Konami and Hazuki.
Because Konami, Hazuki, Kagetsu, just because of her attitude.
Well, sure, yeah.
And the way that she works and how insane she is. I brought, because the listeners who don't know, I went to college in Japan. I was stationed there. I took some of my non-wrestling friends to watch a Stardom show with me. That was the day of Kagetsu versus Mayu Iwatani when Kagetsu still had the red belt.
Is this the day she hung her?
Well, that was another time. That was when she hung she hung Hana. But This is she hung. Yeah, you're right. She hung slash threw Mayu off the balcony at Korakuen Hall, and everybody's like, "I want a Kagetsu T-shirt." And like the only 2 wrestlers I ever saw get that response was Kagetsu and Aja Kong. And again, it was just she has something non-verbally, and all of the wrestlers I named, that you and I named, non-verbally have this aura about themselves that make them universal.
Yeah.
And so if Stardom looks to expand beyond Japan, which I think they're kind of sort of edging towards, that's going to be all of their point people. Because they're going to have to introduce the Utamis and Momos and Kyonas a little bit slowly. Although Kyona, I think if they play her right, she's going to translate like Ishii translated.
Yeah, you just put her in a match where it's a high level work rate. It get over in 2019 as opposed to even 10 years ago.
Yes.
All right. So, we got to throw this to the end.
Okay.
In my Discord, I threw out cuz there's some Joshi fans in the Discord there for the Red Leaf Retrocast. I asked JPQ and Niagara, whom you're very familiar with, top 5 matches of the 5-star for them. Start with Niagara. Starting from the bottom, number 5, Hazuki versus Hana. Momo versus Azumi at 4. 3 is Kagetsu v Kiona. 2, Utami versus Arisa from the August 18th Shinkiba show. And number 1 is Momo versus Mayu. JPQ's was 5, Mayu Azumi. 4, Hazuki Hana. 3, Kagetsu Kiona. So there she is. There's that match again. 2, Momo Azumi. There's that. And then 1 is Momo Mayu. So 2 in a row for that. His MVP, he says Azumi. So go listen to the No Particular Angle podcast, the Big Stardom review. Get his reasoning behind the young upstart who wasn't even supposed to be in the tournament, turn out to be his MVP. Honorable mention for the match, for one of his favorite matches, the Back to the School match of Jungle versus Andres Miyagi, which is low-key one of the funniest things I've seen all year. And what were yours, Max?
Okay, so I'm going to give you... I did top 3. I'm sorry. I don't...
Fine.
Okay, so my third was Arisa Kagetsu. I thought that was excellent. There's really nothing you can say about that beyond that. Number 2 for me was Konami Andres. And number 1 for me was Natsu and Saki.
Natsu and
Because
Saki.
because I love that match. I'm sorry. It's fun. I'm a simple man. Saki
And that's what
loses
wrestling
nuts.
is at the end of the day. Fun.
Yes.
You're supposed to have fun. You're not supposed to have DQ finishes in a cell match. Anyways.
Let's not talk about that. So,
my top 5. Number 5 is Mayu versus Tom Nakano, Day 5, Shinkiba, September 7th. Battle of Stars. I think that was the conglomeration where I realized that Tom Nakano pulled out one of the most diverse runs I've seen of a wrestler in any sort of tournament, where every match she had, she adjusted to her opponent's style, which was quite something to see. Number 4, Konami Arisa, the Cinderella rematch, Day 3, Osaka Night from August 25th. 3, Momo Azumi, the high-speed young person match, Day 5, Shinkiba. Same show, September 7th. You can tell I really like that day. Number 2, Momo Mayu, Korakuen Hall finals. Of course, I think we're all in agreement that was a
that was
banger of a
excellent. I
match.
just wanted to be different.
Yeah. And then number 1, I have Kagetsu Kiona, Day 6, Shinkiba, September 8th. The Kaniku Buster wins the match, and apparently Stardom agreed with me. They also gave that best match.
Yeah,
So clearly I'm right.
That's a really safe, really not safe, but it's a good pick because, again, you have your two of your best workers working against each other. That's almost a no-brainer.
Yeah. I think 1-2 could be... well, obviously I'm right, but for second place, I would say you could switch them out.
Yeah.
Well, Max, this was fantastic to have you on the podcast talking the rest of the 5-Star Grand Prix. What is your thoughts over the upcoming Tag League? Just to finish it out.
So if Martina and Natsu doesn't win, I'm gonna riot. I don't know how I'm gonna riot by myself, but I'll figure it out.
God, you are not the only one I've seen on Twitter even saying such things. Is it a? I don't know. I think the wild card is the Andrus Miyagi Kagetsu tag team.
I was a little shocked that they didn't do the twin moon team again.
Mm.
The Hatsuki Kagetsu tag team.
Well, it's a bold decision from Stardom this year to have Hazuki go in this tag league alone. She's going to be in handicap matches. She has no partner.
Well, I thought
It's
she
very
brought
strange.
I thought she's bringing the janitor to the tag team with her.
Well, I mean, the janitor's a manager, but yeah, she's I don't know how she's gonna win any matches going up against her, going by herself. Maybe she'll beat I guess is Saki in the same? Whatever. TCS I think is an easy pick, but something tells me the no fun team, the not friends, the team of Tom Nakano and Arisa is a dangerous team coming out of the 5-star.
So out of all joking aside, the two interesting teams you named one, but the Jamie Hayter B Priestley team is going to be really interesting too.
Oh fuck, we forgot to mention that. After B Priestley beat Jamie Hayter, she goes, "Yep, Top Gaijin, me right here." By the way, hashtag Top Gaijin. She looks at Jamie Hayter and I guess she needs a tag partner, and Jamie Hayter needs a tag partner. And they go, "You know what? You're a Gaijin. I'm a Gaijin. Let's be Top Gaijin team." And they shook hands to the total dismay of both their factions.
Especially because I know Queen's Quest, she's not a leader, right?
Right.
But based on her accomplishment, she's the leader of the team.
Currently, oh yeah, and Momo's been on a losing streak of sorts. She's low key. I mean, she's looked utterly fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but she's definitely been pushed back since the white belt loss.
So one thing I can say, right, is Momo's made huge strides. Like I think I've said this on the Discord before. I wasn't a fan of Momo before, and
you weren't the only one. Not me, of course. I've loved her since day one. But anyways,
when I first started watching her, she looked soft. If that makes sense to you,
she did look like a small child, pudgy, still developing kind of deal. She not everybody can look like Bull Nakano when they're 15 and 17 years old.
I was just thinking of her because she was really kickbaits, but she wasn't laying her work in. And
yeah, I can agree with that. That's fine.
And then when she's working, because she was with the first time I saw her, she was Io Shirai's partner, and of course, Io when she was in Stardom, which I can't comment on how she is now, was stiff as hell. And
Io Shirai is, I assure you, not stiff as hell anymore.
No. And
that was devastating to me.
I saw her and Momo partner, I think with somebody else at Shinkiba, and she just didn't look as, she kind of got beat up by comparison. And then you had somebody like Hatsuki come in, and Hatsuki doesn't care. She's going to come flying at you. But she's developed quite nicely, and I'm kind of becoming a fan of hers. And that's saying a lot for me, because if I decide I don't like somebody, it usually carries forward. So she's really good. And who's Utami partnered with her? She's sitting the tag league out.
She's sitting the tag league out, I believe.
She really messed up her hand, didn't she?
She broke her pinky and I think dislocated the ring finger.
Ow!
I think that's what happened.
Just jog my memory. Who was she working with when she got hurt?
Oh, I don't remember off the top of my head.
It wasn't.
I wrote it down on the last podcast and said it.
It wasn't Jamie, because I actually looked back and make sure, because the Kiona thing was just bad luck, and
yeah,
that's a super safe spot. They came down a little bit wrong, and she tweaked her shoulder, but
quick recovery. Luckily enough, She'll be in tag league. Jungle Kiona.
Thank God, because honestly, I think if they give her any sort of belt, it's going to be the trios or the tag belt. Actually, I think she already has the trios belt right now. So
No, Oedo
No.
Tai has the trios.
that's right. The Oedo Tai took it from them.
Yeah.
But no, her and Utami are, by my estimation, in ring, the two best they have right now. So the quicker they can get them back, the better.
So, JPQ and I had a bet.
Yes.
And it was because I bought a ticket to Chikara, King of Trios Night 2. So the deal was we'd come up with a point system of the bet, and whoever had the most amount of points, whoever got predictions right, the loser would have to buy the winner beer at King of Trios Night 2. The whole beer tab.
Oh, jeez.
So, Artist Champions by October 1st. I said TCS. He said Oedo Tai. Oedo Tai wins. 1 point for him. Saki versus Natsu feud by October 1st. I had Natsu win because they were both in the same block of the 5-star. So basically, whoever won that match, I had Natsu, he had Saki, of course, and Natsu wins. Point for me, 1-1. Whom is the first one to have a singles title of a faction leader by October 1st? I had Hana, he had Momo, neither, so 0 points. Still tied. The next tag team champion, so at the time, Momo and Utami were still tag champions. I had TCS, he had Oedo Tai. Point for me. So it's 2-1. Red champ by October 1st. He still had B, I had Mayu, so it's 2-2. And then Jamie Hayter, biggest singles win by October 1st. I had Jungle Kiona, he had Hazuki. Jungle Kiona did in fact lose to Jamie Hayter. So I'm ahead at this point. So it came down to essentially who wins the 5-star Grand Prix. Okay? And he had Hana Kimura, I had Momo. Then we had backups. Kagetsu and Mayu were mine. Kagetsu and Momo were his. So if Hana Kimura lost the finals to Konami, I would have won the bet. Unfortunately, she won the 5-star Grand Prix, and he wins the bet. I bought him beer at King of Trios.
JPQ looks like a big guy. He probably drank a lot of beer, too.
He, in fact, did not. So, and
Really?
The beer was cheap at King of Trios. So I made out like a bandit. I was quite happy. I was like, oh, awesome. I was expecting to have like a $50 beer tab. We're going to have to take an Uber or something home. He was like, no, I'm good. That's all I need. And then we went home. I was like, fuck, I'm going to have some more beer then. That's all more for me. What a responsible guy he is. He could have taken full advantage of me, but he did not.
Oh man, if that was me, I'd be double fisting it.
Dude, when I go to wrestling shows, I always double fist it with beers, unless they only are allowed to sell me one. So Max,
all right.
I would love to have you back to talk more Joshi wrestling. Would you be down? I'm asking this live on the podcast, quote unquote live. Would you be down to be back for another Stardom review for the Nagoya show and possibly involved with some Gato binge watching?
The Nagoya show, yes, because it's limited. The Gato show, I don't know how much I can watch because I'm a grad student. I have 1,000 pages to read.
Well, I got a list of matches to watch from a friend on Twitter. Been talking to him. He recommended a slew. If you would be interested to watch like at least a couple of those, I would be happy to have you back on this podcast.
Okay, what are they? I got you.
I will send you the list.
All right.
And we'll get you back for the next episode.
Sounds great.
All right. That was the Joshi Stardom 5-star Grand Prix finals. On to the next segment.
Sweet.
And welcome back to the show. We're finally talking Progress Chapter 95, still chasing. I am now joined here with a fellow host of the modern gaming cast, Red Leaf Retrocast, and host of his own podcast, the Smack It Down podcast. Jay, it's been a while since you've been on the WrestleCast. Welcome to the show.
Why, thank you, my dude. It has been a while. And yes, I have no excuse. It's all good.
Well, we're talking arguably Progress's second biggest show of the calendar year. Would you say Bread Knife was the first one?
We're not counting Super Strong Style 16.
Well, I mean, that goes without saying.
Okay, well, look, in that regard, yeah, it's probably... I would say this is bigger than Bread Knife, but Bread Knife was also pretty big.
Yes. So it went
Bread
Bread
Knife has
Knife,
one of my
Super Strong
favorite.
Style, and then now we're here, this one. Because Strong
Yeah,
Style is
Bread Knife
that
has-
big 3-day event. So,
Yeah, just like 16 carat.
right. Yeah, I usually don't count 16 Carat as one of their marquee singular events. I usually rope that in with probably Fan and maybe Superstars of Wrestling, something along those lines.
What about Shortcut?
Shortcut is... It's like the stipulation sells it rather than the event itself.
It's like the Rumble to an extent.
Yeah, kinda. Well, I mean, it's exactly like the Rumble, but... But anyways.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, the Rumble match sells the pay-per-view. It's not the whole thing, because if you look at the card on the most recent ones of those, they haven't exactly been great.
True.
But I'd just like to say, before we get into this, that Bread Knife has had one of my favorite matches of the year on it, and anybody who was not seeing that TLC match should go watch that TLC match. It was freaking great.
Oh, absolutely. Aussie boys looking good.
And then one of them hurt their knee, and now he's not working.
Yeah, Mark Davis supposedly tore his ACL or MCL, something along those lines. But we got...
Lots of CLs in your knee.
So we're at a kind of a crossroads with both WXW, OTT, Progress, a lot of the major Euro promotions out there with the state of the indie scene. And what we've seen from OTT is a struggle of their undercard and midcard to draw interest. The main card is still heavily interesting, but that still involves Jordan Devlin and Walter, David Starr, of course, but two NXT UK guys. Then on the opposite
David
end,
Starr.
right? Well, yeah, David Starr. I did say that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, two NXT UK guys and David Starr.
Then you have on one end WXW that's been that's always slowly seen a decrease of their top stars, their top main eventers, over a period over this same period of time. And what they've done is tried to get their mid-carders up to main event level, whether that's Bobby Guns, who had a fantastic 2018, Ilya Dragunov, who's already signed, so they lost him. They built Absolute Andy like a top heel in brilliant fashion.
Dude, Absolute Andy is the best thing going in that promotion.
Yes, his midlife crisis storyline is one of my favorite things.
Yes, Absolute Dad is the man, and I wish he was my best friend.
Marius Al-Ani is on the up and up. Fight Mueller was just in I discussed this in the last cast, in a title match with Bobby Guns. But here, the issue involving pushing talent to main event level is, as we've seen with WXW, the talent isn't ready yet. You know, we saw that with Fight Mueller in that main event. He's just not... Yes, fans like him, but he's not that main event level draw. He's still that undercard to midcard developing talent, right?
Correct, but it's a bit different with fan, because fans get to vote for what they want.
Well, that's what they claim anyways.
Yeah, well, obviously, it's like Cyber Sunday. How much of that stuff was actually legit?
Right. So, the thing that I like what WXW is doing is at least they're telling stories involving talent going out and the talent rising up. If they're ready or not, they kind of don't have a choice. It's a sink or swim, adjust to the situation. They don't have a choice, right?
Correct. I would like to say that Bobby Gunn's title reign so far has been a little bit to be desired, but that's just my opinion.
Well, he's kind of been put in that situation where The company's relied on him. He did have the good story getting the title. And then...
It's because his opponents that he's had haven't really been... Yeah.
Well, it started out well because he faced Dragunov. He faced Andy, right? Two veterans. Dragunov proved he was main event caliber, and those matches were good. And then, since then, we've had All Ani. We've had
Lucky
Triple
Kid.
Threats, Lucky Kid, now Fight Mueller, and these are those undercard talents, rising talents, no doubt, but are they ready for the main event? So, where am I getting with this is, we're here at Progress 95, still chasing, and we kind of see a mixed bag of what I just explained with OTT struggling in the undercard and relying at the main event level on NXT UK talent, right? The old talent that's going out, basically. It's a matter of time. WXW has the talent, but they're not main event ready level. So, Progress, in my opinion, Jay, I don't know if you agree with this, has to build the talent, but are they ready? Or are they over-reliant?
Now, you see, I'm looking at Chapter 95 as kind of a reset point. I know that they've got Tolan Bland as their champion, but I think he's the only contracted star that's currently a champion in that promotion, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the big title that matters is the main event title, right? That is the draw.
That is true, but with Tolan Bland being Tolan Bland, I don't see him having a huge title reign. Well, maybe until Super Strong Style 16. But
wait, you're saying he's gonna hold it until Strong Style next year?
It's either that or unboxing, but
that's a decently long reign.
Which one, Strong Style or unboxing?
Both of them.
Unboxing's in December. Strong Style's in May or April.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're right. It is kind of a long reign, but Progress usually do have long reigns. But it's what he's going to do with that title between now and then that's going to hopefully make me like Tolan Bland.
You know what? Let's save those thoughts till after the main event.
Sure. Because I don't know whether or not I like Progress anymore, but we'll get into that.
Okay. So Progress 95, still chasing, began with, of course, Smallman doing his thing. It's, he's on his way out. Chapter 100, unboxing, is his last one.
He did a Rainmaker pose. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. We start out with the tag titles as our first match. Grizzled Young Veterans cut, in my opinion, Jay, an amazing heel promo involving Song and calling the Progress friends hipsters and hypocrites. Good little touch there.
Correct.
James Drake plays a nice little rendition on his harmonica, which I was not expecting. And Gibson cuts a song-like promo ending with, loosely quoted, Pete supports his wife and kids while Davey will be indie for life. And the crowd actually kind of liked it all, which was funny. They were booing. It was pretty good. Oh, that's pretty good.
It was actually pretty good.
He's such a good heel. He shut up the crowd. It was funny. So Aussie Open comes out, and before the match starts, kind of a theme of the night, Scotty Davis cashes in his natural progression series win with Jordan Devlin as his partner. Yes, making this a three-way dance.
That was kind of quick. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect it.
It was very unexpected. So this was your car crash, high spots type match. It went 25 minutes. Grizzled Young Veterans were the glue in this match, to no surprise, while the double team specialists of Aussie Open handled the spots. It all led to the finish where GYV gets taken out. Scotty Davis handles both tall Aussies with his rolling twist and shout on Fletcher and a rolling label lock on Davis. Devlin takes care of Fletcher from breaking it up with his sick Saito backdrop, where he pulls the guy in Rainmaker style. And then
the Devlin side.
Yeah. Davis taps to Scotty Davis.
That's not at all confusing, but yes, he does.
Mark Davis taps to Scotty Davis. No relation.
I didn't expect to see a tap out victory in this, but it was refreshing.
Yeah, wow, new champs. Scotty Davis is certainly on the up and up. We've been saying this for, all year.
Yeah, dude, Scotty Davis is great. If you haven't seen his match against Liger from, what was that show?
Scrapper Mania.
Can't remember that one. Yeah, go watch that show.
I believe it was Scrapper Mania.
Scotty Davis versus Liger was freaking great.
Yeah. So winner of the NPS and now tag champ. There you go.
I forgot the Devlin was signed, so that's 2 champions.
Yeah. So I thought Scotty Davis, this match was made for him to be the singular star, and Devlin's role was to highlight him. And naturally,
Correct. I 100% agree with that.
Yeah, naturally, the other 2 tag teams just did their tag team things, what they were good at. Aussie with the spots, GYV being the glue. Did everything.
Yeah, dude. Would you like to get fidget spinned out of the ring?
I would not. That looked like it sucked.
It did.
I like this. I like this decision, and it turns out, in hindsight, it was a better decision because Mark Davis is injured.
See, coming into this, we didn't know this happened, and we were like, "Yeah, Aussie Open's going to become tag champs again because they're the tag champs of Europe."
Yeah, exactly right.
Look at how that worked out.
Yeah, well, I was shocked. I stayed spoiler-free for the entire Natural Progression series and Chapter 95, so I was very, very surprised. Good for me.
I stayed spoiler-free for Chapter 95, which was very freaking difficult because Twitter is a bitch, and I had Natural Progression spoiled for me. But to be fair here, Scotty Davis was going to win that no matter what.
Yeah, we said that from the start. We're just going... I mean, I was definitely surprised that OJMO got screwed over by Danny Duggan joining DNR. But
it plays into a bigger story.
Yeah. I mean, it's telling a story of young up and coming talent, and that's another thing Progress did well on this show. Speaking of young up and coming talent, Pete Dunne Open Challenge, which I thought this was going to be like on the WWE Network or some shit, the way they were teasing it.
Yeah, you see, I thought this was going to be someone who was contracted the way that it was set up, because they didn't announce what it was going to be, and for an open challenge, I was surprised who it was, but dude, this match was great.
Yeah, making his grandiose entrance is Cara Noir to answer the challenge. Fucking awesome. I love his entrance. It's one of my favorite in wrestling. It's right up there with Dalton Castle.
Yeah, it was good. It was great.
Both of which have, like, peacock rendition capes.
Yeah, except one of them is colorful and the other one is black.
He's Black Swan, after all. So this match went...
Not really a peacock then, is it?
15 minutes and 38 seconds. Oh, good time. I love that. I love that minute. All right? This was an awesome bout. The story here was the resilience of Cara Noir, which I've noticed in a lot of his big-name matches. Noticed it against Pac, is the more notable example. So it was the resilience versus the digit snapping of Pete Dunne, with plenty of high kicks and catch wrestling mixed in. Now, Jay, did you watch NXT Live USA Episode 1?
I had all intentions of watching NXT Live USA Episode 1, and then every time I went to the network to try to watch the 2-hour show, it was not there, and then I had work, and then I gave up.
Okay, so I noticed something. Pete Dunne on NXT USA Live Episode 1, he faced a guy named Arturo Ruas, who doesn't wear...
Try saying that 10 times really fast.
He doesn't wear shoes. And he has a capoeira, taekwondo, judo, all kinds of things background. Well, lo and behold, a very similar match happened here, because Cara Noir doesn't wear shoes. He has a capoeira kind of taekwondo background himself. The difference being, he has exhilarating charisma, and the crowd likes him and knows who he is. No one knows or cares about Arturo Ruas in NXT USA Live. Just how I...
Episode 1.
Well, in that particular episode, yes. So very similar match conduct, if I can say so. Pete Dunne basically did the same bout, right? But this time Cara Noir would fight back, and it didn't last like 4 or 6 minutes. This went 15. So a lot more things happened. The big moment was Carnoir reversing into a big package pile driver, bringing the crowd to its feet. I was shocked. I thought surely the match is over. It's going to be a big Pete Dunne putting the young guy over moment. Instead, Pete Dunne reverses the Blackout Swan sleeper hold, love that name, with a finger snap. Then he hits the bitter end, and I went, ugh. But then Kara kicks out, and myself and the crowd thought it was clearly over, which we were fooled. Were you fooled, Jay?
Indeed we were.
You were fooled?
I was fooled. And then Pete Dunne hit the better end.
Well, Kara first fights back, hitting an awesome flash leaping sleeper hold with a sick back wrench. If you know what I'm talking about, it's when he leaps into backpack style and rips the neck back. It makes my wrestling heart just skip a beat.
Yeah.
Pete Dunne gets out by snapping the toes, just like he did with Arturo Huas. He hits the gutbuster bitter end, the better end, if you will. Thank you, Jay. Kara kicks out of this, but Pete stays on, locking in the triangle to finger snap, which looked kind of awkward, making him tap out. It's like
Dude, I would just like to say that I wish that the better end was used a lot more.
For a big match to put someone over, in this case, Kara Noir looked utterly fantastic, and this is a case where, yes, he got more over even though he lost.
Indeed. But dude, how cool is the better end?
It's a cool move. It's a cool move. So now with the Natural Progression Series done, and the two highlights back-to-back is Scotty Davis and Kara Noir, it sure seems this is the big coming out and push for replacement of all the talent Progress has lost. 8 new guys out, or 8 guys out, 8 new guys in, stars to be made. That's a hell of a start. It's kind of like what you said. It's like they're hitting the reset button.
Yeah.
It's
like I said, though, I'm
very
gonna
different.
wait and see what happens come unboxing.
Yeah, it's very different from what we've seen with WXW, where it's been stories of the guys going out and then they just stop booking them.
Yeah.
It's a different tactic.
Yeah.
So yeah, I absolutely love this match.
It was very, very good.
Yeah, I like the time too. It was well put out. Then we got probably the most entertaining match.
What was that? Give me a second, I
Mustache
gotta consult
Mountain of
my
Trent
list.
Seven and Tyler Bate versus the Limitless Bros of Matt Riddle.
Dude.
and Keith Lee.
Are you a fan of Broberg?
Broberg is sickly awesome. So, Jay, I don't know if you agree with this statement, but let me say immediately, they are all immensely more charismatic in their entrance in the first 2 minutes of this match, more than I have seen all 4 of them in NXT.
Yeah.
You can tell Keith Lee has just been dying to do something like this for like a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember his match he had against Ishii at Rev Pro last year?
Keith Lee?
Or was it the year before? Yeah.
Yeah, that was at Summer Explosion? No. That was
When was it?
It was
Either way, it was freaking
like
great.
The April Rev Pro show of last year. I can't remember the name.
Either way, it was freaking great.
I actually talked about that on this podcast, and I was not a fan.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I thought it was good.
I thought it was too many
It was very
no-sell
good.
finishers at the end. It kind of irritated me.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, dude, Ishii doesn't sell. Well, he does, but he does it in an Ishii kind of way, and Keith Lee is Keith Lee.
Yeah, I know.
I can forgive it to a certain extent. It's because that match was freaking great.
So, match starts with Riddle going for the 6-second win on Trent Seven yet again, but Seven dodges
Spear.
it this time. Well, he goes for that kick finish. Just
Oh,
like
yeah, he does too.
Yeah. But, so Seven does the whole, haha, I saw it coming, I'm smart, I'm not going to fall for that again. And he's immediately met with the Goldberg-like spear, and then Matt Riddle goes full Goldberg, and then he hits the bro hammer to an immense pop. Yes, not the jackhammer, the bro hammer. Bate breaks up the pin. He drags Trent Seven, like his unconscious dead body out of the ring. Trent Seven falls on him like plop, and Tyler Bate does the comical, like, you can see his arms and legs under Seven going, "Oh, get me out of here!" And the crowd is just chanting, "Broberg, Broberg." You see Keith Lee in the corner just having a huge smile on his face, like he hasn't had this much fun in a year. I know I've said that before, but it's very obvious.
Before this too, I'm pretty sure, wasn't there the pose off?
Yeah, there was the pose off. Yeah.
Because we had Big Strong Joel, and Big Strong Joel does Big Strong Joel things.
Well, as soon as he made that pose, it is important to see Keith Lee go weak in the knees, and he needed to hold himself up by the ropes.
Indeed.
He did.
That's just how big and strong Big Strong Joel is.
Yes, fact. True facts. So
Indeed.
where was I? Bate and Lee have a test of strength, because big strong boys. Seven tags in after the series of shoulder tackles that Bate and Lee had. So he tries a running crossbody on Lee, but he runs into a brick wall, comically, because Lee is a bigger strong boy.
Yeah, my note. Seven tries to hit the running crossbody on Lee. It looks like he hit a brick wall and went flying.
It's great. They wrestle and leads into a chop battle between the four. Hot battle of exchanges to finish. Seven hits a burning hammer on Keith Lee, and Bates hits a spiral tap on him for the win.
Yeah, which was insane.
It was not what I was expecting the finish to be. So fun, 15-minute, 28-second match. We're 3 for 3 for the night, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was very good. That match was very, very fun. It was silly at the start, but the further I went into it, it got more serious, and it was just a lot of fun.
So obviously, Mustache Mountain are number one contenders for the Progress Tag titles. I mean, that goes without saying, right? I mean, of course.
Oh, no, because NXT UK is a thing.
Oh, right. So we can't. So it was just a fun one-off match. Boo.
Yeah.
That's the big difference between WXW and Progress. You know this is a one-off match. Just take it for what it is. While WXW, watch a tag match and you go, how does this play into the future? Which I find more interesting in the long term. In the short term, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed this match. It was fun. It was great.
Followed by a hype-up video reel of heel Jordan Grace checking off all her defenses before her title match against Miko Satomura. Good stuff. I quite liked it. Jordan Grace came off as a rightful heel.
She did. I learned during the introductions of superstars in this match that Jim Smallman can speak Japanese.
Yes, he did the entire introduction of Mako Satomura in the Japanese. So that was cool. So this match was made because Grace wants a challenge in the UK, which she said has always come up a little short. This turned out to be a 14-minute, 45-second match of pure competition. What are your thoughts?
I didn't take many notes for this match. I just watched these two put on a stellar wrestling match.
It's one of the better women's matches of the year, I would say. Mako's kicks versus Grace's power, a very simple combination. I did see these two go at it in Sendai not too long ago.
Was it a similar sort of match, or was it completely different?
It was more strong style based. This was more towards what Jordan Grace is used to putting on, and because Mako Satomura is a legend and is really good at wrestling, she adjusted, and I think this match was way better than their one in Sendai. So Mako's rising spirit overcame all of Grace's best moves, including the Jordan Bomb, which has won all her matches to date. That was in the promo. As she was checking them off, of all the people she had beaten, it all ended with the same move, right? So, Mako kicks out, a Death Valley Bomb, 2 kicks, Scorpion Rising kick, new champion. Great match. This is the show Progress needs to be more consistent with going forward. Like this type of consistency.
I 100% agree.
This has been the something missing outside of just the couple chapters, Strong Style 16 and Bread Knife. Like, I get building something, and I get you got to put on, young guys on the card, right? I get that. if you have a story to go with the young guys, it makes all the difference in the world, makes you a little bit more invested.
Yeah. Did you watch, sorry, I just had to bring this up. Did you watch the 2 chapters leading into this?
Yeah, I've seen all the progress chapters, Jay.
Okay, I was just asking. So you watched both Cheer Up Juice and Physician Heal Thyself?
Of course.
Okie dokie.
Why would I not do that?
I don't know. I just thought that you may or may not have, because the cards on those shows did not look all that great.
Well, they were very underwhelming. You would be correct.
You know, I'm just saying.
They were
just
one-match
saying.
cards, basically.
They were. They most certainly were.
All right. Progress follows up the break with a sick introduction to their new Proteus title with a definition of what defines the title by intertwining the meaning of the Greek word Proteus, and then show a cool video of 2 boatsmen finding buried treasure in the ocean containing the mysterious Proteus title. I thought it was very corny, but I loved it.
It was a progress thingy, and progress do good thingies. Okay, so question, are we going through the entire Rumble, or are we just talking spots?
Not the entire Rumble.
Because I have everyone listed down in what order they came out, but I also have certain spots listed.
Well, as I'm going through it, you can jump in with any spots you think are worthwhile. How's that sound?
Okay.
So,
that's fine.
Jay, I was on record saying Paul Robinson's my initial pick for the first champion to make it like a deathmatch title or something.
If you remember correctly, I 100% agreed with you.
You did agree with me. We both thought that would be... Paul Robinson is the guy who's been there since day one. He's rolled through a lot of people. He's won a lot of his feuds. Not Walter. And losing to Trent Seven for no reason. I'm still very bitter about that.
Yeah, he was kind of built up to face Walter.
Yeah, and he loses to Trent Seven. So it's like...
He's been on a roll pretty much so to an extent since Strong. Actually, no, it's probably since unboxing last year.
It was Well, no, I would say it began with him beating Jimmy Havoc.
No,
at Wembley.
That was at Strong Style.
Wait,
no, because Havoc beat him at Wembley.
Where did he beat?
That's what I'm saying.
Was it unboxing that he beat?
No, because unboxing he was teaming with Ospreay, and that's when they beat the Aussies for the tag titles.
He had a big single. Oh, I guess that. Yeah, Havoc's last match.
It was Strong Style that was. Yeah.
Well, he was being.
I'm going to say he's been on a roll since unboxing.
Yeah, he's been on. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So, Paul Robinson shockingly comes out first, along with Dragunov to follow second.
Pretty
match starts
starting combination.
Yeah, hot and filled with fire, and then Banks comes out 3, and I thought this really set the tone of the match at the start.
Yeah, it was good.
But it's a Rumble match, and at the halfway point, we get the dancing. Just kind of, because it was really nothing in between the fire of the first 3 coming out.
Yeah, so look, I'll skip ahead. We had number 4 was Danny Luna, the first female competitor. Number 5 was Connor Mills. Number 6 was Spike Ray representing DNR. Number 7 was Denny Duggan representing DNR. Then we had Dan Maloney, Chikara, the second female, Sugar Dunkerton, Session Moth Martina, Jean Money? Jean Money. Yeah. Anti-Fun Police Santos Jr., Chief Deputy Dunn, because it was during the Santos Jr. thing that the comedy started.
Yeah, so Sugar Dunkerton, Session Moth, and Jean Money all start dancing, and then sexy Travis Banks gets roped into it.
Super sexy Travis
Banks, thank you. That got a good pop out of me with Travis Banks, like unable to overcome the infectious dancing, where his leg,
good.
Yeah, his leg starts moving. He's like, no, please don't make me do this.
Yes, it was pretty good.
Yeah, anti-fun police come out and of course make it anti-fun. Well, to an extent.
Yeah.
I was really just waiting for Santos to pull out the finger gun. He never did.
Yeah, so was I.
I was really hoping that he would pull it out and Session Moth would jump over the top rope because he told her to get out or something, but did not happen.
Yeah. So yeah, Chief Deputy Dom was number 14, and then we had, dude, the most decorated champion in the entire world of wrestling,
Business picked
vacant,
up.
the 52-time world champion.
At least 52 time.
At least 52 times.
Hey, man, I went on Twitter. I said, I don't know how Progress did it. They got vacant. Guess who retweeted that and said he looked damn good?
Was it vacant?
It was vacant. Yeah, he noticed me. I don't know how they could
Business
afford to
picked up.
sign such a legend, but that must be that WWE money coming in.
It must be. I surprised as soon as Vacant came in that he was not in there for as long as Vacant should have been in there. They really undersold Vacant's potential.
Look, Vacant hit a rock bottom. He went for the choke.
Then an FU.
Yeah, he did an FU. He went for the choke slam. Unfortunately, he quickly got thrown out because obviously, this happens to all of the best athletes. Age just clearly caught up with the guy. Vacant's been around a long time,
guess
man.
He has.
Okay.
You're absolutely right there, Jay. I didn't think of that. Did not think of that part.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, he doesn't show his age very well at all. He still looks like he did from day one.
Yeah, still got the spry of a young 20-year-old.
Yeah. OJMO gets a massive pop going after DNR to continue on from the Natural Progression series.
Because right before that, the third member of DNR came out, which was Chuck Mambo, which was number 16, and OJMO was 17.
Yeah, fuck you, Mambo. Took a while, but the next big moment was Niwa and TK Cooper turning on Banks and throwing him out, so I think that's kind of the sign that Banks is going to be full-on NXT UK going forward. He's probably going to have a short little put-over Niwa and TK Cooper thing, or Niwa and TK Cooper just have the tag team. They go forward that, and Banks just nothing.
Yeah. So, look, between that we had number 18 was Millie McKenzie, 19 was Charlie Evans, 20 was Roy Johnson, 21 was Jonathan Gresham, representing CCK, 22 was Speedboy Mike Bailey, 23 was Niwa, 24 was Eddie Kingston, 25 was TK Cooper, which is roughly where this happened.
Yep. So the hint was there for months, and it finally happened. The betrayal. Sid Scala makes an appearance. Spike
As
Trivet,
number 26.
Yeah. Spike Trivet was then announced to have an injury and was removed from the match, so he was eliminated via injury.
Yeah, did you see what happened there? Because I didn't.
I didn't either, which is a shame because there was a part of me going, it would make so much sense if Spike Trivet and DNR were like the last 5, and OJMO throws out Trivet, or Trivet throws out OJMO, and they start a feud from going there, because that's what it really feels like, right?
Yeah, see, they brought it together pretty well at the end of this, even though I'm tipping that what was planned was something with Trivet.
It had to be. It had to be something with Trivet. So they pulled an audible, and we'll get there. Perhaps the biggest pop of the match, referee Chris Roberts comes out at 29 and runs Stone Cold Steve Austin on everybody.
Yeah, so before we get there, Sid Scala was 26, 27 was Frazier Thomas, 28 was Chris Brooks, who at this point I thought was actually one of the more likely competitors to win it, but he wasn't in there for very long.
He was not.
29 was Chris Roberts, your boy, the referee, running Stone Cold over everybody.
Yeah, stuns everybody in sight, gives Chris Brooks a Canadian destroyer of all things, and that eliminated him. I was not expecting that. Brooks and Do Not Resuscitate do the Hogan Sid Justice move to eliminate him from the Rumble. Roberts chases Chris Brooks out of the arena in years of storyline frustration coming in one go. It was fun.
It was a lot of fun. And then number 30, dude, the big reveal, who had not been teased at any point throughout this match, turned out to be Pastor William Eber, representing Do Not Resuscitate.
Yeah, I don't remember William Eber and what's his face?
Paul Robinson's match?
Yeah, I don't remember that match at all, but apparently it was for the 1 in 30 spot in the Rumble. Whoever lost went in 1, whoever won came in 30.
Might have been on the Smash Tour or something when they're in Canada. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know at all, because they were. I was like, I've seen them all though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because
maybe they were just making
faced
something up.
Walter in Toronto, and then
He did.
He faced.
He put on a match and lost.
And then he faced Lucky Kid, and then he faced Trent Seven before that. So I was like, I was just like, when did he face Ever? When did this happen?
Did you figure it out? Because I did not.
I didn't figure it out. Anyways, that's what they told us. It made no sense to me because I don't know. Anyways, Duggan eliminated OJMO, continuing that foil story. So I think that was the spot Treve was supposed to have. Final 5 is DNR minus Treve, Dragunov, and Robinson. And then it just goes bang, bang, bang. Final 2 is Duggan and Robinson. One double foot curb stomp later, Robinson is the first Proteus champion, names the title as prestigious, and there will be auto DQ if the belt is used as a weapon, and to win it, you must either submit him or knock him the fuck out. Love it. Makes it a serious title immediately, which was a big worry of ours that wasn't going to happen.
Wait, when did that stipulation get announced? Because it wasn't on the show.
I had to look up Progress's Twitter account, and Paul Robinson cut a promo after the show, and it went up on Twitter.
So, essentially, DQ if the belt is used as a weapon. So does that mean it's a new champion if Robinson uses it?
Correct.
The
title belt is not to be essentially touched during a match.
Okay, so essentially it's a deathmatch belt without the belt as a weapon, winner by submission or knockout.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't directly say it's a deathmatch belt. He just goes, it's submit or knock him out. Don't touch the belt, basically. Those were his 3 steps.
So I'm guessing then weapons are fine. I guess we'll find out come chapter 96. I don't know what it's called.
Something like that.
Is that the Sex Robots one?
It might be, yeah.
Yeah, Sex Robots will eventually be capable.
I'm ready for some sex robots.
So am I. But I'm excited to see what they do with this belt. I don't know who's going to be the first one to take it off of him. Unboxing's their next big show, so it might happen there, but I just don't know.
Yeah. It's time for the big match. Walter versus Super Strong Style winner, David Starr.
Yeah, I didn't take notes for this match. I just sat there and watched Walter and David Starr put on a spectacular match because Walter and David Starr have chemistry, which is something that is very important in a wrestling match.
Yeah. Mr. 0113, by the way.
Indeed. Streisen.
Dreizehn.
I stuffed up. I can't speak German. I'm sorry. Unlucky for some. Is it unlucky for David Starr? Time will tell. I've noticed that every time David Starr and Walter have a one-on-one match, that David Starr is getting more and more offense in.
That depends on how you look at it. The way I looked at it was David Starr tries a different tactic every time he faces Walter, whether that's in a tag match or a singles match. So if you remember, if you remember from OTT or even WXW earlier this year, he went for a submission victory by attacking the arm and hand. In this one, he just clubbed the side of his head the whole time.
He just beat the living crap out of Walter with a lot of handstands.
Correct. So there was a big promo package prior to the match with Walter counting auf Deutsch and Smallman saying all of Starr's nicknames, all while David Starr's cutting a promo emphasizing the importance of the match for Starr and the title and beating Walter. Epic start.
Yeah, it was a very good start. Very, 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 very good start. And these two beat the ever-living crap out of each other.
Yeah. Starr being announced with only one nickname, Independent.
The Independent.
Cut. Walter boots him with while the streamers are being thrown. David Starr reverses into a code red for a near pin immediately, as Walter and Starr then fight and brawl to the outside through the streamers still being thrown. Quite glorious start.
What did you think of the code red?
I was a fan.
It was pretty great. It just happens out of nowhere.
It had, even the ref was kind of taken aback, but it had me kind of believing no way kind of situation.
Wouldn't it be funny if that's when the pinfall happened?
Yeah, well, it would have been interesting if the bell hadn't rung and the ref counted 3, and then Smallman has to go, sorry, David, the bell didn't ring yet. That would be something OTT did, right? or WXW did with Walter tapped, but his foot was on the rope.
Yeah.
They didn't do that. It was fine. It was still a good start. Boy, this was a fight. Starr's big strategy this time, as mentioned, was to focus on clubbing blows of his handstance, and clothesline focused on the side of Walter's head. Walter sold incredibly well to no shock to any of us. All of Starr's offense was to focus on the head, to allow him that one moment, he dazed the big man to hit one of his big finishing moves, which he kind of did. It was all built up to hitting either the suplex Hiroshi Guroshi, or the he never hit his powerbomb knee breaker.
No, he didn't. I stand by the statement of saying that move cannot be good for your knees.
Well, he never hit the shoulder breaker either. That's kind of what he's doing now. He hasn't done the knee breaker in a while. Does the shoulder breaker.
Yeah.
But he didn't hit those. Walter would simply do a big power move offense to counter it, be a big slam chop lariat, etc. The Walter thing.
Just stop David Starr's momentum dead in its tracks.
But yeah, back to what you said. David Starr did get a lot of offense in.
Yep.
So if you watch,
we knew coming in. Go ahead.
So if you watch the Tyler Bate Walter match from TakeOver Cardiff, Walter had like the whole match, right? He had like 10 minutes of offense just by himself, beating down Tyler Bate. This was the big man staying on his feet, taking just forearms to the head.
Yep. So, we knew coming into this that there was no way in hell that David Starr was going to beat Walter.
Well, no, he'll never beat Walter.
He's got. Look, we've agreed on this. If he's going to beat Walter for the first time, it's going to happen in WXW.
I was getting the feeling, even on your podcast, you were like, I think it could happen here. You were saying that even earlier this year, after David Starr had won Strong Style. You go, he's the only guy to take it off him. And I'm on record saying, nah. He'll never be.
Here's the thing. At Superstar Soul 16, you're absolutely right. I did believe that Walter could do it. Sorry, not Walter. David Starr could do it. But since then, with everything that David Starr's done to become very controversial in the wrestling world, it wasn't going to happen.
Oh, please. You can't pull that. You can't pull that excuse on you. You can't do that.
Fine. Dude, you and I have friggin' messages going back and forth saying that it's not going to happen. So you can't say I didn't think it was going to happen.
Well, you finally came to my side. I'm saying you weren't always on my side.
I wasn't always on your side, that is correct. But come into this match, I was on your side.
So the belief the story that must be told is, well, is he going to beat him? Is this going to be the one?
In short, kind of, but no.
Kind of, but no. So, huge near fall occurs at the 14-minute mark, hitting a pedigree of all things into a Han stance and finally knocking Big Daddy Walter off his feet. Ref bump
Dude, that
happens.
was such a middle finger to Triple H, and it was fantastic.
I don't know if it was intentional, but it's David Starr. It probably was.
It probably was.
Ref bump happens at the 18-minute mark. To Starr's dismay, he hits Walter with the belt. Then he does the suplex Hiroshi Guroshi, finally hitting one of his signature moves. Instead of a second ref coming out. And notice that, remember in OTT when the ref bump happened, that the crowd counted 1, 2, 3, but Walter kicked out before the crowd got to 3?
I did.
The crowd didn't count on this one. I don't know if that's they were like, no, we don't want to see that, or they were just in shock. They were waiting for the moment. But instead of a second ref coming out, Eddie Dennis emerges.
The second ref came out, and then Eddie Dennis came out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The ref came out, and then he's like looking behind him, like he's wanting permission or something. Then Eddie Dennis comes out, and before he came out, I'm just like, what is he doing? And then when he emerged, I went, oh no.
Now, do you remember last year, or maybe it was earlier this year, when I said that they're building Eddie Dennis to take the belt off of Walter? And you said there is no way that's going to happen?
Well, I had totally forgot about the Wembley match where he won that contract. And I thought he had already cashed it in when he got his title match before. Because he had a
When did he get a title
one-on-one
match?
Didn't he have a one-on-one match in like Seattle against Walter? Maybe that was before Wembley.
No, I don't remember that happening.
Oh, that was probably before Wembley.
Now, I did say to you, and you're like, no, there's no way that's going to happen.
Well,
now,
I was
to
like,
be fair
no,
here,
that's stupid.
that is stupid. But to be fair here, with everything that happened in this match, I didn't think this was going to happen. Mainly because A, I thought Eddie Dennis was injured, and B, I completely forgot that it was a thing.
I completely forgot. I mixed up timelines that he even had this contract still. So Eddie Dennis, we thought was injured. He even cut a promo saying goodbye to Progress like 3 chapters ago. Not
Yeah,
that
he
long
did.
ago.
That was at Cheer Up Juice when he was the
2
Jim
chapters ago.
Smallman.
Yeah. So
Which,
Bravo,
to be fair, he did a horrible job.
Well, he did, yeah. Bravo Progress
Bland.
Wrestling, you pulled one over on us big time. He makes it a
Yeah.
3-way match, cashing in his contract since it expires in 2 weeks. Then a man dressed in black attacks Star from behind with a chair. Dennis and the revealed Mark Andrews, it was very obvious. He's a small guy with blonde hair sticking out.
Yeah, it wasn't that much of a shock.
Chair curb stomps Star's neck, and we're all just going, FSU's returned. Oh boy. As a heel team this time. Because I don't think FSU has been a thing since like chapter 25, 30?
No, my dude, it was before
that?
that. Because if you remember correctly, over on the SmackDown podcast, we've done the Jimmy Havoc Reign of Terror.
Yeah, and that's where FSU disbanded
it
because
through before the end of the Reign of Terror. I don't remember exactly what chapter it is, but it's around 15 or 16 or something.
oh my god, I thought it was like 1920, even 25. But anyway, okay. So even before that, it's been a long time since FSU's been a thing. So they curb stomp Star's neck. Dennis simply just puts a foot on Star's chest for the win. Promo about how FSU is here to now fuck shit up in Progress. He has to save Brit-Rest. I must say, even though I hate Eddie Dennis, he's Mr. J, to take a word from you, tall and bland.
Tall and bland.
I love how all this went down. Eddie Dennis is, at the very least, a good promo.
He's just tall and bland.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about Dennis as champion, but this is where I think they're heading. Are you ready for this?
Okay, paint me a picture, if you will.
Well, to put it simply enough, I think we're looking at another Reign of Havoc situation here.
Oh, God.
Right? With the London Rioters, this is FSU now at the top. Eddie Dennis is the Jimmy Havoc now.
So that would make...
That would make Mark Andrews...
White Lightning into Paul Robinson.
Yes.
The
fast flippy guy.
Who are they going to recruit for their tag team?
Could you see...
DNR?
No. I could see...
South Pacific.
Well, who's also
Maybe?
Welsh in Progress? Flash Morgan Webster.
Yeah,
His
but
buddy.
he hasn't really been on the shows lately, and isn't his partner injured?
Wild Boar?
Yeah.
He could... I mean, that's a fourth member to make a surprise at a future event. Make the group bigger.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
could
you're
totally see
absolutely right
Flash
there.
Morgan Webster joining this group.
Give ourselves the Welsh Wankers.
The Welsh Wankers. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I see here.
Oh, boy.
The Reign of Havoc happening with Eddie Dennis.
So, who's the Osprey in this situation?
David Starr.
Ooh, David Starr. Say, David Starr.
So Starr did not, in fact, beat Walter. What a fucking show. 19 minutes, 57 seconds was the time. You have your worries and you're not sure you like Progress anymore? Now say your
I have
piece.
my worries because come chapter 100, like, this was a good reset. I'm not going to lie about that. The show was great. But come chapter 100 with Smallman leaving, I'm worried that whoever's taking over the booking isn't going to continue on the same path. Because Progress, like, as much as it's tied in with NXT and NXT UK, it is still independent punk rock wrestling.
Correct.
I'm just worried that it's not going to feel the same. Like, even with that friggin' show that Smallman wasn't at, that, like we said, Tall and Bland was hosting, it didn't feel the same.
Cherub Juice was very bland. Just like Mr.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm very concerned that I may fall out of love with Progress.
Oh. Well,
I'm gonna look. I'm not gonna quit instantaneously. I'm gonna give it until Strong Style next year, and we'll see how everything goes.
Oh, that's a good answer.
At this point, I'm still 100% sold on Progress. I'm just concerned, knowing everything that we know, and seeing how things have been run without Smallman there, that we could be in for some dark times.
Well, I mean, you could use WXW and OTT as kind of the benchmarks, right? Because Christian Michael Jacoby in WXW, he stepped away at the end of last year, and all of this year has been the guys that, you know, worked with him in the promotion for such a long time. So Smallman stepping away, and who's taking over? The guys who have worked with him with the promotion for a long, long time. And in WXW's case, it took him a little bit to get a handle on things. Like, that was obvious from the cards being made, but they tried to continue at least. They at the very least they had continuity, right? And if I am to go by, let's just say hypothetically that Smallman had very little to do with putting the stories together on this card, okay? Mm-hmm. And he was just there to oversee, right? And it was his crew that did all of this. Would you be
if
more
that's
inclined?
The case, that's a good show. Like, I would be 100% behind that Progress.
Because I have a funny feeling, this is just my gut talking to me, that that's what happened here.
Yeah, look, I could see that. And as I said, if that's the case, I'm still all in for Progress. I've just got my doubts that it's gonna be Progress.
I have doubts as well. Progress is the top UK independent promotion. I think that's non-debatable. And what we've just seen is mostly guys from Riptide and not IPW. Well, let's use Riptide as best example. All the young guys from Riptide are now in Progress.
They are.
Yeah.
And the young guy, the only good young guy that I can think of right now from OTT.
There's a couple, but they're not just OTT, if you know what I mean. They're like Wrestle One and a couple other places. OTT's trying.
Yeah.
What OTT's very strong at is their main event builds, and you can tell they're at least attempting continuity, right? They just don't have the undercard. They don't have the developed talent to fill in, because their promotion didn't kick off until just a couple years ago, and already all their main event talent's gone.
Yeah, there's money in Scotty Davis for them, though.
Yeah, there's no doubt in Scotty Davis.
Indeed.
All right,
I believe in Scotty Davis.
We talked about Progress for just about an hour. You're gonna make my podcast very long.
That's fine. Have they heard the Modern Gaming podcast? That goes long too.
I mean, it's not as long as my wrestling podcast. For all I know, this podcast ended up at over 4 hours long for this time.
Jesus Christ!
Look, crazy. It's gonna take at least an hour to go through MLW, AEW, and Beyond Wrestling, and then.
Well, you do MLW with your mum, don't you?
Yes, and AEW.
That's awesome. Ah, that starts this week.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to cut that. Well, we're gonna have to do AEW, MLW, and Beyond Wrestling in an hour, just so this podcast doesn't go over like 3.5 hours.
Well, best of luck.
Yeah, best of luck to me. Otherwise, the listeners get a healthy helping of wrestling. Jay, thank you for joining me again. It's been too long. We're going to have to do this more often. Right now,
Indeed.
I got video games to play, Nitro to talk about for this podcast later. See you next time, Jay.
See you guys. Thanks for having me.
right, boys and girls, it's time finally for the final segment of Retrocast episode 41. What a journey this has been. What originally was planned as kind of just a quick Progress 95 special guest has turned into this 4+ hour podcast just for this episode. But hey, it's been a crazy couple weeks in wrestling. So, what better way to finish this out with a retro recap of WCW Nitro? But before I do that, got a couple shoutouts. Head on over and follow me on Twitter at BowlingJD using the hashtag Retrocast. Whenever you listen to an episode, tell me what you think. Head on over to iTunes. Leave us a nice little review. I don't care how many stars. I will read it on the podcast, assuming it's appropriate. Need those reviews. It's been forever. Come on, guys. I know you guys are out there. But yeah, let's get on to WCW Nitro, August 10th, 1998. This is the show taking place right after Road Wild. We start the show from the Black Hills in South Dakota. Our opening bout is the Barbarian with Jimmy Hart versus Hacksaw Jim Duggan. So big crowd reaction for Hacksaw. Hacksaw is super loved, and even in a sleeper hold with his eyes hilariously bugging out, the crowd cheers on the awkward, massive man. The end is absolutely hilarious. Of the goof Barbarian double axe handling the turnbuckle, with Duggan just moving out of the way just minutes before, seemingly. It was quite funny of the delay. Then he just simply gets rolled up by Hacksaw. Post-match, Hugh Morris hits the ring, so very reminiscent of what happened, what's been happening the last couple weeks on Nitro, what went down at Road Wild the night before, and we get the role reversal from this. So at Road Wild, it was Mang getting beaten down, and Hacksaw saving from the Barbarian group beatdown. This time, Mang saves Hacksaw from the beatdown. But things get chaotic as Mang Tongan death grips and chokes out like 9 guys in the ring. He chokes out Hugh Morris. He he death grips Jimmy Hart. He death grips multiple refs, guys who come in the ring to try and break it up. He Tongan death grips Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He don't give a shit. He's the crazy guy Mang. There are just bodies everywhere at the hands of this guy. As it turns out, he's got a title match versus Goldberg later tonight. Just awesome. Holy crap, commentary really puts him over. The image of the bodies everywhere for the big dude. Cool. So, Nitro's off to an excellent start. Really getting me hyped for the main event. I kind of wish commentary before the show started to kind of kick us off said Mang had a title match tonight. But hey, they told me here. Excellent. Recap of a Lex Luger promo from Thunder last Thursday, wanting to take on Scott Hall, because he says he's the one that took him out last week on Nitro, so hey, we got some continuity here. Mean Gene gets in the ring. He interviews Lex Luger. Mean Gene count at number 1, boys. That is kind of the running joke with Nitro these days, at least from what I can see. I think we got up to like 6 or 7 or 8 at one point during some of these. Luger says since he got his hands on Scott Hall last Thursday on Thunder, he says a second guy had beaten him up, and that man was Bret the Hitman Hart. Issues the same challenge to Hart as he did with Hall. Come meet me in the ring, I'll beat you up. Hart comes down to the ring, calls him a liar, and says Luger has to earn a shot at the U.S. title to get his hands on Bret Hart. He says you can't just say I want a title match and get one. Kind of funny when you look at the major TV promotion WWE today, where it seemingly never happens. And if it happens, there's no reason behind it. Not really. Well, Bret Hart says he's jealous that Sting is like a brother to him. That kind of gets into Luger's skin a little bit. Luger gives Hart an ultimatum. Either you put the title on the line, or he'll knock his teeth out right then and there instead. Hart smiles. He's kind of like, okay, all right, this guy wants to go. He agrees to the title match because he's Bret the Hitman Hart. He's not afraid. He kind of likes the fire he's seeing from Luger. Didn't mind this at all. It's good stuff. Hell yeah, we got a title match later. Bret Hart versus Lex Luger. The next segment, we get Disco Inferno and Alex Wright. Tokyo Magnum kind of follows. They reprimand Tokyo Magnum before taking on Eddie Guerrero. So Tokyo Magnum's in a singles match against Eddie. They basically say, Tokyo Magnum, you're letting us down. You're a loser. You want to dance with a couple hot studs like us? Well, you're going to have to prove yourself. We're tired of you fucking up. Okay. Match goes like 2 minutes. Tokyo gets a couple moves in, and then Eddie just wrecks his shit. Frog splash. We're done here. Poor Tokyo Magnum. I quite like him. But there is a purpose to this more or less squash enhancement match. Eddie says on the mic he's ready, and for somebody to get ready. So I assume he's gunning for either the TV title or the Cruiserweight title. Fair enough. Next match is Saturn versus the man they call Canyon. Saturn, before this match, Saturn calls out Canyon for a match because on Thunder, I like this. I didn't watch Thunder, so give me a little recap, a highlight, a promo, something to give me a reason. Well, as it turns out, on Thunder and on Saturday night, Canyon did not show up to be his tag team partner. So I assume this led to kind of a 2-on-1 handicap situation where Saturn lost. Well, what happens is Canyon comes out, they fight. Commentary does note to say that Raven claims Canyon was with him the whole time, and that's why he didn't show up for the matches. Match went like 8 minutes. It was fun. Lodi provides a distraction for Raven. That leads Raven hitting the ring and DDT's Saturn for a bit of revenge, and Canyon pins him. No hint of a turn, but I guess the narrative is, in fact, there for Canyon to get sucked in like many before him to join the flock. So, I said on a previous recap of Nitro that it was kind of irritating me that after all this, Canyon might just get sucked in to the flock in the end anyways. And I stand by the irritation because how it's been going down doesn't have any narrative to it. If it had more things like this on TV that was very obvious and had that nuance, I would be for it. So yes, it's good. Excuse me. Yes, it's good here. Was it good before? No. So I'm really at a crossroads with how this is going to turn out. I would have much rather seen Saturn perhaps go into a singles feud with Eddie Guerrero to get ready for a title match of those sorts, preferably the TV title. But getting screwed over by Raven yet again, because there was that continuity, and Canyon getting sucked in, this match told a good story. It wrapped everything together for that's been a problem for the feud the last few months. Makes sense of things. So, hey, you got me back. Let's see where this goes. We cut to backstage with Wild Man Mang has taken out another 2 security guards with his Tongan death grip. The hype up for Mang is just awesome. Will he beat Goldberg? I love this. Sick Boy with Lodi. Sign says Sick Boy ain't better. Versus Mongo McMichael. Lodi sucks chants emit through the arena. Those savages. Treating Lodi in such a way I can't believe this. Now I'm never going to South Dakota. Because of this. Bunch of Lodi haters they are. Sick Boy jumps Mongo from behind to at least get some heat on him. As expected, a nothing match. That was thankfully very short. Mongo wins via the tombstone. Commentary says he's on a roll. Whoop-de-doo. I don't like Mongo McMichael matches one bit. They all suck and are boring. At least this was short. Let's move on. Commentary heading into the second hour continues to tell us... I'm sorry. They continue to not tell us what happened at Road Wild in the main event, which is very strange. They're hinting at some sort of gag order. They say perhaps it's the Dusty Rhodes gag order for commentary. Even more so now that Bischoff, Hogan, and the Disciple come out. So for the first hour, they just kept harping on, they can't tell us what happened in the main event at Road Wild. Of course, there are all smiles like nothing happened at Road Wild, like losing and Goldberg chasing them off at the end of the show. So that sucks. But there is a reason. Hogan talks as if he didn't lose at Road Wild and wants his title shot. References getting lawyers and all the dudes he's beaten, bring him Goldberg. The tone is confusing. You're just kind of looking at the screen going, but you lost last night and DDP's team won. Bischoff says he's getting protection for Goldberg because the mayhem being caused by Mang backstage. Wants to protect the main event, he says. Now that, I like it. Makes sense to me. Mang's going crazy. They don't like Goldberg. They want Goldberg to lose, but they want, Bischoff's about money. Suppose it's alright. Post-match, commentary tells us both NWO Wolfpack and NWO Hollywood are now going to surround the ring during the main event, lumberjack style. That's cool. Plays right into the two faction feud right now going on. Splicing everything together and making sense of it. I like it. So, yes, the promo was confusing with the whole tone and what they were saying. I will eat my words later in the show, as it turns out. Stevie Ray comes out, TV champ. Commentary plugs both Fall Brawl, which is the next show, and Halloween Havoc, which is the show after that. Chavo comes out, can't find his horse Pepe. He's very concerned. Jericho comes out, he's got Pepe. He says, "Oh, Chavo, look what I have here." He makes some horse sounds. He lures Chavo backstage with Pepe and takes him out. Jericho calls out Stevie for the TV title now that Chavo can't be in the match. Stevie, the sucker he is, he accepts. So Stevie Ray sucks, plain and simple. Jericho bumps heavily for the man for his power, works his knee. Jericho goes for a crossbody to the outside, in which we see Stevie not catch him at all. Very dangerous looking. Looked like it sucked on the fall for Jericho. There was a pretty cool looking top rope catch power slam from Stevie Ray. So safe to say Jericho tried to get the best out of the very limited and awful Stevie Ray. Jericho proceeds to low blow Stevie Ray with... He low blows the ref inadvertently in a corner spot with Stevie Ray. The Giant comes out and choke slams Stevie Ray. The Giant is the Big Show, for those that don't know. So what happened there? Jericho then pins Stevie Ray to become the new WCW TV champion. Hell yes! Jericho's the new TV champion. Stevie Ray got screwed. I'm all for this. Question now is, what is the meaning to the NWO and Giant helping Jericho? Hell yes again. I love it. So much story. Bischoff, with Miss Elizabeth, now shows and lifts the restraining order over the whole gag order behind showing what happened at Road Wild in the main event. And as it turns out, they showed doctored footage of saying that him and Hogan won the match. Don't watch The Tonight Show because Leno is a liar and he has doctored footage. Okay. Now it all makes sense to the ploy that was happening all night. Shivani says he was fooled and they will get to the bottom of this hoopla. Now they are going to show us what really happened at Road Wild. Okay, cool. I'm all for it. We get a match between Psychosis versus Rey Mysterio Jr. versus Lizmark Jr. This is a lot of lucha flippy shit. A great match. Match goes on for 8 minutes. It's a sprint. It is what you would call a high-speed match. Nothing but action. Mysterio wins via vaulting off Psychosis into Lismark to get the Hurricane Rana pin as Psychosis is trying to regain his composure. He was taken aback. His head was all flippity-dippity. Fuck yeah, this Nitro is awesome. I'm loving this party. What is happening? This is all so cool. Lex Luger versus Bret Hart TV title time. This pace is just awesome. I can't even tell this is a 3-hour show. Bret Hart turns his back to Luger in the ring. The ultimate insult, according to commentary. Which makes sense because Bret Hart takes himself very seriously and takes the business seriously. Even though this match was not much, I will admit, it was Luger rest hold and Bret Hart taunting and the occasional Hart bone-picking moves that he does that I like, you like, everybody likes. Well, in the end, the crowd was hot for it, and I found myself strangely interested. Before Luger can make a comeback, Hart punts Luger in his total package, not a DQ. So commentary says he isn't DQing him because Hart would just keep the title, and could be he saw a mid-kick. You know, he didn't quite see it. He wasn't in the right position. Okay. It's dumb, but I can buy it. Whatever. Bret Hart picks apart Luger. Fans are getting frustrated, so he's getting heat. Luger does eventually fight back. 2 atomic drops. Does his 4 moves of doom. Torture rack to win the title. The crowd goes crazy. NWO Wolfpack come out to celebrate with the bro. Fireworks go off for the good guys. Hey, I'm not happy Bret Hart lost, but man, this is a great Nitro. You have a title change. Bret Hart, the bad guy, got screwed. Fairly, I might add. Even Luger getting the low blow. So, NWO Wolfpack gets one over the NWO Hollywood. I would have vastly preferred this to be built up on, like, Road Wild, for instance. This is clearly, in hindsight, this was clearly just a ratings ploy. But in a vacuum, and the story being told on this night, I love this. Juventud, the new Cruiserweight champion, is here versus Billy Kidman. As these two are having a solid bout, commentary is showing Road Wild, the non-doctored footage, tonight later. They also were plugging the Tonight Show with Jay Leno, because he's going to probably have a lot of his stuff. So back to Juventud and Billy Kidman. These two have what I could call a solid, easy, cruiserweight 5-minute match. Another high-speed match. Excellent. Juvi wins via the 450. Not long, but hey, it was solid. No complaints. Juvi looks good. He's the new cruiserweight champion after all. Excellent. Commentary does finally show us in stills what really happened at Road Wild after all night of teasing. What's up, kitty cat? Then we cut to Raven with all his flock. They all come to the ring. Lodi has Raven is the boss sign. Very important, might add. Raven is disappointed in all of the flock, and now he must punish them for their negligence, especially Horace for costing him the match at Road Wild. Makes sense to me. He beat the shit out of Lodi, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago for being a dumbass. Makes sense he would beat the shit out of Horace. So they have a match. It's a short-lived Raven Rules match before Canyon inevitably comes down the ramp, fully distracts all of the flock, in which then Saturn from behind gives Raven a Death Valley driver, and pulls Horace on him for the victory. The flock turns around, they're totally shocked. Saturn gets out of dodge. What an awesome episode of Nitro. How is this possible? So this brings up now 2 questions. Did Canyon mean to distract the flock on behalf of Saturn, or did he know Saturn was going to come out to interfere and try to stop him? Did he want to join in the flock? That's the story I'm taking away from this. Trying to look a little past it. Try to look at the nuance. That seems to be what they're going for. Wasn't handled here totally well. But anyways, let's move on. Kurt Hennig versus Conan. So we got our NWO faction fight yet again, continuing the fighting between the two groups. Now that we are moving along with this thing, I am into it. Shame they took 2 months off from the feud to focus on the whole celebrity matches all summer, but hey, crowd wasn't into this match at all, but I enjoyed it well enough for what it could possibly be. Hennig goes for Conan's chain to choke him with it. After a short amount of time, Conan reverses the chain and decides to choke Hennig with it instead. He gets DQ'd. Conan celebrates choking him out, not going to let this punk beat him up situation. Hennig walks up the ramp with a big smile on his face, like the smartass he is. He's like, yeah, that's why Kurt Hennig's the winner. Like he planned it all along. This wonderful Nitro continues on. Tag title match time. So, one complaint I would like. I don't quite remember commentary plugging enough of these title matches. They did say that this Nitro was going to be nothing but title matches in the main event, with TV title, the tag title, the US title, and the world title all on the line. This should have been the Road Wild card. To be honest, you can have your Jay Leno match. There's no reason this couldn't have been the build for Road Wild with that main event, the same main event. There was no reason that couldn't have happened. But anyways, tag title time, Hall and Giant versus Nash and Sting. I'm not sure what happened in between the two Nitros, nor how Brett and Sting aren't the tag champs anymore. But if I assume last week's Nitro match officially became a no contest or no DQ or whatever finish, because that's what commentary said, despite it being nonsense, that would make sense here. Anyways, survey time, one more for the good guys. So the match was hot and good. The crowd was fully into the Wolfpack, and just when Hall was about to tap to the Scorpion Deathlock, Giant grabs the ref and says to DQ him or he'll chokeslam him. The ref, not stupid, obliges to this 7-footer about to beat the hell out of him. Well, DQ'd, and he gets chokeslammed anyways. So, bad guys keep the titles in a very unique finish. The crowd hates it with fire. Oh, those Hollywood NWO rapscallions. Great heat. Baby faces stand tall. No complaints there. Hype it up. Keep the feud going. Especially, it keeps the feud going long term, and it continues it into the main event. Right? I don't expect Hollywood and NWO to just remain on their sides. You know, especially after what just happened here. So we move on to the main event. It's Meng versus Goldberg as Michael Buffer does the introductions. I was really hoping, because of the Bischoff promo, that he doesn't want the main event to be ruined, that the cops would have escorted Goldberg to the ring. So I guess the protection Bischoff spoke of was literally the NWO ringside, not the cops escorting like we've only seen one time, I might add, to this point. So it's not a normal thing yet. Which is interesting, because when you think of the big Goldberg run, you think of the cops escorting him, and it just hasn't happened yet. So Goldberg has trouble knocking Meng down to the mat, and Meng sidekicks Goldberg out of the ring. NWO Hollywood side. Hogan and company kick the shit out of Goldberg. Just heavy boos from the crowd. So it doesn't take long. NWO Wolfpack hits that side of the ring, not to just save Goldberg, but it's like, okay, here's our reason to kick the shit out of these guys, because Wolfpack are the good guys, Hollywood's the bad guys. They can't just beat them up for no reason. I mean, you can, there's no rule against it, but it makes sense that they would wait it's like, oh, we're lumberjacks. We gotta get this match going. Nash takes now, here's what happens. So, Meng gets a hold of Goldberg as he rolls back in the ring, and he applies the Tongan death grip. So it makes sense he's able to just get in his move really easy after the beatdown from the outside. Goldberg falls to the mat, and before the ref can do anything, like, he gets down on his knees, right? And from what I could tell, he hasn't been in a match where as soon as he applies the Tongan death grip, the guy gives up right away. So let me try that again. In the previous matches, Bangs applied the Tongan death grip, and as soon as the dude hits the mat, the dude gives up right away, so the ref calls for the bell. Goldberg hits the mat, doesn't give up right away, the ref goes down, doesn't call for the bell. Meng, based on the past and him being a crazy guy, just assume he wins right away. So that is what I could make sense out of Meng releasing the hold and turning his back and thinking he won. Goldberg gets up, spears him, jackhammer, pin, 131-0 now. Crowd goes nuts. And then Hogan, upon the celebration, sneaks behind Goldberg, hits him with a chair. Goldberg goes down. Nash gets in the ring, takes the chair away from Hogan, and then Goldberg turns around and sees Nash with the chair next to him. Scott Hall's on the apron. He's pointing at Nash, implicating him as the culprit who did it to Goldberg. Goldberg, not taking shit, spears Nash. The crowd goes even more insane. What a way for Nitro to go off the air. This is the beginning to Goldberg Nash. This is the beginning to Goldberg. This is now full Goldberg NWO on both sides going against him. Goldberg is at the top of the food chain. The NWO is going against each other. This is great. This entire show was awesome. This was the best episode of wrestling TV I can ever remember seeing in these retro Nitro perspectives, retro Raw of this time. Holy shit, what a Nitro. Where has this show been? Where has it been? Hot damn, I can't wait till next week. Mark this down. Write this down in the history books, ladies and gentlemen. August 10th, 1998, WCW Nitro. This is what made Nitro so damn good during these 2.5, 3 year period of the formation of the NWO to right now. This was better than any of the pay-per-views I've watched from WCW in 1998. This is better than any show I've watched in 1998. I implore anyone who wants to go back and watch WCW, this would be one of the shows to watch. Everything makes sense in continuity. They all make sense of the stories. They got hot events, hot matches. Not a bad thing on this show. The worst thing was a short Mongo McMichael basic squash match. How could you complain about that? All right. So, I can't wait till next week, and at the end of the day, that's what it's supposed to be. Now, we've gotten to the point where I can finally close out this extremely long episode of the Red Leaf Retrocast. Let's go into the wrestler rankings. Let's just go down the women. We got the 5-star. We got Progress 95. We got Ice Ribbon. What happened? Well, number 10, Hana Kimura. She won the 5-star. She gets a point. But everyone else, I think, performed better matches, better stories, more consistent. Turns out Jordan Grace, number 9. 8, Tom Nakano, the runner-up MVP to the entire 5-star. 7 is Meiko Satomura. 6, Momo Watanabe. 5, Tsukasa Fujimoto. 4, Maya Yukihi for basically putting on a good match and winning back the title that she vacated on her own. 3, Sari. Badass. 2, Mayu Iwatani, the best performer in arguably the best match of the tournament. And then number 1's Konami. So consistent. She got to the finals again. She put on a great series of matches. She sticks out in a good way, which is interesting because I didn't mention this in the Stardom one. When I added up all the Stardom points, right, or at least all the people that were in the top 10 rankings the past 3 casts, Konami amassed the most points, and Tam Nakano amassed the second to most points. So, it makes sense that Konami was my MVP, and Tam was number 2. Crazy. On the men's side, this was... since there wasn't a New Japan show, this was great. So this is what I got out of it. 15 Aussie Open, 14 Grizzled Young Vets, 13 Tony Deppen, 12 Sammy Guevara, 11 Thomas Santel, the Ovaltine Dream, 10 Scotty Davis, which is funny because he won the Natural Progression Series, and I don't think he made the list, or he was really low. He was a lot lower. This one, the tag match, he was the top star in that one. 9 American Nightmare Cody, said that's how I'm going to say who that is from now on. 8 Car Noir, 7 Pete Dunne, 6 Hangman Adam Page, 5 is Pac, 4 Matt Riddle, 3 Adam Cole, 2 is Walter, and 1 David Starr. So there you go. Head on over to Twitter, now at BowlingJD. You can see the updated top 10 rankings of 2019, men and women both. I update them at the after every episode of the podcast. This one, the top 10 full rankings will be up before this podcast goes up over on Twitter, so you might have to go through the media page and find the picture soon enough, or just look up hashtag Redleaf Retrocast. You can find it much easier. So yeah, guys, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a marathon. This has been the longest, I think the longest episode of Redleaf Retrocast ever. It's definitely longer than anything else I've ever done. I had a lot of fun putting all this together. Sorry it's a little late, but hey, it's a lot of wrestling. There's a lot to discuss in the world right now. I hope you guys really enjoyed this one. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of effort. And I hope you guys check out episode 42. Probably going to be released within the next 10 days. So tell me what you think. Hit me up on Twitter. Send me an email. It's all in the description below. Follow Linktree. Hey, I'll see you next time, guys.